Blood of the Ancient. A novel of the Unnatural Brethren. By USA Today. Best-selling author Silvana G. Sanchez. Ah, there you are. It's been too long since we last shared this space of intimacy. A sinfully addictive deal of ours, where I offer you a glimpse into what lies beyond the veil of darkness, and you, my beloved one, delight me with your time, the most precious gift a mortal creature may bestow. I cherish that gift beyond any measure, which is why I promise not to disappoint by the time the curtain falls. Last time, I was on the brink of madness, a true risk for any immortal. My father in darkness returned to the world, and as if that weren't enough to shake the floor beneath my feet, my truest love found a way back to me across the great beyond. The magic of these encounters still casts awe in me, but as with most novelties, the glint of wonder soon wears off. I thought the hard part was over. I was wrong. Because while I was busy falling apart and putting myself back together, something ancient stirred in the shadows. They say fire purifies. They're lying. Fire destroys. Fire consumes. Fire turns centuries of existence into ash and screaming, and the silence that follows when an immortal realizes they're not as immortal as they thought. And when the flames came for us, for my household, for my kin, for everything I'd built across 3.5 centuries, I learned exactly how much I was willing to sacrifice, how much I was willing to lose. Spoiler, it was more than I had to give. But I won't tell you what happened afterward, Darkling. I'll show you. Come with me into the depths of darkness. Turn the page and let us take the plunge into delicious disaster. Yours in heart and rotten soul, Ivan Lockhart. Chapter 1. Ivan. It began with fire. Paris, France. It began with fire. Isolated incidents at first, too scarce and too widespread to tether to each other. The term spontaneous combustion surfaced in the media, but in the end, the stories found their way to the more paranormally inclined news outlets. I picked up another bit of news that evening, on a stroll after the hunt. A warm gust of wind swept a crumpled magazine off the pavement and sent it tumbling toward me, stopping inches from my bespoke black leather shoes. Fate's idea of a calling card. Being the curious fiend that I am, one wouldn't get away with immortality without such an asset. I bent down and retrieved it. Bold white lettering over a gruesome photograph. Charred human remains in an otherwise pristine room. I'd seen this before. In Brussels, in Vienna, now Paris. And that's how the magazine ended up rolled in my fist as I headed to my monthly session with my shrink. Oh, the article delivered. Gore, shock, and just enough details to keep me reading. Neighbors ran into a scene worthy of American Horror Story when they discovered a teenager's burnt body in an abandoned house in Saint-Denis. A similar event took place at a train station near Neuilly-sur-Seine, the piece added. The images clung to me even as I jostled through the throngs of Quai des Grands Augustins into the coffee shop. It didn't help that it was a Friday, 8 o'clock, and the establishment was as small as a Parisian flat on a budget. A crowded spot where one could soak in the warmth of humanity. That's the way he liked it. And who was I to go against the wishes of the great Rohan Khan? He stood in the farthest corner of the shop, holding the tiniest cup of coffee the world ever produced. Tall and imposing, lean but muscular beneath a striped sand and ivory cashmere sweater. Rohan's hazel eyes glimmered with joy the second they found me. Young men and women hovered around him like bees upon lavender, his tan skin as alluring as the fragrance of cinnamon and cardamom lingering in the air. He blended so naturally with the mortal world. But then, he was no more than half a century in the dark. His smooth skin and 5 o'clock shadow made him a walking contradiction, innocence edged with danger. But there was more to Rohan Khan than his magnetic appeal. He possessed wisdom beyond his years, and this opinion came from a blood drinker who'd witnessed over 3 centuries' worth of sunsets. I'd often considered myself fortunate to have met Rohan. Our friendship could only have blossomed after Elizabeth Sharma's introduction. Still, there was no time for me to delve into the soundless halls of those memories. I stood before Rohan, like the moon that looms on the horizon, secretly longing to touch the flames of the glorious sun. His smile was light and joy and all things of beauty, impossible not to be touched by his radiance. No wonder mortals offered themselves to him so freely. How could someone who exuded such warmth, such peace, be the fiercest of killers? How could he love life so deeply yet pluck away its petals night after night? I'd often wondered, but never asked. "Rohan," I said, pausing for the mortals who'd gathered around him to move away. "Ivan Lockhart." He leaned his head back against the upholstered wall, satisfied as his gaze filled with my presence. "You're late," he added, lips curved into a half-smile as he checked his watch. His accent, born in Mumbai, bred in Britain, had softened to a gentle lilt after decades in Europe. "Fashionably so," I corrected, tucking the magazine beneath my arm. "I was detained. Philip Blackwell first introduced me to the concept of therapy decades ago, but Cassandra Devereux ultimately persuaded me. It might be worth trying, she'd argued, part of the human treasure trove of experiences. I couldn't resist. The prospect of missing out on any mortal experience was simply unbearable. Our sessions were far from the usual head-to-head chat in some neutrally shaded office. We took casual strolls along the Seine, wandered through museums after hours, always one-on-one conversations in beautiful, desolate spaces. A hip coffee shop crammed with patrons was an unexpected first. "For a moment there, I thought you'd bolt 2 steps into the room," he quietly pointed out. A smirk played on my mouth. "For a moment there, I thought I would." I snickered, glancing at a pair of mortals who'd lingered nearby before they realized this was a personal affair. "People seem to love you no matter where you go," I said, settling into the seat near him. "They'd love you too if you'd only let them," he replied, his soft gaze sweeping me with undeniable hope. Or was it pity? Truly, I couldn't tell. I'd hate it if it were pity. I'd much rather assume it was hope. "I'm not the loving kind of vampire," I bit back. "I thought we'd established that in our first session." A waiter set a glass of red wine before me. Rohan's eyes gleamed with amusement as he nodded toward the drink. "Do you see?" I remembered. I had no problem sipping coffee once in a while, but the aftertaste always betrayed it. The thrill of the drink was gone. It no longer spiked my pulse as it once did. Wine, on the other hand, shot a more subtle blow of disappointment to my palate, one I could withstand. "So I see." I pulled the wine closer and gave it a twirl, nudging the glass between my fingers. "What news of our friend Elizabeth?" Rohan sat on the chair beside me, close enough that our knees nearly touched. He adored intimacy, didn't he? "Our friend is on her way to London." His stare locked on mine, eagerly waiting to read any shift in my expression. "What? England?" He flashed me a charming smile. "Our motherland?" "I honestly cannot see what about that excites you," I muttered. "So she's off to London. Hopefully she'll grow bored with the sights and come back to Paris for a change. Hasn't she been away long enough?" "Careful there." Rohan's hand slipped over mine, smooth and cool as marble. His gaze locked on me, and his velvety voice rattled the hell out of my demonic spirit as he added, "Bitterness poisons the blood." It wasn't advice, but the harshest warning. "That may well be," I retorted, gliding my hand away. "But why should I care? I'm already rotten as they come." "You miss her," Rohan said with a light nod. Not a question, but I answered regardless. Of course not. I was quick to deny it. Anyway, why would I? I'm seeing someone. Both situations aren't mutually exclusive. He waved a hand dismissively. But then why are you here? Rohan leaned closer, intrigued. I was doomed. The question allowed but two possible answers. Either I was here to learn more about Elizabeth's ceaseless wanderlust, revealing thus my desire to lay eyes on her again soon, or my presence in this coffee shop answered to Rohan himself, to giving an answer to the challenge he offered during our last conversation. Ugh. I hated these games. Fortunately, I thought of a third option. This, I said, spreading the magazine over the little table. Confusion surfaced in Rohan's features first. The hint of mischief appeared later, followed by a soft laugh. The specialist? He said, raising his brow. Rohan took the magazine, lifted the cover page but an inch before he dropped it, and then laughed once more, this time openly. Parisian catacombs, new chambers discovered, sealed from inside. He paused. It's all lies, but you know that, of course. Not that, I scoffed. This. My fingers tapped on the white headline in bold lettering. Spontaneous combustion, he murmured thoughtfully. Huh. Rohan studied the photos with renewed interest. I had an aunt once, long ago. She smoked 2 packs a day, even in bed. Poor Aunt Nabitha. A sigh escaped him. I held my tongue for as long as I could, which was not that long, to be honest. Your Aunt Nabitha? My tone was deliberately smug. No disrespect, but what the hell does she have to do with any of this? My Aunt Nabitha was found dead one morning, skin charred and practically melted into the mattress. She'd fallen asleep with a lit cigarette between her fingers. He shrugged. Unfortunate, but also quite common. I feel for your Aunt Nabitha, Rohan. I really do, I said, laying a hand on his shoulder. But this is completely different. Look at the bodies, burned to the bone, not a single limb spared. This is no ordinary fire accident. Rohan narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and leaned back enough to convey disbelief. What on earth are you implying? He teased. You know very well what this is, I all but hissed, moving toward him with recovered gravitas. This is a vampire's doing, and no ordinary vampire at that. Rohan bit his lower lip. His sudden silence struck me like 1,000 bells echoing in my skull. A slight frown creased his brow as he slowly eased into the chair, stabbing me with an inquisitive stare. How's life treating you these days, my friend? He asked out of the blue. I blinked. I beg your pardon? I blurted, matching his bluntness. Do you remember that conversation we had? He asked, eyes glinting with professional curiosity. About your pattern of playing pretend, adopting the hero's role to avoid confronting reality. Your reliance on drama as an escape mechanism? I flinched in disbelief. Seriously? Are you just going to throw this entire thing away? You could at least have the decency to consider what I'm saying. How are things with Juliet? He asked, cradling the steaming cup of coffee between both hands. Have you decided to give her the space she needs to reclaim her identity? He spoke these things with such nonchalance. The sole tone of his voice irritated me beyond belief. Had I no esteem toward Rohan, I might have punched him in the face right then. I hated the psychiatrist in him, but old habits died hard. Are you ever going to drink that? I snapped. He stared at me blankly. Of course not, but you sure like pretending to enjoy it, don't you? I gestured at the cup. Don't lecture me, young blood. I was hunting these streets before you were even born. My chest heaved. I swallowed hard, too late to take back my words. And I really didn't want to. This is preposterous, I muttered, pushing back my chair. Don't fret now, Rohan said calmly, reaching for my arm. Ivan, I beg you, don't leave. I never should have come, I said, getting to my feet. I'm sorry to have wasted my time on you. No sooner had I taken a few steps away from Rohan's little table than the swarm of young men and women gathered around him once more. What would he know about ancient vampire threats? He was but a kid in darkness. Rohan Khan had no wisdom at all. Lockhart, he called again. Oh, but I wouldn't look back. Go to hell, I said, clenching my fists as I walked away. Go straight to fucking he. "Lockhart!" Rohan wailed, a strident cry that shot ice through my veins. Heat rippled through the air, a flash of spectral blue light. The music stopped. Screams erupted as mortals fled past me in panic. I turned back. Jet blue flames, climbing from his hands to his arms, his shoulders, his throat. Rohan's bloodshot eyes locked on mine, wide with horror, wide with understanding. He knew. God help him, he knew. I blinked out of the daze, my lips quivering as I struggled to form words. "Fuck," I stammered, then dashed toward my friend across the deserted coffee shop. A violent tremor shook the ground beneath me. Then came the sound, the deep, percussive crack of a distant explosion. Outside, pandemonium erupted. Crowds screamed, terrified by God knew what calamity. Within seconds, 1,000 voices pierced my mind, wailing in pain, tangling in a cacophony that threw me off balance. I shut my eyes and focused all my will on silencing that harrowing noise. Was this an act of terror? Were we at war? But what was I thinking? Rohan's body was burning. "Rohan!" I dropped to my knees, tore off my jacket, grabbed the water pitcher from the nearest table, soaked the fabric, wrapped him in it. It didn't work. The damned flames were coming from inside his body. I'd seen this only once before, done by my own hand. I cursed and cursed again, knowing what had to be done but rebelling against the choice. He was so young, so beautifully human still. How could I do this to him? It would destroy him in ways fire never could. Rohan's screams of agony brought me back into the room. I had no choice. In one quick move, I rolled up my sleeve and bit into my wrist. Hard. The vessels tore open, ancient blood welling dark. "Rohan, drink," I urged, pressing my wrist against his mouth. "Drink now, or you're fucked." He showed no hesitation as he held onto my arm, the lifesaver of his scorching doom. The blood dripped into his mouth in slow rivulets, but his lips soon met my wrist, and he sucked hard, gulping down mouthful after mouthful of the sauce within my veins. I allowed this to continue for a few minutes, until the flames receded, and his charred skin no longer burned. Tears filled my eyes as I contemplated his ruined face, his darkened hands, burned deep. Where the flames hadn't reached, his skin was flushed and raw, heat-sensitized, inches from the same fate. And oh, was he in pain. Rohan suffered as only an immortal man can, exquisitely, completely, without the merciful limits of mortality. "Fire," he managed in a raspy voice. "Fire. Within." His eyes fluttered closed. As things stood, Rohan had lost more than his beauty to the flames. He'd lost his humanity to me, to the source blood now burning through his veins, remaking him into something he'd never wanted to become. I held him as the transformation took hold, his unconscious body trembling in my arms. "Forgive me, dear friend," I whispered in his ear. "Please forgive me." Outside, sirens wailed. Smoke filled the air, and somewhere in Paris, whoever had done this to Rohan was still out there, still hunting. Chapter 2. Ivan. Sanctuary. Devereux Manor stood elegant and imposing against the twilight sky, its neoclassical facade bathed in the fading amber light of sunset. Pristine marble columns lined the front porch, casting long shadows across the immaculate gravel driveway that crunched softly beneath my feet. I clutched Rohan's semi-conscious form against me, his skin still radiating unnatural heat from the combustion that had nearly claimed him. The source blood I'd given him had stopped the process, temporarily at least, but the acrid scent of burned flesh clung to us both like a macabre perfume. "Hold on," I murmured, though I wasn't certain he could hear me. "We're almost there." The manor's ornate wrought-iron gates parted for us without protest, as if recognizing the bond I shared with its mistress through lifetimes of sworn protection. This place had been the ancestral home of the Devereux witches long before I walked the earth, and for 300 years I had served as their immortal guardian. And yet nothing in those centuries had prepared me for the humbling experience of approaching the threshold as a supplicant. Juliet would be inside. The thought both calmed and agitated the blood in my veins. I shifted Rohan's weight against my shoulder, his breath coming in shallow gasps as we approached the grand entrance with its impressive marble stairs and classical pediment. The source had spared him, yes, but at what cost? So very few vampires had consumed that ancient blood, only Elisa and I in recent centuries, and her transformation had been complicated. Even I didn't fully understand its lingering effects. Another debt I'd bear if he survived. When he survived. I refused to consider the alternative. The massive French doors swung open before I could knock, and there she stood, Juliet, framed in golden light, her strawberry red hair cascading over shoulders draped in pristine white silk. For one breathless moment, the centuries between us dissolved, and I was once again that lovesick merchant's son staring at the most beautiful creature I'd ever beheld. For too long, I'd considered myself the luckiest fiend alive, to have cheated death with such mastery, and to continue to cheat death night after night. But those deeds lacked any purposeful consequence. She was more to me than my immortal glory. Juliet was my sun, my lost mortality in full bloom, reborn from the depths of oblivion, only to be loved by me again. Having her in my life made me understand what luck truly meant. Ivan, what's... Her eyes widened as she registered Rohan's condition. "Mais Dieu, get him inside, quickly!" No questions, no hesitation, just immediate action. This was the Juliet I remembered, the woman who could assess a situation in seconds and command it in minutes. I followed her through the grand foyer with its gleaming marble floor and crystal chandelier, past the portrait gallery where generations of Devereux witches gazed down from ornate gilt frames with varying degrees of judgment. "The blue salon," Juliet directed, already 3 steps ahead. "The chaise by the window." The blue salon, its azure walls, its tall windows overlooking the gardens, had always been my favourite room in the manor. Even now, entering it felt wrong. Too beautiful for what I was carrying through its door. I laid Rohan's trembling form on the velvet chaise, his typically immaculate appearance now dishevelled and singed. His breathing had steadied somewhat, but angry red marks crept across his exposed skin like vines, tracing the path where the combustion had begun. "What happened?" Juliet demanded, her fingers already tracing protective sigils in the air, old witch habits that never quite disappeared, even in her reborn form. "Spontaneous combustion," I said, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Or rather, not spontaneous at all. Juliet's gaze snapped to mine, understanding immediately. "Like the reports from Brussels last month, and Vienna before that?" I couldn't hide my surprise, or the flicker of admiration that accompanied it. "You've been tracking these incidents." "Of course I have," she said with the slightest lift of her chin. "Just because I'm human again doesn't mean I've stopped paying attention to threats against our kind." Our kind. The phrase settled between us with the comfort of shared history. I nodded, delighted despite the grimness of the situation. Rohan, with all his clinical expertise, had dismissed my concerns as paranoia, an understandable side effect of my adjustment issues. But Juliet had not only noticed the pattern independently, she'd taken it seriously enough to track it across Europe. This was exactly like those incidents, I confirmed, only this time, I was there to witness it, to intervene. "The source?" she asked, noting the telltale silver sheen beneath Rohan's skin, the mark of ancient vampire blood. "It was the only way to stop the process. He was burning from the inside out, Jules." Her expression softened at my use of the old nickname, though her concern remained evident. She moved to Rohan's side, placing a cool hand on his forehead. "He's your therapist, isn't he? The one who's been helping you process things." The slight pause spoke volumes. We'd both been dancing around my adjustment issues since her return. Her 300-year absence followed by sudden reappearance had reopened wounds not even immortality could easily heal. Wounds Rohan had been helping me understand, with his unique blend of modern psychological techniques and vampire pragmatism. "Yes," I admitted, watching her closely. "He's been instrumental in helping me find my equilibrium, in helping me decide whether to anchor you to me or finally set you free." I didn't add, Whether my selfish desire to keep you in my orbit is worth denying you the mortal life you never got to experience the first time. Rohan stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Those eyes, typically a warm amber, now glinted with the unmistakable silver shine of the source. His gaze locked with Juliet's, and I tensed, preparing to intervene if necessary. The source could have unpredictable effects on a vampire's temperament. "Lockhart," Rohan mumbled, his still clear gaze fixed on the goddess standing before us. "You wanted to meet my girlfriend, didn't you?" I teased. "Well, there she is. Dr. Rohan Khan, meet Juliet Devereux, Grand Witch of the Devereux lineage, raised from the dead." I paused. "My love, meet my therapist and dear friend." "So," he rasped, his voice rough but coherent, "you're the famous Juliet. I see now why my patient has been so conflicted." I suppressed a groan. Trust Rohan to psychoanalyze me while literally smouldering from a near-death experience. Juliet arched an elegant eyebrow. "And you're the vampire therapist. Ivan mentioned you were direct." "Professional hazard," Rohan replied, attempting to sit up straighter before wincing and sinking back against the cushions. "How are you feeling?" I interjected, eager to redirect the conversation before it ventured into territory I wasn't prepared to navigate. Rohan flexed his fingers experimentally, a grimace of pain flashing across his face. "Like I've been flambéed from the inside. The source. It's still moving through me. I can feel it, changing things." He closed his eyes briefly, his breathing shallow. Despite his obvious attempt at clinical detachment, I could see the toll the transformation was taking on his relatively young vampire body. At barely 50 years in the blood, Rohan lacked the resilience that centuries of existence had granted me. His consciousness was already slipping away as the source worked its ancient magic through his veins. "Ivan," Juliet spoke softly, "what do you think is happening?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Something deliberate was at work, a force that knew exactly how to hurt our kind. The scattered incidents across Europe suddenly seemed less random and more like calculated strikes. "I don't know yet," I admitted, "but whatever it is, it's spreading." At the cafe, just as he was losing consciousness, Rohan mentioned seeing a figure in the shadows, too deliberate to be coincidental. He was certain someone triggered the attack. A tense silence fell as the implications settled around us. "I don't like this at all," I said under my breath, slipping a hand under Rohan's arm to help him to his feet. "I stopped the damage from spreading, but he'll need time to heal." There were no guarantees that Rohan would achieve a full recovery. I said nothing of this. "Of course," she said, steadying Rohan from his other side. "We'll take him to the guest room." "I can do it by myself, you know." I gave her a smug smile. Being a powerful immortal and all that. Juliet pursed her lips in annoyance. "I am aware," she said in a playful tone. "I want to help." I offered my arm to steady Rohan as we crossed the blue salon. His weight felt heavier with each step, not from any physical burden, but from the knowledge that I had altered his existence forever. "Wo itni sundar hai," Rohan whispered, his soft gaze fixed on Juliet as we moved upstairs. His eyelids were no longer swollen, nor charred. The blood would do the trick. It had to. Confusion crossed Juliet's face. "Yes," I replied, heaving a sigh. "She truly is beautiful." A quick, fiendish smile directed at my love sufficed to make her blush. We entered the guest room. Rohan sat on the bed, still shocked and bemused by the attack that had befallen him earlier. I'd bet he was in pain, but showed it little, a grimace, a slight wince here and there. "You wish for privacy." Juliet stood at the doorway. "I'll leave you." "Don't," I said. "Rohan needs to rest." My hand glided over his and pressed it. "Sleep now, my friend. You're safe here." Rohan lay down and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and eased into relaxation. But as Juliet turned to leave, his eyes opened once more, his stare finding mine. "Ivan," he managed, his voice barely audible. "Free her, or bind her? The choice haunts you still." I stiffened. Even in his wounded state, Rohan cut straight to my core. 6 sessions of therapy and he'd dissected me completely. I subtly nodded and turned away, his gaze burning into my spine. No sooner had we closed the door than Juliet froze in the hallway. The blue glow of her phone cast ghostly shadows across her face. Her fingers trembled around the device. "Tell me what happened," she said, putting the phone away. Her tone was grave. "Everything." The scene flashed before my eyes. "There's little more to tell," I murmured. Jet blue flames burst from his body. Seconds later, the explosions, the coup de grace to an already horrific evening. Juliet worried her lower lip as she considered my answer. Finally, she spoke. "Those weren't mere explosions, my love." I frowned. "What are you saying?" "They came from distinct locations," she explained. "One was only a few streets from where you were. Le Mouton Noir." Le Mouton Noir. The Black Sheep. The oldest vampire sanctuary in Paris. Gone. "All those screams," I whispered. Juliet touched my jaw, turning my face toward her phone. "Look." The video was shaky, captured by a mortal bystander. Plumes of blue-tinged smoke billowed from what remained of an abandoned factory. Mortals would see only a structural fire. I saw the extinction of my kin. "Le Mouton Noir," she whispered, scrolling. "And look, another in the 9th. La Crypte, the first blood salon in Paris." She swiped again, revealing a third video. My throat constricted as I recognized the Belle Époque facade of the old Hôtel Particulier on Rue de Rivoli, a hunting ground I'd frequented only last month. Now it was nothing but blue flames and smoke. Who would do this? The words escaped before I could stop them. Juliet's stare met mine, those amethyst depths holding centuries of understanding. "Whoever is behind this planned it," she said, her voice like silk over steel. "And vampires are the target." "But why them?" I murmured. "Why not me?" Juliet pressed my hand. "Only one person can give you that answer." I knew exactly who she meant. Chapter 3. Dristan. Pop Rocks. A book for light reading, his leather-bound journal, a smooth Mont Blanc Meisterstück, and about 24 packs of Pop Rocks, Dristan's messenger bag held everything he needed for the journey ahead. He'd recently developed a taste for the fizzing sensation of popping candy on his tongue. Green apple was his favourite. He'd first spotted the curious packages in Cassandra's bedside drawer, and temptation had done the rest. "Have a safe flight, sir." The security officer handed him the bag. Dristan pulled out a pack of the candy before slinging the strap over his shoulder. He tore open the top with a quick bite, and as he moved up the escalator, he poured the sugar crystals into his mouth. They bubbled and sizzled pleasantly against his palate, a curious reminder of what it meant to feel alive. The gate loomed before him. He checked his watch, the vintage Patek Philippe that had been with him for 7 decades. 10:47 p.m. The red-eye to Venice would depart at 11:30, landing at Marco Polo Airport in the darkest hours of night. He'd arranged for a private water taxi through discreet channels. His arrival would be unannounced, just as he preferred. The fewer who knew he'd returned to the city of his making, the better, especially Vittoria. His phone rang. Dristan hesitated. The whole world might be on the brink of extermination, yet he feared this call more than anything. The screen showed Cassandra's face, eyes half closed in sleepy contentment, hair spread across satin pillows, lips curved in that private smile meant only for him. He'd captured it one morning while watching her sleep, memorizing the way sunlight danced on her skin. He answered before the second ring. "Hey, sweetheart," he said softly. "Did you see my note? You should have woken me up." Her voice carried that husky quality it always had when she first woke. "Where are you?" "I'm at the airport. I couldn't wake you, my love. You need to rest." He stopped before the giant screens. The boarding sign flashed his flight number, each change of display emphasizing the distance soon to be between them. The green glow reflected in his hazel eyes. Cassandra was the first in centuries to make him question the carefully constructed walls around his heart. His fingertips traced the outline of the small velvet box nestled in his inner pocket. The ring inside, a black opal surrounded by obsidian stones in white gold, had been an impulse, a momentary surrender to hope. The terminal buzzed with the mundane rush of mortals, oblivious to the vampire in their midst, oblivious to the ancient threats stirring across the continent. Soon, he would face enemies he'd thought long defeated, while leaving behind the one person who had finally made eternity bearable. "I just saw the news on the television," she said. "Does this have anything to do with you leaving?" Her tone was a symphony of distress and fury. "You mustn't worry, my sweetest love," he said, reaching the gate. The last passengers were entering the jetway. He'd barely made it on time. "While I'm gone, I need you to stay at Juliet's place, all right?" "What do you mean, you mustn't worry?" Her voice rose. "Is this about the explosions? Tristan, what's going on?" He pictured her pacing their bedroom, fingers raking through her sleep-tousled hair. Tristan slipped into his seat in the first-class section, the leather cool against his back. The flight attendant immediately approached with champagne, its neck beaded with condensation. "Cassandra," he said, his voice dropping to that register that commanded attention, the one he rarely used with her. "Go to Devereux Manor as soon as you can. Promise me." Silence hung between them. "Are you in danger?" she asked, her voice breaking. He could all but hear tears forming on the other side of the line, the subtle change in her breathing. It broke his heart not being able to comfort her, to brush away those tears with his thumb as he'd done 100 times before. So he would do the next best thing, the thing vampires did best since the dawn of their creation. Lie. "I don't think I am," he said, sculpting his voice with nonchalance. "But I do need to find out what's going on." "Where are you going?" The question was simple enough, but beneath it thrummed a different meaning. "Don't leave me again." "Venice," he replied quickly, buckling his seatbelt as the flight attendant gestured pointedly. The name itself held centuries of memory, blood and beauty and loss. A pause followed, full of everything left unsaid. "How long will you be gone?" Tristan watched the champagne fizz in his untouched glass. "I'll be back before our angel comes." She huffed. "We're months away from that, Tristan. It's not funny." But time was a funny thing. After 1,000 years in the blood, its speed had skewed. Days blended into decades. Centuries passed like seasons. Things were different now. It caused him great difficulty to step into a mortal role so foreign to him, to pretend that months were anything but the blink of an immortal eye. He'd fathered children before. Ages ago. Literally. Children whose faces he could no longer recall, whose lives had passed while he remained unchanging, whose descendants now numbered in the thousands, scattered, unknown, living echoes of a humanity he had long ago surrendered. "I'll be there for the baby's blessing ceremony," he said. "Tell Juliet not to worry. I wouldn't miss it." The velvet box grew heavier in his pocket. He had plans for that gathering, plans that made his immortal heart flutter with a nervousness he hadn't felt in ages. "Forgive me," he said quietly. "I do not wish to cause you any pain. Please understand that I must do this. I must find out what's happening in my world." She took a deep, shaky breath. "Be careful." "I will be." The words came more easily than they should have, given what awaited him. "Will you stay with Juliet?" "I'm packing a bag as we speak." The rustle of fabric in the background confirmed her words. The airplane started to move down the runway, vibrations humming through his body. "Sir, you need to turn off your phone, please," the flight attendant said, hovering nearby. "Baby," he whispered, the endearment rare from his lips. "I love you." He might not get another chance to say it. "I love you too, silly boy." She forced lightness into it. "Have a safe trip. See you soon." The line went dead. Tristan powered down the phone and settled back into the seat, its warmth still against his palm. He was about to become a father again, for the first time in over 1,000 years. Everything was going to be all right. He poured the rest of the pop rocks into his mouth and took a swig of champagne. The reaction was mesmerizing. The champagne's effervescence amplified the popping candy into a crescendo of tingling pleasure. The sweetness of apples melded with dry champagne notes, delighting his ancient palate. It was moments like these, small, unexpected pleasures, that reminded him why he continued to walk this earth. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. The steady acceleration pressed him into the leather seat as they rushed toward takeoff. Soon, he would be airborne, racing across the night sky toward a city of memories and ghosts. Venice awaited with all its beauty and danger. But Paris now held something far more precious than ancient rivalries or vampire politics. It held a future he had never dared to imagine for himself. The question was whether he'd survive long enough to return to it. Chapter 4. Cassandra, pack a bag. She had made the impossible possible. The memory still played in her mind. Entering her bedroom that night, moonlight spilling across the floor, her body aching with exhaustion after freeing herself from Gavriel's binding bracelet. She hadn't bothered with the lights. She'd sunk onto her bed without removing her formal gown, every soft thing reminding her of Dristan, of what she'd lost, of what she feared she might never find again. That's when she'd felt it. A shift in the air, a presence that made her witch senses flare. When she'd opened her eyes, there he was, sitting at the foot of her bed, his form half illuminated by moonlight. Dristan Breck, the vampire she'd mourned. "I've missed you, Cassandra Devereux," he'd said, his voice low with the patience of centuries. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. "Are you real?" she'd whispered, certain she'd conjured him from grief and longing. He'd slid toward her then, the mattress dipping beneath his weight. Solid, substantial, alive. "As real as the stars," he'd murmured, taking her trembling hand and pressing it to his chest. "As real as magic." They'd lain face to face, sharing breath, sharing the quiet intimacy she'd ached for during months of separation. "I felt it," he'd whispered, his hand moving to rest over her still flat stomach. "Across oceans and mountains, I felt the spark of life. Our magic, Cassandra, our child." When his lips had finally found hers, it was like coming home. "I will never leave again," he'd vowed between kisses that grew increasingly desperate, increasingly reverent. Not for all the powers of heaven or hell. But now, months later, as she stared at her phone's dark screen, that promise hung in the night air. The silence after the call felt heavier than the apartment itself. Her last words to him played back, too light, too bright, the cheerful send-off she'd managed for his sake. "See you soon." But they both knew soon might be longer than either of them could bear. She paced across the hardwood floors, her bare feet silent. Through the tall windows overlooking Rue Bonaparte, the late May twilight was sinking into deep purple shadows. Past 9 o'clock now, and Paris was settling into its evening rhythm. Street lamps flickering on one by one, couples strolling toward restaurants, everything appearing normal. But her witch senses were humming with wrongness. The news footage replayed in her mind, those terrible blue flames. Dristan had tried to lie, to protect her, but she'd sensed the fear beneath his controlled voice. "Pack a bag. Go to Devereux Manor as soon as you can." Her hand moved to her stomach instinctively. 26 weeks now. The silk nightgown pulled slightly across her middle, a physical reminder of the miracle she carried. A witch pregnant with a vampire's child. An impossibility made flesh. The baby kicked, a flutter of movement that brought a smile despite everything. Their son, Mon Petit Prince, as Dristan called him, seemed blissfully unaware of the danger gathering around them. She moved to the antique writing desk by the window, where her laptop sat beside a stack of grimoires. If Dristan wouldn't tell her exactly what was happening, she would find out herself. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard before she typed, "Spontaneous human combustion. Paris." The results loaded instantly. News reports, eyewitness videos, conspiracy theories. One headline caught her eye. "Third mysterious fire claims victim in Le Marais district. Authorities are baffled by the latest incident where a victim reportedly burst into blue flames without any apparent cause. This marks the third such occurrence in Paris this week. Blue flames. She closed the laptop with a decisive click. Whatever was happening, whatever had sent Dristan rushing to Venice with fear in his voice, was spreading. Her hand moved again to her belly protectively. She would go to Devereux Manor as Dristan had asked, but not out of blind obedience. She would go because the manor contained generations of magical knowledge, grimoires that might hold answers about these blue flames. "Don't worry, little one," she whispered. "Your father will find what he's looking for in Venice, and while he does, you and I will discover what these fires mean." Devereux witches never cowered in the face of darkness. The baby kicked again, stronger this time. With renewed purpose, Cassandra moved to the closet. The vintage Hermes suitcase sat waiting, the one she'd inherited from Annette. She began folding clothes with steady hands. Lightweight sweaters for the cooler evenings at the manor, comfortable pants, the silk scarves Dristan had bought her in Milan last month when everything was still perfect. Perfect. Such a dangerous word for creatures like them. In 3 months together, she'd learned to read the subtle tremors in his tone, the thickening of his accent when he was trying not to let panic show. 3 months since Gavriel had lifted the binding and freed her. 3 months since they'd finally been able to build the life they'd always dreamed of. And yet, the nights told a different story. For weeks, she hadn't been able to sleep properly. Every time she closed her eyes, the dreams came. She sank onto the edge of the bed, exhaustion crashing over her. In her mind, she could still see them, Gavriel and Luciana, reunited at last. Luciana's violet eyes wide with wonder as she reached for him. The way he'd collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he whispered her name like a prayer finally answered. The scene would shift, and she'd be in the forsaken garden again, standing before Kellam's fountain. His voice echoed through the dream. "The price will be paid, ma douce pénombre. Remember, every bargain demands its balance." She'd wake gasping, palms flat against her middle. What price? The resurrection had worked. Luciana lived. Gavriel had freed her. She and Dristan were together at last. So why did dread coil tighter around her heart with each passing night? The baby kicked against her palm. She drew a shaky breath, forcing the shadows back. A soft ping from her phone made her jump. "Dristan. Landing in 20 minutes. Miss you already, ma belle étoile." Her throat tightened. She typed back, "Be careful. Come back to us." The us felt significant. Not just her anymore, but their son, their family. Another message appeared. "Dristan. Always. I love you both." Cassandra pressed the phone to her chest, squeezing her eyes shut against tears. When she opened them, her gaze fell on the open suitcase. She resumed packing. The antique locket Dristan had given her went in, containing a tiny portrait he'd commissioned of the three of them, painted from imagination since their son wasn't born yet. Her fingers lingered on the cool metal. In the miniature, Dristan stood behind her, his arms wrapped protectively around her waist as she cradled their infant son. The artist had captured it in his expression, a fierce tenderness, a joy that bordered on pain. "We will have this," she thought. "Whatever is coming, we will have our future." A sharp pain lanced through her temple, and suddenly she was back in the dream, the garden at midnight, Kellam's fountain rippling with unnatural light, and standing at its edge, a figure she didn't recognize, with eyes that shifted like mother of pearl, never quite settling on a single color. "Soon," a voice whispered. "Soon, the true price will be revealed." "No," Cassandra gasped, pressing her palm against her head. The vision shattered like glass. Her heart hammered. The baby kicked again, harder, sensing her distress. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her hand soothing the movement. "I'm sorry, little one. Everything is going to be fine." But even as she said it, she wondered who she was trying to convince. Her phone buzzed, a text from Juliet. "Ma petite," Dristan just texted. "We're expecting you. I'm sending Henry." Even Juliet was worried, and grandmother didn't worry easily. Cassandra zipped the suitcase closed and grabbed her coat, the long cashmere one that still smelled faintly of Dristan's cologne. As she pulled it on, she caught sight of herself in the mirror. Pale skin made paler by worry, dark circles under her eyes. But there was more than worry, too. A fierce protectiveness she recognized from her mother, from Annette, from all the Devereux witches who had come before her. She wasn't just running to safety. She was protecting the life growing inside her, the future she and Dristan were building together. The sound of a car pulling up outside made her move to the window. Henry's familiar silhouette emerged from the family's black Mercedes. Through the windows, Paris glittered with its usual nighttime beauty, but the air had changed, a tension that settled in her chest like a held breath. "Be careful," Dristan had said, and she would be. But as she gathered her things, she couldn't shake the feeling that their world was about to come crashing down. The short drive to Ile Saint-Louis stretched ahead of her, through familiar streets that now felt charged with danger. But at least she wouldn't face it alone. She picked up the suitcase. Whatever was coming, it would find her ready. Chapter 5. Ivan, Houseguests. I'd tried Antoine twice that evening. No answer, which meant nothing with Antoine. He kept his phone face down when he was working a room and off entirely when he was done with it. I'd been telling myself that for months, since Sophie, since the whole catastrophic episode that had cost him Cassandra and cost me the certainty that my youngest fledgling was all right. He wasn't all right. It was over with Sophie, and he was doing what reckless people do when they're not all right, keeping very busy, very loudly, in rooms full of strangers. I pocketed the phone and went to find Juliette. A full moon loomed on the horizon, hanging from the clear, starry sky like a pearl against black velvet. Paris had a way of folding centuries in on themselves, making past and present indistinguishable. This could well be 1672, and that feeling alone disturbed me a great deal. "Spring in Paris," I said, joining Juliette on the balcony. "It feels like nothing's changed in 300 years. Hard to believe people are burning alive out there." The peace of the night felt obscene. Wrong. Rohan lay unconscious upstairs, his body still knitting itself back together from whatever hell the source blood was putting him through. And somewhere in this beautiful, terrible city, other vampires were dying the same way he nearly had. Juliette raised her hand, revealing a lit cigarette which she brought to her lips. Anger arrived before my words did. "Must you do that?" I asked as casually as possible, though I might have failed. She turned to me wearing a slight frown. "Does the smoke bother you, mon cher?" "It's not that," I mumbled, looking away. She was mortal. Why would she take any risks? "I don't want you to die," I wanted to say, but the words stuck in my throat, tangled up with all the other things I couldn't say. Shouldn't say. Like how much easier it would be to walk out that door and spare her the slow grief of loving someone that wouldn't age with her. Like how she deserved better than this. Better than me. A mortal life, full and free and hers to choose. Not bound to a 300-year-old monster who would watch her age and die while he stayed frozen in time. "Ivan." Her voice pulled me from my thoughts. "What is it?" "Nothing," I lied. Vampires do it so well. "Just thinking." She studied me for a moment longer, violet eyes searching my face for truths I wouldn't speak. "What did that vampire tell you at the Draken's Gala?" The question caught me off guard. I'd been trying not to think about that warning, about the female vampire who'd found me in the crowd with terror in her eyes. "It's not important," I said, deflecting. "Ivan—" "Later," I promised, though I wasn't sure I meant it. "We have more immediate problems." She narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Then she stubbed out her cigarette against the stone balustrade and turned back toward the interior. "Come inside. You're brooding, and that never ends well." I followed her through the terrace doors into the parlour. The warmth of the room, soft lamplight, the scent of old books and older magic, wrapped around us like a familiar embrace. Juliette paused to arrange the white roses and jasmine on the credenza, their fragrance mixing with the lingering smoke. I pulled out my phone, tried Dristan's number again. Straight to voicemail. "We live in the freaking internet era. You'd think establishing communication between vampires would be the easiest thing in the world," I muttered, shutting off the screen. "He texts you, of course. All mystery and secrecy. But will he take a call from me, his son in darkness? Never." The sarcasm tasted bitter. But what else was new? 3 centuries of immortality, and I still hadn't mastered the art of not caring when Driston kept me in the dark. "No luck yet?" Juliet asked. I took the chance to hold her wrist and gently pull her toward me. She smiled and landed on my lap with the grace of a dancer. "Tell me one thing," I whispered in her ear, breathing in the scent of her, jasmine and magic, intoxicating as always. She said, leaning her face against my cheek, her warmth a stark contrast to my perpetual coldness. If I'd switched places with Rohan, if it were me who'd burned from the inside out with the fiercest flames. "Don't say that," she interrupted, her body tensing against mine. "Ivan, I love you. I've not yet found a limit to that love. Death couldn't stop me from loving you, so why ask these morbid questions?" "Yes," I mused, glancing toward the window where the manor's grounds stretched into the gathering dusk. "You've always loved me in spite of what I am." The words hung between us, heavy with 300 years of separation, of choices made and unmade. I felt her fingers trace the line of my jaw, turning my face back to hers. "Not in spite of, Ivan. Because of. All of you. The darkness, the light, the insufferable wit, the unexpected tenderness you try so hard to hide." Her violet eyes held mine with an intensity that still, after all this time, made an old ache rise in my chest. "You are exactly who you were meant to be." Before I could formulate a suitably sardonic response, because vulnerability has never been my strong suit, the antique doorbell chimed through the manor's halls. Juliet rose from my lap, smoothing her dress. "That will be Cassandra," she said, moving toward the door. I raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Driston had been cryptic in his text. "Keep Cassie safe. Don't let her leave the manor. Things are worse than I thought." The manor itself had stood as guardian to the Devereux line for centuries, its stones soaked in protective magic laid down during the witch trials. These walls had sheltered Devereux witches when the rest of the world burned them at the stake. Ancient wards woven into every brick, every doorway, every window. Protection that couldn't be breached by mortal or immortal means. As long as Cassandra stayed within these walls, she was safe. When were things ever not worse than we thought in our world? As Juliet's footsteps faded into the hallway, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen. Antoine. I read it there on the settee by the window, Paris still burning somewhere in the distance. Lockhart. Found something off Denfert. Old lair. Someone's been maintaining it. Papers going back to the early 1500s. Venetian origin. A household that just stops. Bref. Might be nothing. Going back tomorrow. I'll be in touch. The catacombs. What on earth was Antoine doing there? I was still looking at the screen when a gentle voice reached me from the foyer. "Darling!" Juliet's warmth. "Are you coming?" I put the phone in my pocket and pushed off from the settee, then headed toward the doorway, impatience thrumming through me like a second heartbeat. Whatever news Cassandra brought about Driston, I needed to hear it now. "I'd like us to get the door," Juliet said. "Otherwise, John might beat us to it." "I don't like him," I mumbled with a scowl. "He doesn't seem to like you either, if that helps any." Juliet laughed, the sound bright and unexpected. "Mais Dieu, if it were up to you, this house would have forsaken its entire service long ago, and I'd be left with countless tasks." I slipped my hand over hers and pressed it gently, pulling her attention back to me. "You're the greatest witch there ever was," I whispered, my thumb tracing circles on her palm. "You could take care of this manor's every menial task. That way, I could have you all to myself. No interruptions." She looked at me from the corner of her eye, that knowing glance that said she saw right through my flattery. "Your selfishness is absolutely adorable." She smiled and yielded to my arms playfully, settling back against me. "And out of date." "Am I interrupting?" someone asked from the doorway. I turned to see Cassandra standing there. John stood behind her carrying a vintage designer travel bag. It was a rather large one, the kind that suggested an extended stay. It also screamed Devereux money, but it was her face that concerned me. Exhaustion ringed her eyes like bruises, and her witch magic crackled around her in visible sparks of distress. 26 weeks pregnant, and it showed. "Cassandra, I'm so glad you're here. Are you all right, ma chérie?" Juliet darted to meet her. "I am," Cassie said. "Where is Dristan?" I asked, eager to receive an answer. "Why is he not returning my calls? I'm furious at the old man. Would you tell him that?" "He's gone off to Venice," she said simply. No details. No nothing. "Why?" I stammered. "Why the hell did he not tell me?" I hated being out of the loop, but my whining passed unnoticed as Juliet led Cassandra to the sofa. "I don't know, Ivan." Cassie sank onto the seat. She sighed. "He said I should stay here, that it's not safe out there." "He's right, darling," Juliet said, settling beside her with maternal concern. "I'm glad you've come. These are dangerous times for vampires and witches." She shuddered, rubbing her arms. "It's like we're back to the days of the trials." Cassandra shivered in response, and I saw the fear flicker across her features, not for herself, I realized, but for the life she carried. "Why on earth would he go to Venice?" I asked, pacing the room now, because stillness had never suited me in moments of crisis. Juliet's gaze lifted to mine, wariness in their violet depths. "You don't think this has anything to do with them?" The question paralyzed me. "No," I said, though the word came out more defensive than adamant. "Them?" Cassandra asked with a frown, her attention shifting between us. Her fingers drifted absently to the cut crystal container on the side table, where Juliet kept her chocolate-coated bonbons. "Who is them?" "The Sarti Mangiatori." The name alone sent ice through my veins. Memories flooded back unbidden. Master Bianchi's severed head, Dristan's blood-soaked face, the screams echoing across Povalia's cursed shores. "No," I said, though even I could hear the uncertainty creeping into my voice. "To hell with them. Bianchi destroyed them long ago. Unless—" I paused mid-stride, and suddenly everything clicked into place with horrible clarity. The spontaneous combustions, the fires consuming vampires across Europe, Dristan's secretive departure to Venice. "Wait." My hands clenched into fists. "You sneaky old man. You thought you could handle this yourself." "Ivan?" Cassandra's voice cut through my internal rage. I heard her in the background, distant. Noise. "What, I'm no use to you now?" I muttered, stroking my chin as the pieces continued falling into place. "Oh, I'll show you." "Darling, you're talking to yourself," Juliet said, "and it's quite unsettling." "Sorry," I replied, snapping out of it. Force of habit, 3.5 centuries of solving problems in my head. "Who are the Sarti Mangiatori, and what do they have to do with the explosions?" Cassandra leaned forward, her stormy eyes sharp despite her exhaustion. I took a breath. "The Sarti Mangiatori," I began, the Italian rolling off my tongue. "Shroud eaters. They're vampires' oldest predecessors, ancient, powerful, and utterly convinced of their superiority." I moved to the window, watching moonlight spread across the manor's grounds. How many immortals were out there now, unaware of the danger gathering? They established a lair in Poveglia, an island near Venice. The memories threatened to pull me under, but I pressed on. My childhood swordmaster turned into one of them. Dristan destroyed him. He severed his head right before my eyes. I caught myself, turning back to see Cassandra's hand pressed protectively over her stomach. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be telling you this. Not when you're—" Cassandra's eyes flashed with that Devereaux fire. "Just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean any of that will actually harm me." She huffed, sitting up straighter. "So, he cut off his head." A smile tugged at my lips despite everything. Definitely a Devereaux. "Before he died, Master Bianchi told me he'd destroyed them all," I continued. "So why has Dristan returned to Venice then?" Juliet asked, though I suspected she already knew the answer. "I'd tell you if the old man picked up his phone," I growled, frustrated as hell. My fingers itched to dial him again, to demand answers, to— "Calm yourself," Juliet said, her voice carrying that tone that could still settle the worst in me. "Cassandra, you must be exhausted. Please, John will take your luggage to your room." As if summoned, and knowing John he probably had been listening, our ever-efficient house manager appeared in the doorway with his usual impeccable timing. Cassandra yawned. I could sure use a lie down right now, and maybe some apple cinnamon cake. Of course, my sweet. I'll send it to your old room, along with a cup of hot chocolate. How does that sound? Cassandra gave a brief smile and nodded. Go on then, ma puce. I'll see you in a little while. Juliet smiled, the expression transforming her face, achingly tender. Don't let the charred vampire spook you, I said. Cassandra halted mid-step, spinning around. What did you say? Juliet's scolding look could have melted steel. Pay no attention to him. Go on, dear, Juliet said, ushering her away with a quick hand gesture. Cassandra hesitated, her eyes flickering between us with suspicion, but exhaustion won out. She allowed herself to be guided toward the hallway, John following discreetly behind. The moment her footsteps faded, Juliet rounded on me. Seriously, Ivan? Why would you say that? She hissed, keeping her voice low. What were you thinking? I shrugged, unrepentant, though I had the decency to look marginally chagrined. Someone had to warn her, in case she bumps into Rohan down the hall. Being spooked is no good for women in her condition. Juliet crossed her arms over her chest, her expression softening from anger to exasperation. Ivan Lockhart. The full name, never a good sign. You know very little about women, and certainly nothing about her condition. And I'm glad of it, I said with half a smile, attempting to charm my way out of the doghouse. She shook her head, but I caught the ghost of a smile tugging at her lips, despite her best efforts to maintain her stern facade. Oh, you're incorrigible. Juliet slipped her arm around mine, pulling me closer to her until our bodies aligned. Have you never regretted not fathering any children? She asked quietly. I laughed under my breath, unable to refrain from smirking as I stepped back. Who says I haven't? I said, shocking Juliet senseless. Being with her did not necessarily imply I should be open about all 300 and change years of my life. I wished I had more of a giving spirit, but my black heart was what it was, and therapy or not, it would always be selfish. You may keep a secret. She turned to me with an expression I knew all too well, that blend of patience and determination. We needed to talk, and I wasn't going to like it. But no more than that from me. My darling, what do you mean? I asked, feigning innocence. What else aren't you telling me? She asked, settling back onto the settee with deliberate grace, preparing for a long conversation. The careful arrangement of her skirts, the slight tilt of her head, every gesture screamed interrogation. I resumed my pacing, my shoes wearing a familiar path in the antique rug. Antoine. Her eyebrows rose with genuine surprise. What about him? You've mentioned he's been lying low. Quite low. He's underground, literally. I ran a hand through my hair. I hadn't been able to reach him for months. Now he texts me, says he found an old lair in the catacombs, papers going back to the early 1500s. I don't like this. You think it's connected to the fires? I think everything is connected, I said darkly, stopping to face her fully. The fires, the Sati Mangiatori, Antoine going dark, Dristan running off to Venice without a word of explanation beyond keep Cassie safe. It's all part of something bigger. I can feel it. Your instincts have always been good, Juliet murmured, though worry creased her brow. My instincts are screaming, I corrected, and that's never a good sign. I paused. I must go to Venice. The silence that followed was deafening. I'm coming with you, Juliet said, rising from the settee with quiet determination. You can't, I said firmly, moving to block her path. Must I remind you the times have changed? You cannot make these decisions for me. Yes, times may have changed, but one thing remains true. Blood is blood, ma chérie. I stepped closer, cupping her face in my cold hands, forcing her to meet my eyes. Someone has to protect Cassandra, the baby, this family we've somehow managed to build, and I cannot, will not, put you in danger. Dristan is walking into ancient and terrible territory. The Sati Mangiatori are older than either of us, more ruthless, more powerful. If anything happens to me, at least you'll still be here." Her violet eyes flashed with anger and fear in equal measure. "You don't get to make that choice alone, Ivan." "I'm not making it alone," I said softly, my thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. "I'm making it for us, for all of us." I glanced toward the ceiling, toward where Cassandra rested upstairs, carrying an impossible life. "She needs you. They all need you. And if I don't come back, don't you dare," she whispered, her voice breaking. "If I don't come back," I continued because this needed to be said, "you'll know what to do. You've always known. You're the strongest person I've ever met, Juliet. Stronger than me, stronger than Dristan, stronger than any of us give you credit for." She pressed her forehead against my chest, her hands fisting in my shirt. "I just got you back." "I know," I murmured into her hair, breathing in jasmine and magic and 300 years of longing. "And I'm not leaving you, not really. I'm just going to drag that stubborn old vampire back from whatever mess he's gotten himself into. Then we'll come home, together, and you can scold us both for being reckless idiots." I felt her smile. "You never answered my question," she said eventually, her voice muffled against my shoulder. "Which question?" "What the vampire told you. At the Draken's Gala?" I was quiet for a long moment, remembering. The female vampire who'd approached me amid the frenzied crowd. The warning that had somehow set everything in motion. The words that had seemed paranoid then, but prophetic now. "She said," I breathed, "they're coming for us. They're coming for all of us." Juliet stilled in my arms. When she pulled back to look at me, tears glistened in her eyes, tears she refused to let fall. "Promise me you'll be careful." "When am I ever anything but careful?" I said with a half smile. "Ivan." "I promise," I said seriously, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "I'll come back to you. I always do." A familiar chime echoed through the manor's halls. The doorbell again. Juliet pulled back from my embrace, her brow furrowing with confusion. "Who on earth?" John appeared in the doorway. I detected the faintest hint of disapproval in him. "Miss Samara Alexieva has arrived with her luggage, madam. Shall I show her to the blue room as previously arranged?" "Samara!" Juliet's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh gods, I completely forgot. Weeks ago she asked if she could stay for a while, escape her brother's—" She stopped herself, glancing at me with chagrin. With everything happening, it completely slipped my mind. "Convenient timing," I muttered. "Be nice," Juliet warned, smoothing her dress and moving toward the door. "The poor girl is trying to establish some independence from Gavriel. We can hardly fault her for that." No, I supposed we couldn't. Especially given that Cassandra had done the exact same thing. Fled from the Ursa King's control to find refuge within these very walls. Still, the timing felt almost too perfect. Cassandra arrives carrying Dristan's child, then Samara appears, seeking escape from her brother just as supernatural fires begin consuming vampires across Europe. Coincidence? My instincts, which were already screaming, started howling. Chapter 6. Samara, the Key. Devereux Manor loomed before her in the gathering darkness, its ancient stones bearing witness to centuries of witchcraft and power. 20 years of life felt like nothing compared to the manor's enduring presence, a mere heartbeat in the long history of the bloodline that had shaped it stone by stone, spell by spell. And yet here she was, about to add another lie to the tangled web she'd woven. The car idled at the gates, her driver waiting patiently while Samara sat frozen in the back seat, staring at the manor's warm windows. Somewhere inside those walls, Juliet Devereux moved through her evening routines, completely unaware that months ago Samara had betrayed her trust in the worst possible way. "Just this once, Sam," Nick's voice echoed in her memory, honeyed and persuasive in a way that should have warned her. "I need to understand the curse. Willem's grimoire might hold the key to breaking it." She'd believed him. Gods help her. She'd actually believed stealing a centuries-old book of dark magic from under the Grand Witch's nose was somehow an act of love. Her fingers found the familiar weight in her jacket pocket, the key to the drawer where Nick kept it in his office. A reminder of how easily she'd let herself be manipulated. No, That wasn't fair to Nick. He hadn't been himself when he'd asked. The grimoire's influence had already begun its insidious work, changing him in ways so subtle she'd almost missed them. The way his eyes would go distant mid-conversation. The cold calculation that crept into his voice when he spoke of his enemies. The possessiveness that had started as protectiveness, but had slowly twisted darker. Willem Draken's curse wasn't just about dragonfire and ancient feuds. It was about control, obsession, the kind of consuming love that destroyed everything it touched. And now, watching that same darkness seep into the man she loved, she was terrified. "Miss Alexieva?" Her driver's voice snapped her out of it. "Shall I announce you?" "Yes," she said, though her voice came out smaller than intended. She cleared her throat, summoning the poise that had been drilled into her since childhood. Alexeyev women did not show weakness. "Yes, please." The gate swung open, and the car rolled up the circular drive. John stood waiting at the entrance, his face unreadable, though she thought she detected a flicker of disapproval when his gaze met hers. He knew. Somehow, someway, Juliet's uncannily perceptive house manager knew she was hiding something. "Miss Alexieva," he said with a slight bow as she emerged from the car. "Welcome back to Devereux Manor. Madame Juliet is expecting you." Expecting you. The word sent a fresh wave of guilt through her, because that was the other lie. She'd told Juliet she needed to escape Gavriel's overbearing control, that she required sanctuary from her brother's suffocating protection. Complete fabrication. Gavriel was happier than she'd ever seen him, completely absorbed in his reunion with Luciana. The bond between them was so intense, it made her teeth ache. Pure, uncomplicated joy she'd once believed she and Nick would share. They didn't need space from her. They barely noticed she existed anymore, so wrapped up in rediscovering each other. Which should have been perfect, should have given her all the freedom she'd supposedly craved. Instead, she found herself here, spinning more lies, because the truth was too terrible to speak aloud. "I stole from you. I betrayed your trust. And now I'm terrified of what I've unleashed." John led her through the familiar halls. She couldn't help but notice the subtle changes since her last visit. More wards woven into the doorframes, protective sigils hidden in the decorative moulding, the faint shimmer of magic that spoke of a house preparing for siege. Something had happened, beyond the usual supernatural drama. "Miss Alexieva." John stopped outside the parlour, his tone formal but his eyes sharp. "Before you enter, I should inform you that there have been developments. Madame Cassandra arrived unexpectedly this evening, and Master Ivan is preparing to depart for Venice." Her eyebrows rose. She hadn't expected a full house. "Cassandra is here?" "Madame Juliet will explain." John opened the door. Samara stepped into the warm parlour, and at once every pair of eyes settled on her. Juliet stood by the window, her violet gaze shamelessly assessing. Ivan lounged near the fireplace, all vampiric elegance and barely concealed suspicion. "Samara!" Juliet crossed to her with genuine warmth. It only made the guilt cut deeper. "I'm so glad you're here. Are you all right, ma chérie?" The endearment nearly broke her. "Don't call me that. Don't be kind to me. I don't deserve it." "I am," she managed, returning the embrace while her mind screamed confessions she couldn't voice. "Thank you for letting me stay." "Nonsense." Juliet pulled back, studying her face with those two knowing eyes. "You're always welcome here. How is your brother? And Luciana?" "They're wonderful," she said honestly. "Totally absorbed in each other. It's beautiful to see, actually. This must be the happiest I've ever seen Gavriel. Since Luciana's death. Since grief had twisted him into the controlling, manipulative version of himself that had bound Cassandra against her will. The how of Luciana's return remained a mystery, one that gnawed at Samara despite her best efforts to dismiss it. People didn't simply come back from the dead, not without a price. But Gavriel had been tight-lipped about the details, deflecting her questions. And Luciana herself seemed different. Not wrong, exactly, but changed in ways Samara's witchy gift couldn't quite pin down. Did Juliet know how Luciana had returned? The thought sent curiosity threading through the guilt already churning in her stomach. I'm glad, Juliet said softly, relief colouring her voice. Well, Ivan said from his position by the fire, his tone carrying that edge of sarcasm that seemed permanently affixed to his personality. Now that we're all properly reunited, perhaps someone should catch our new houseguest up on the current crisis. Or were we planning to let her discover the charred vampire upstairs on her own? Ivan, Juliet chided, though a smile played at her lips. Charred vampire? Samara repeated. Ivan's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Oh, didn't John mention? We've had quite an eventful evening. Spontaneous combustion, ancient vampire conspiracies, the usual Tuesday fare. It's Saturday, Juliet corrected. Is it? He waved a dismissive hand. Time loses all meaning when one is immortal and perpetually annoyed. Despite the tension coiling in her stomach, a smile tugged at her lips. Ivan's relentless sarcasm was oddly comforting. He wielded humour like a shield against the darkness that constantly threatened to consume them all. We believe the Sati Mangiatori have begun targeting vampires across Europe, Juliet explained, guiding Samara to the settee. Fires that burn from the inside out. Dristan went to Venice to investigate, and tonight one of Ivan's friends was attacked here in Paris. Rohan, Ivan added, his casual tone not quite masking the tension in his shoulders. My therapist, as it happens. Apparently, even my mental health professional isn't safe from ancient purist death cults. You have a therapist, and he's also a vampire. The words slipped out before Samara could stop them. Yeah. Well, he wasn't going to discuss my issues with a mortal, was he? Ivan's eyebrow arched. The ethics alone would be staggering. Ivan saved him, Juliet said, shooting him a look that managed to convey both exasperation and affection. Gave him the sauce. He's upstairs healing, though the process is unpleasant to witness. Samara's mind raced. Ancient vampires, purges, fires consuming immortals from within. And Nick, back in Amsterdam, increasingly isolated and paranoid, the grimoire's darkness seeping deeper with each passing day. Does Nicholas know? She asked quietly. About the attacks? We've sent word to all the major supernatural houses, Juliet said, though whether they'll heed the warning. She trailed off with a delicate shrug. Samara's fingers found the key in her pocket again, that small piece of metal that represented such massive betrayal. She should tell them. Should confess what she'd done, warn them that Willem Draken's grimoire was loose in the world. But the words stuck in her throat like shards of glass. You look exhausted, ma chérie, Juliet said gently, her hand finding Samara's. Why don't you get settled in your room? We can catch you up on everything in the morning. And on that note, Ivan interjected, pushing off from the fireplace. I should be going. Venice won't investigate itself, and Dristan is undoubtedly getting himself into trouble as we speak. Wait, you're leaving now? Samara asked, surprised by the pang of disappointment. She hated to admit it, but Ivan's presence steadied her, sharp edges and all. The old man doesn't know I'm coming, Ivan said with a predatory smile that showed the tips of his fangs. I do so enjoy surprising him, keeps him on his toes. Juliet moved to stand beside him. The look that passed between them was infinite, history and intimacy woven into a single glance. I'm off, my love. He pulled her close, savouring her warmth against his eternal cold. I'll be back before you know it, he purred, gliding his fingers through her wavy red hair. Be careful, Juliet said softly, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. It's only Venice, Ivan said. What could possibly go wrong? The words hung in the air, and Samara immediately dreaded them. In her brief existence, she'd learned that asking what could go wrong was the universe's favourite invitation for disaster. Samara looked away, giving them privacy. Her gaze drifted to the windows, where Paris glittered in the distance, beautiful and oblivious to the darkness gathering in its ancient streets. Somewhere out there, Nick prowled the halls of Drakenhaven, the grimoire's poison festering in his dragon heart even now. Somewhere, the Sati Mangiatori prepared their next attack. Somewhere, the threads of fate were pulling tighter, drawing them all toward a confrontation none of them could yet see. And here she sat, keeping secrets that might doom them all. I have to fix this, she thought desperately. I must find a way to break Willem's hold before it's too late. That was why she was really here, not to escape Gavriel's control. He barely noticed her existence these days. She'd come to Devereux Manor because if anyone understood the dangers of Willem Draken's magic, it was Juliet. The Grand Witch had been married to the man for centuries, had witnessed firsthand what his obsession could do. Hidden in this manor's vast library, in Juliet's carefully guarded knowledge, there had to be an answer. A counterspell, a way to sever the grimoire's influence without destroying the man she loved. She just had to find it before Nick was lost completely. Samara. Juliet's voice broke through her darkening thoughts. Are you all right, ma chérie? You've gone pale. She forced a smile. Just tired. It's been a long day. Of course. Juliet's expression softened with understanding. John will show you to your room. Rest well. John appeared at the doorway, and Samara followed him up the grand staircase past wards that hummed with protective magic. They passed Cassandra's old room, and she heard soft movements from within. So she'd sought refuge here too. 6 months pregnant now, Samara remembered the Yule dinner at Draken Manor when Cassandra's power had spiraled out of control, chandeliers shattering, magic crackling like a living thing. The child she carried wasn't just impossible, it was powerful, dangerously so. Her room was exactly as she'd imagined, the famous blue room with its delicate French furnishings and windows overlooking the garden. John had already brought up her luggage. If you require anything, Miss Alexieva, he said from the doorway, please don't hesitate to ring. Thank you, John. She turned to face him, and for a moment their gazes held. In his dark eyes, she saw knowledge, judgment, understanding perhaps of the burdens people carried when they loved unwisely. The manor's protections are strongest at night, he said. The wards will hold against almost anything. As long as you remain within these walls, you are safe. The emphasis on those last words was subtle, but unmistakable. As long as you remain within these walls. I understand, she whispered. He nodded once and withdrew, closing the door with a soft click that sounded final. Samara stood frozen, listening to his footsteps fade. Only when silence settled did she move, crossing to the door and turning the lock with trembling fingers. The click echoed like a gunshot. She pulled the key from her pocket first, that small piece of metal that had haunted her for months. It gleamed in the lamplight, innocent and damning all at once. The key to Nick's desk drawer, where the grimoire had lain hidden, but the drawer in Draken Manor's study was empty now. Samara turned to her largest suitcase, the vintage leather piece that had belonged to her grandmother. Her hands shook as she knelt beside it, working the combination lock. The latches sprang open with soft metallic snaps. Beneath layers of carefully folded clothes, wrapped in black silk to hide it from casual inspection, lay Willem Draken's dark grimoire. Even through the fabric, she could feel its presence, a cold, hungry thing that pulsed with its own malevolent heartbeat. The air around it felt thicker, harder to breathe. She'd taken it the night Nick had been summoned to Drakenhaven. His family's urgent call had come without warning, some crisis that required his immediate presence. He'd left in such haste, so consumed by dragon politics, that he'd forgotten the grimoire entirely. And Samara had seized her chance. Not to return it to Juliet, though she knew that was what she should have done. Not to confess her betrayal. No, she'd brought it here for one purpose only. She was going to break Willem's hold on Nick, going to find the counterspell hidden somewhere in this cursed book or in the vast Devereux library. And once she'd freed the man she loved from centuries of accumulated malice and obsession, she would destroy the grimoire, burn it, tear it apart, scatter its ashes to the four winds. Whatever it took to ensure Willem Draken's poison could never touch another soul. Her fingers hovered over the silk wrapping, and the grimoire's dark energy reached for her like a lover's caress. Seductive, promising power and answers, and everything she desperately sought. Open me, it whispered. All the answers you need are written in my pages. Against her better judgment, she drew back a corner of the silk, then lifted the cover. Just enough to see the first page of the passage she'd marked weeks ago, the severing incantation, the one she was almost certain would work. Almost. There it was, buried in the second stanza, in Willem's cramped archaic script, a requirement she'd glossed over the first time, then the second, because acknowledging it meant accepting the unacceptable. She couldn't do this alone. The grimoire needed an anchor, a blood catalyst, witch's blood, old blood, blood with centuries of accumulated power behind it. Not bare blood, not the thin witchcraft she'd inherited from her mother's distant Siberian line. Devereaux blood. Samara pulled the silk back over the book, closed the suitcase, spun the lock. She would find another way. Cold determination settled into her bones. Love made monsters of them all eventually. She just hoped she'd burn the grimoire before it finished making one of her. Chapter 7. Elisa. Fireworks. Savoy Hotel, London, England. The champagne caught the light from 100 crystal chandeliers as Elisa raised her glass to the panoramic window. Below, the Thames glittered like a black ribbon strung with precious gems. The London eye turned slowly against the night sky, its capsules lit in shifting emerald, sapphire, amber. She'd invested years living in remote lands, exhausted by her frivolous existence. But standing here now, draped in white Dolce & Gabbana silk, diamonds and rubies at her throat blazing with every breath, she had to admit the truth. Luxury was intoxicating. Her reflection ghosted in the glass, pale skin, dark hair swept into an elegant twist, the timeless beauty that had turned heads across centuries. A shadow from her past, yet somehow more vivid than ever. She lifted her glass in a silent toast. To slipping into London's crème de la crème like shadow into darkness. To making it look effortless. "Are you enjoying the party?" The voice poured over her like warm honey. She turned just enough to catch him in her peripheral vision. Charcoal tuxedo, crisp white shirt, tailoring that whispered old money. But it was his eyes that made her turn fully, magnetic light brown framed by thick dark lashes. "Rashid," she said, his name a caress. "You've outdone yourself this time." Rashid Al Saeed, single heir to one of Dubai's largest fortunes outside the royal family. 26 years old and easily the most desirable bachelor in the room. Every woman here would have killed for even 5 minutes of his attention, and he'd barely looked away from her all evening. "Anything to please you," he murmured, raising his champagne flute. The crystal chimed as it met hers, a pure note cutting through the party's ambient noise. "I said I dreamed of a proper introduction to London society." She let a playful smile curve her lips. "But this is more than I had in mind." "I'm glad you approve." His gaze held hers with an intensity that would have made a mortal woman blush. She gestured at his glass. "I thought you didn't drink." A small transgression, then. Perhaps he really was a naughty boy. "I don't." He shrugged, the movement elegant under his perfectly tailored jacket. "This is the finest apple cider you'll ever find." Elisa bit back a laugh, charming to be sure. And that purity would be his doom. Who better to prove it than her? "Rashid." A man materialized at his elbow, leaning close. "There's a problem with your cousin, Abdul." "Not again," Rashid muttered, setting his glass on a nearby table with obvious reluctance. "Excuse me, my dear. I must take care of this." "Of course, darling." Elisa took a measured sip. The champagne fizzed pleasantly against her throat. Delightful, but nothing more. She turned to find a server, hand extended, and crashed into someone's chest. Her clutch tumbled. Champagne sloshed dangerously close to her white silk gown. "Careful there," she snapped. Personal space. Some mortals had no concept of it. "Sorry about that." The man was already kneeling, retrieving her clutch with unexpected grace. From above, all she could see was ashen blonde hair tied in a low knot at his nape. White dinner jacket, James Bond elegant, standing out among the sea of traditional black tuxedos. This was a man who either had impeccable taste or no fear of standing out. Probably both. "Your bag, miss." American accent. He looked up. Blue eyes, ocean blue, the exact shade of the Mediterranean at noon, slammed into her and shook her through and through. Her breath caught. The champagne flute trembled in her hands, and she clasped both palms around it to hide the tremor. No, it couldn't be. Philip Blackwell? The words escaped as barely more than a whisper. A smile broke across his face, devastating and familiar. He rose to his full height, tall, well-built, that same irresistible beauty she remembered. Elisa Lockhart. His gaze swept from her jeweled throat down the white silk and back up again, lingering just long enough to make her skin prickle. A dimple pierced his cheek as the smile shifted into a provocative smirk. Well, I'll be damned. Her heart, her old, supposedly dead heart, skipped a beat. Aren't we all? She managed, desperate to sound casual. She took another sip of champagne to steady herself. What are you doing here? The question came out sharper than intended. I came for the sights, and, He scratched behind his ear. That nervous tick she remembered, the one that made him seem so endearingly mortal. A mischievous gleam lit those impossible eyes. I ran into some people. You've got friends in London? Damn. Centuries of practiced composure, shattered in seconds. His glance directed her across the room. Not exactly. Elisa followed his gaze to a cluster of women who could have walked off a Victoria's Secret runway. They raised their glasses in his direction, smiles predatory and knowing. Alexander, dear, one of them called, her voice carrying effortlessly over the party noise. Come join us. Elisa's head swung back toward him. Alexander! He turned his back on the women as if they'd ceased to exist. Stepped closer. Close enough that she caught his scent, a clean and masculine fragrance that sent an unwelcome flutter through her chest. It's a long story, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Listen, maybe we could... Red lightning split the sky. The flash filled the room for a heartbeat, painting everything crimson. Elisa turned toward the panoramic windows, champagne forgotten. What on earth was that? I have no idea. Philip, Alexander, moved to stand beside her. Their shoulders almost touched. Why was she suddenly all too aware of the space, or lack thereof, between them? Ooh, have the fireworks started? A woman squeezed between them, phone raised, already filming. Beyond the London Eye, a column of white smoke rose into the night sky. Not the graceful trail of pyrotechnics. Too dense, too still. I don't think those were fireworks, Elisa began. The floor bucked beneath them. She grabbed the nearest sofa as the room tilted. Chandeliers swayed like a ship's lanterns in a storm. Crystal chimed against crystal. Someone screamed. Then, silence. A breath. The floor heaved again, violent, merciless, threatening to give way beneath them all. Chaos erupted. The crowd surged toward the walls. Hanging lamps swung in wild arcs. A mirror crashed to the floor, glass exploding across marble. Screams rose in a cacophony of terror. The building groaned like a living thing in pain. Philip! She reached for him through the jostling bodies. Not out of fear for herself. No, it was the sudden need to protect him. I'm here. His hand caught her arm, solid and sure as he emerged from the crowd. The sole contact steadied her. Another flash of red lightning tore through the clouds. The blast followed, a crack that rattled windows in their frames. We're under attack, she breathed. The certainty settled in her bones. This is really happening. We need to get out of here. Philip's fingers laced through hers, his voice cutting through the screaming. Right now! The urgency broke through her shock. She nodded. He pulled her forward, cutting through the panicking crowd with vampire speed and iron determination. His grip was firm, protective. A younger vampire leading an ancient one to safety. The irony wasn't lost on her, but this wasn't the time for pride. Chapter 8. Marianne, her Viking lover. Venice, Italy. His chest, carved from 1,000 years of war and winter, descended like a falling sky. First the heat of him, then the unyielding weight, flattening her breasts until the sensitive peaks dragged across the living runes inked into his skin, each ridge and spiral scraping like hot brands. She had one trembling instant to suck in a breath laced with salt and iron before he surged forward. No warning, no mercy, just the sudden, breathtaking closeness of him. He didn't stop until his hips slammed flush against hers, pinning her to the mattress with the full, crushing force of a god claiming his altar. He drove her to the verge of ecstasy, amid sultry kisses, and the dirtiest words purred into her ear. Words in Old Norse that she didn't understand, but felt in her bones. Ancient promises whispered by a creature who'd walked the earth since the age of Vikings. Marianne's back bowed off the silk, a broken cry tearing from her throat as he held himself there, letting her feel every unforgiving inch of him pulsing inside her. The runes beneath her nails flared hotter, as though his ancient blood recognized her hunger and answered with fire. Slowly, deliberately, he drew back, an agonizing retreat that left her empty and aching, only to crash forward again, harder, deeper, the wet slap of their bodies echoing through the vaulted chamber like a war drum. Each movement was a conquest, each retreat a torment. He set a brutal rhythm, hips snapping with the same relentless intent he once used to split shields and skulls on frozen battlefields. The heavy bed frame groaned beneath them, mahogany protesting as he drove her up the sheets with every savage stroke. Her thighs trembled around his flanks, heels digging into the small of his back, urging him deeper even as the stretch bordered on too much. "Eric!" His name fractured on her tongue as he shifted angle, finding that secret place inside her that shattered her into starlight. A low growl rumbled from his chest in answer, vibrating through her, straight to her core. He seized her wrists in one massive hand, pinning them above her head, stretching her body taut beneath him like an offering. With the other he gripped her throat, not squeezing, just holding, a quiet reminder of who owned every breath she no longer needed. Then he claimed her completely. Long, punishing strokes that ended with his hips grinding against her until a sob tore from her throat unbidden. Short, vicious jabs that punched the air from her lungs, every variation designed to unravel her completely. The pressure coiled low in her belly, white-hot and unbearable. Her fangs ached, fully extended now, dripping with need. She turned her head, lips brushing the inside of his wrist where, beneath the serpent tattoo, an ancient vein beat slow and steady with immortal blood. She wanted it, needed it. The scent alone was driving her mad. Dark, rich, spiced with storms and long-forgotten mead halls. He sensed the shift, the desperate arch of her body toward his pulse, and his grip on her throat tightened in warning. Ice-blue eyes locked on hers, wild and feral, pupils blown wide with lust and something darker. "No," he snarled, voice ragged. "You take what I give, nothing more." The command snapped through her like a whip. She whimpered, hips bucking helplessly as he slammed into her again, until the world narrowed to the slap of flesh, the thunder of her heartbeat in her ears. Pleasure crested, vicious and blinding. She came with a scream that shredded the air, trembling around him, trying to drag him over the edge with her. Eric followed with a guttural roar. The runes across his chest blazed, crimson light flaring beneath the black ink, as his release surged through him, through her, branding her from the inside out. His head fell forward, golden hair falling like a curtain of silk, sweat dripping from his brow onto her heaving breasts, and for a moment he looked exactly like what he claimed to be. A god made flesh to revel in mortal pleasures. He stayed buried inside her, hips jerking with aftershocks, breath soaring in and out of his lungs. Then, slowly, he lowered his weight until she took every ounce of him, crushing her into the mattress, marking her with heat and the lingering echo of 1,000 conquered winters. "Mingija," he growled against her throat, his voice thick with spent desire. "My goddess." Only when the last tremor left his body did he roll to the side, one possessive arm locked around her waist, keeping her in the cradle of his hips. The runes on his skin slowly dimmed, returning to their dormant black, but their heat lingered, seared into her breasts, her thighs, everywhere he had touched her. And still, he denied her his blood. As he slowly relaxed, he closed his eyes, one arm thrown across his face, the tattoos on his forearm shifting with each small movement, a serpent devouring its own tail, the symbol of eternity. Marianne lay still, staring at the ornate ceiling of the Venetian palazzo. He was a sex god, there was no denying it. Eric Bjorn, the skull splitter, the berserker, knew exactly how to make her body sing in ways she'd never imagined. But who knew satisfaction and disappointment could coexist so perfectly? Eric had shown her 1,000 ways to reach the purest ecstasy, and still, he remained distant from her by denying her the one thing that would truly bind them: the blood. Marianne took a deep breath, trying to settle the frustrated hunger coiling in her gut. Her gaze drifted to the balcony and its satin curtains, swaying with the cool evening breeze that carried the scent of canal water and ancient stone. Darkness had settled fully over Venice, only the pale glow of streetlights filtering through the silk. She had grown used to the decay of it: fading buildings touched with mold, crumbling palazzos that echoed former glory, a world of difference from the state's modern steel and glass. But something in the view caught her eye. She slid from the silk sheets, reached her robe from where it lay pooled on the floor, and slipped into it. She'd barely taken a step when Eric's hand closed around her wrist, pinning her in place. "Where are you going?" he demanded gruffly, eyes narrowed, laden with suspicion. "To the balcony." She couldn't keep the edge from her voice. "Is that all right, Your Majesty?" Eric's scowl transformed his handsome features into something harder, more dangerous. "I did not mean it like that," he mumbled, releasing her with visible reluctance. And that was his apology, curt, barely an acknowledgement of overstepping. It came as no surprise. She'd known who he was before she'd committed to following the skull splitter across Europe. The years in his company had gone fast, a blur of passion and violence and the strange contentment she found in his brooding silences. She had never felt such devotion toward anyone, not for Michael, her first mortal love, or her maker, Philip, the vampire who'd given her this eternal hunger with such tenderness, who'd offered her shelter and unconditional love, even as she drifted in and out of his life. With Eric, there was an understanding that required no words. Sometimes they spent entire evenings in silence, he sharpening his axes with methodical calm while she read by candlelight. And it was enough. But somewhere along the way, an undeniable issue had risen between them like a wall of ice. His refusal to share blood, to truly let her in, had become painful and wounding to her. She'd vowed not to mention it, not wanting to disturb the paradise they'd built in this crumbling Venetian palazzo. But the bitterness was eating her alive, one damned bite at a time. Marianne stepped onto the balcony and gripped the weathered stone railing. Darkness had fully claimed the city. The last traces of dusk surrendered to night. Below, the crowds thinned on the fondamenta, their voices dissolving into the stillness of the Venetian evening. Gondoliers called to each other in musical Italian, their songs echoing off ancient walls as they guided their boats home. It had taken her a while to settle into the peaceful rhythm of La Serenissima. She wanted to love it as much as she loved spending her days in Eric's company, wrapped in the strange timelessness that permeated this city of water and stone. The moon was beginning to rise above the crenellations of the old palazzo across the canal, casting its pale luminescence over the rippling waters. Stars emerged overhead, brighter here than in San Francisco, unpolluted by the city's electric glow. Purple streaks spread across the fading clouds like bruises, and among them, smoke? She blinked, her vampire vision sharpening. It was real. A column of white smoke rose into the darkening sky, thick and unnatural. "What's that?" she said, hugging her arms against a sudden chill. Behind her, she heard the rustle of fabric as Eric combed back his golden hair with his fingers. The bed creaked as he sat up. "There's smoke in the sky," she said, unable to tear her gaze away from the ominous plume. "It's coming from San Marco. Must be another of their Christ God rituals." He waved it off, bored by the endless cycle of festivities. She heard him moving, the whisper of denim as he slipped into his jeans. "Doesn't look like it," she added, leaning against the balcony jamb. The smoke rose too straight, too deliberate, and there was an oddness in its colour, not quite white, not quite grey, that made her fangs ache. Eric groaned, a sound of pure masculine reluctance. "All right, I'm coming." He crossed the room, a whole 10 dramatic steps, and when he reached her, he slipped his hand around her waist and drew it to the small of her back, his palm warm against the silk of her robe. The touch was gentle, seductive, an invitation to forget about smoke and danger and come back to bed. His lips landed on her bare shoulder, trailing a path up to the sensitive spot below her ear. "What is it?" he whispered, his breath raising goosebumps along her neck. Her body responded to him even now, desire simmering beneath her skin as it always did. She would have kissed him, surrendered entirely, had her vampiric instincts not been screaming. "There," she said, pointing. "Look." Eric's casual seduction evaporated the moment he followed her gaze. His entire body went rigid against her back. His voice dropped to that dangerous register she'd learned to recognize over years at his side. His brow furrowed, ice-blue eyes narrowing as he assessed the smoke with a warrior's calculation. "That is strange." Marianne turned in his embrace, one eyebrow arched. The look said everything. "You need to investigate this." Within seconds, he read the meaning behind her stare. They'd built this wordless language over years of hunting together, of navigating danger side by side. "No," he said flatly, stepping back from the balcony. "Absolutely not." "You must," she pressed, following him back into the room. "Oh, must I?" His scowl deepened, the tattoos on his bare chest darkening with his mood, the serpents coiling tighter. "Can't you just Google it? We have Wi-Fi, you know." The absurdity of a 1,000-year-old Viking suggesting she Google a potential supernatural threat almost made her laugh. Almost. "We both know there won't be an explanation for it, not a truthful one," she said, crossing her arms. "Either you go and find out what's happened, or I will." A low growl escaped him, rumbling from deep in his chest. A glimpse of the untamed creature that lurked beneath the civilized veneer. The sound raised every hair on her body, but Marianne had never been good at heeding warnings. Eirik reached for his wardrobe with jerky, frustrated movements. He pulled out a shirt, black linen that would blend into shadows, and shrugged into it. For a moment he froze. "Fuck," he muttered, finishing the buttons with preternatural speed. His jaw was clenched so tight she could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. "What is it?" she asked. But he didn't listen, too wrapped in his dark deliberations, whatever conclusions he was drawing clearly disturbing him. The skull splitter rushed toward the door with purpose that bordered on desperation. Marianne followed, her bare feet silent on the cold marble floor. It was only when he reached the doorway that he turned, his large frame filling the exit. An emotion she'd never seen before lived in his eyes. Not fear exactly. Eirik Bjorn did not fear, but the closest thing to it she'd ever witnessed in him. He took a breath, steeling himself, and when he spoke, his voice carried the full weight of his years. "Stay here," he commanded, his hands finding her arms, gripping them with carefully controlled strength. She'd seen his face when he froze. She wasn't staying anywhere. "I will not!" Marianne fastened her robe tighter, chin lifting. They were a team. They hunted together. She had earned her place at his side through blood and cunning, and she would not be left behind. "Marianne, listen to me." His voice dropped into what sounded uncomfortably like pleading, and that more than anything else frightened her. Eirik Bjorn did not plead. He smoothed his hands down her arms. Touch gentle now, almost tender. When he reached her hands, he pressed them between his larger ones. "If I'm right about this, there's a real danger for us all, especially for someone as young as you." The words stung. Not even 20 years in the blood, a fledgling compared to his millennium. But she'd proven herself in countless fights. "I don't care," she insisted, holding his gaze. "I'm coming with you." His expression cracked, frustration, desperation, emotions she couldn't quite name all moving across his face. "For once in your life, will you do as I say?" The words came out rough, almost breaking. Stay indoors until I return. Promise me." The rawness in his voice made her hesitate. This wasn't pride. This was true fear. Not for himself, but for her. Marianne nodded slowly, hating every second of her surrender. Relief broke across his features. He drew his hands over her jawline with infinite gentleness, cradling her face. Then he kissed her, not with passion, but with a tenderness that felt like goodbye. The kiss ended abruptly. He pulled away, already moving, and was swallowed by the darkness beyond the door. Marianne stood in the doorway, fingers touching her lips where the taste of him still lingered, watching the shadows claim the man she loved. And high above Venice, the smoke continued to rise, carrying with it the scent of burning flesh and ancient secrets about to be revealed. Chapter 9. Ivan, where the bourgeois can thrive. Venice, Italy. The heat, the insufferable heat. I hardly remembered the city being so damn warm. Why couldn't Dristan have waited until winter to make his journey to Venice? "Where are you, old man?" I said under my breath, shrugging off my jacket. My fingers slipped between the buttons of my shirt and unfastened the neck as I moved down Santa Lucia's stairs, each step releasing another wave of stifling air trapped beneath the worn stone. Tracing his thoughts had proven useless. Dristan's mind was enclosed and impenetrable, even to my vampiric superpowers. I'd have to go with my gut instinct on this one, and it told me there was but one place where I would find him. A vaporetto glided past, its wake lapping against the weathered foundations of buildings that had outlasted empires. Tourists clustered along the railings, cameras raised against the fading sky. They saw picturesque decay, romantic ruins lit by the golden hour. But I saw what Venice really was, a sinking monument to past glories, drowning by inches in the very lagoon that had birthed its power. Walking these streets took me back centuries, fond memories of my youth, the days of the carnival. I had been mortal back then. Grief and loneliness had drowned my soul, and Venice had been the perfect escape, a soothing balm that washed away my sins in gambling and profanity, in masks and wine, in the anonymity of carnival crowds, where a broken-hearted young man could lose himself and forget. Beyond the small campo where I moved, I found the narrow calle that led to the old palazzo. One turn left, and I arrived at the back entrance, where a rusted gate entwined with thorny trellises stood open, its hinges groaning a warning in the evening breeze. Rattled in my vampiric soul, I pushed the gate and wandered into the old courtyard. The rose bushes had grown wild, their crimson blooms turned black at the edges. Vines crept up the walls like grasping fingers, their tendrils forcing themselves between ancient bricks. I should have taken better care of this property. After all, it had been Dristan's inheritance to me. But I had avoided returning to Venice because it harboured memories I had no desire to breathe life into. Each stone whispered of Elisa, of choices made and prices paid. The door stood open, pitch darkness waiting within. A carpet of dried leaves led me inside, crunching beneath my feet like brittle bones. The air was thick with dust and abandonment, carrying the musty scent of ancient wood and things long forgotten. When I stood at the bottom of the staircase, I looked up. Cobwebs hung on the corners, swaying gently in the draught from the open door. A thick layer of dust covered every surface, the banister, the portrait frames, the elaborate sconces that had once held candles for glittering soirees. "You better be here," I mused, slipping my hands into my pockets. "Otherwise my trip down memory lane has been all for nothing." A floorboard creaked somewhere above, then silence. "It took you long enough," a voice said in my ear. The chill that skittered down my spine was entirely involuntary. I hadn't sensed him approach, hadn't heard even a whisper of movement. Dristan had always possessed that unnerving ability to materialize from shadow as though he'd never been solid at all. I turned slowly, refusing to give him the satisfaction of startling me. "You've been practicing," I mumbled. "Why are we here?" "It seemed fitting," he answered, his voice carrying that peculiar timbre that always reminded me of old cathedral bells, solemn and resonant. For the first time I looked back. He leaned against an armchair covered in dusty linen, the fabric so aged it had taken on the colour of parchment. His silhouette was barely distinguishable from the shadows that clung to him like loyal servants. "This place," I said, sweeping the derelict room with a glance. Peeling wallpaper hung in strips, revealing the naked plaster beneath. A grand mirror on the far wall had cracked down the middle, splitting my reflection into fractured pieces. "Doesn't it bother you?" I frowned, stepping closer. "Why would it?" An air of naivete touched his face. "This palazzo saw the dawn of your awakening into the dark. I cherish that moment, Ivan." His words struck deep within me, a chord I'd long since tried to silence. "Flattery will get you nowhere." I hinted a smile, though of course Dristan's words had met their purpose. The old man knew exactly which strings to pull. Dristan snickered. "Then I suppose I shouldn't mention how glad I am to see you." He pushed off from the armchair, dust particles dancing in the dim light, filtering through the broken shutters. "I suppose you shouldn't." I smiled with my eyes, feeling the familiar warmth of affection I reserved for so few. "Come," he said, extending his arm to embrace me. His movements were fluid, graceful in that way only the very old or very young vampires managed. Dristan somehow embodied both. "Let us step outside of this palazzo and its memories. Let me take you somewhere cleaner, a place where the bourgeois in you can truly thrive." The way he said it, with that slight mockery wrapped in genuine affection, made me chuckle despite myself. I welcomed Dristan's embrace and walked with him to the watergate, where a fashionable speedboat waited. It gleamed incongruously against the ancient stone, all polished wood and chrome, a modern intruder in this realm of decay. The water lapped gently at the moss-covered steps. "Is this yours?" I asked with a frown. Dristan had never been one for ostentatious displays. He cracked a smile. "No, it's not," Dristan said, shrugging, a gesture so casual, so human, that it revealed a glimpse of who he'd been before time had polished away those mortal mannerisms. I rubbed a hand across my brow, failing to smother a laugh. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, defeated by his charm, as I always seemed to be. I had missed him terribly. We hadn't spent enough time together since Dristan's return to my life. Those few weeks in Paris hadn't been nearly enough. I wanted more of my maker, selfishly, like an only child craving attention. "To the heart of Venezia, child." A hand on the boat, he turned with a smile, his hazel eyes catching the dying light. "La Piazza San Marco." Of course. Where else would Dristan take me but to the very soul of this sinking city? The crowd thinned as the evening deepened. The lingering warmth in the air faded, and I welcomed the nautical breeze of the Grand Canal. Gondolas glided past like dark swans, their gondoliers' calls echoing off the ancient facades. Dristan and I found a wonderful lurking spot in the Procuratier Nuove, hunting instincts leading us, as they always did, to the perfect vantage point from which to observe without being seen. The arcaded galleries provided ample shadow, and within minutes we'd had the place to ourselves, save for the pigeons roosting in the eaves above. Across the piazza, the Florian's orchestra had started "Che vuole questa musica stasera," threading through the night air, unhurried and inevitable. "Did you miss it?" I asked, leaning against one of the columns, its marble cool beneath my palm. "I always do," he said, his gaze sweeping across the piazza with what seemed like reverence. "Don't you?" "I'm not sure." I had to be honest. Venice summoned mixed emotions. The beginning of my life as a vampire was too complicated to untangle, and I'd rather not try. These stones remembered too much. "I was near Le Mouton Noir when it happened," I said, steering the conversation towards safer waters. "Did you see it?" he asked, his eyes gleaming, reflecting the gas lamps flickering to life around the square. "Did you witness the explosions?" I shook my head. "It was more than that," I said, and the scene flooded back with unwelcome clarity. "Dristan, I saw one of them burn. I saw the flames burst out of him, charring flesh and muscle and bone." "A painful way to die," he mused, his expression darkening. "Oh, he did not die," I said, straightening. A hint of pride crept into my voice despite myself. My answer confused him. A touch of horror lit his hazel eyes as the lamplight caught them. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He survived the flames? How is that possible? I bit my tongue. I'd spoken too much, and I couldn't take it back now. I gave him the blood, I said. Dristan stepped back as though I'd physically wounded him. You mean, you gave him the source in your veins? Not a question. An accusation wrapped in disbelief. The source. Dristan's relic, entrusted to him by his maker and then passed down to me. A precious vial that carried the first blood, and with it, more power than most vampires would ever know. I had broken my promise to him before, first by drinking from it, then by sharing it with Elisa, and now this. I nodded, unable to meet his eyes. The admission sat between us, thick as the evening mist rolling in from the lagoon. He clasped his hands behind his back and remained silent, his posture rigid as the marble columns surrounding us. The shadows deepened across his face, making him look older, truly old, in a way he rarely permitted. A couple strolled past, laughter echoing off the arcades, oblivious to the two figures standing motionless in the dark. Yes, I deserved his anger. I had disappointed him so many times I'd long since stopped counting. I waited for his scornful words, braced myself for the cutting remarks. But they never came. The silence stretched, uncomfortable and suffocating. What was he waiting for? Some elaborate apology, some justification that would make sense of my recklessness. Do you realize what this means? He said at last, leaning against the nearest column. His fingers traced the fluted marble surface absently, as if seeking comfort in its solidity. The gesture, so unlike him, so vulnerable, unsettled me more than his anger would have. No, I did not know what it meant. Or perhaps I did, and simply refused to acknowledge it. What would you have had me do? I said. Let him burn to ash in the street. Let another of our kind be destroyed by... I paused, choosing my words carefully. By whatever force is hunting us. Dristan's expression shifted, cycling through anger, concern and something else. Calculation, perhaps. The evening breeze picked up, carrying with it the briny scent of the lagoon and the distant sound of water taxis cutting through the canals. You were there, yet no harm came unto you, he murmured, voice barely audible over the cooing of pigeons settling into their roosts above us. You gave him the source, and he was spared. It stopped the extent of the damage, but I fear he's got a long recovery ahead. I shifted my weight, hands sliding into my pockets. The evening had turned cooler, and mortal couples began populating the piazza, young lovers seeking the romance of a Venetian evening, unaware that two immortal beings stood debating matters of life and death mere feet away. Dristan closed his eyes and shook his head, tutting in disapproval. No, Ivan. You haven't yet grasped the full power that the source entails. He paused, and when he opened his eyes again, they held concern and fear. Did you hear anything when you drank it? He asked intently. For a moment I said nothing. The memory surfaced unbidden. The blood of the king, I said quietly, forbidden for a reason. And the promise, live forever, is not the gift it sounds like. His eyes held mine. Your friend didn't simply survive the flames. He was remade by something that predates every vampire bloodline walking this earth. The blood of the ancient, Ivan. That is what flows in your veins. That is what you gave away. He turned his back to the piazza. His thumb moved once along his jaw, tracing the line of his beard, and then his eyes found mine. There are 12 wells of power hidden across the world, scattered since long before Rome, before most things mortals consider ancient. Each well is a sacred vessel, a grail that contains the blood of the ancient in its pure form. Few vampires in living memory have drunk directly from a well. Eirik Bjorn is one of them. The moment that blood passed his lips, it became what you know as the source. A diluted version, I murmured. Dristan nodded slowly. Passed through flesh and time, and a vial I should never have left unguarded. Powerful, yes, but do not confuse the blood that remade you with what flows in Eirik's veins. He pursed his lips. Your friend is forever changed. And so, I fear, is whatever hunts us, now that they know what you carry. That last bit should have haunted me, but it was another phrase that stuck with me instead, lingering in the air like a curse. Forever changed. For the first time since I'd known Dristan, I genuinely doubted the truth in his words. He'd not seen Rohan's skin, charred and shrunken to the bone, flesh peeling away in blackened strips. But I would not argue with him. Not tonight, at least. "Who did this?" I asked, dreading his response. "We are both standing here, in the middle of the Piazza San Marco," he said, gesturing to the grand square with one elegant hand. The basilica loomed behind him, its Byzantine domes silhouetted against the night sky. "There is your answer." "No." A chill spread through my limbs, colder than any winter wind off the Adriatic. "That cannot be. Bianchi destroyed them, all of them. He said so before." The past rose, sharp and brutal, Rinaldo Bianchi's final moments, his plea for me to end his unlife, and when I'd refused him, his vow to end mine instead. "Before I ripped his head apart?" Dristan gave me a sideways glance, an unreadable emotion surfacing on his features. "Pity?" "No." The corner of his lips curled. Was he enjoying the memory of killing my old swordmaster? Savouring it, the way he savoured everything he'd outlived? "I take no pride in saying it," he remarked. Had he read my thoughts? How could he? "But he's dead now, and I made sure he could never come back." He paused, allowing the words to sink in. "Bianchi was a lying bastard, Ivan. Whatever claims he made to you were manufactured, crafted to lead you exactly where he wanted." I leaned against the column, hands pressed flat against its cool surface, as if it could anchor me to reality. The piazza tilted slightly. Perhaps even vampires could feel dizzy. "So, the Sarti Mangiatori," I whispered, the name tasting like ash on my tongue. "They're still active." "Not just active." Dristan's voice dropped, forcing me to lean closer. "Thriving, growing. And now they know what you carry in your veins, the same blood that saved your friend from their flames." "I've made myself a target," I said, the realization settling over me like a shroud. "No, child." Dristan's hand found my shoulder, his grip firm and strangely steadying. "You made yourself a prize." "Dristan, you speak in riddles," I said under my breath, exhausted. "Patience has never been your forte." He sighed. "I'm saying there's only one way to ensure the Sarti Mangiatori are not accountable for the culling of our brethren." "Don't say it, Dristan. Don't you dare say it. We must return to Poveglia." "Fuck, I knew it." The words came out harsher than intended, echoing off the stones. Nothing repelled me more than the thought of returning to that accursed island, that repository of death and madness, its very soil saturated with centuries of plague victims' ash. "Dristan, let the dead be dead. This entire pursuit is folly." "I did not ask you to come," he said with that infuriatingly patient tone. "I can do this on my own." "I can't let you go there by yourself, and you know it," I muttered, furious to have tangled myself in this mess. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't care for your well-being." There it was, my admission, raw and uncomfortably honest. "I guess that's a compliment." He raised his brow, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Your way of saying how much you've missed me." Cornered, I folded my arms, studying the worn flagstones beneath my feet, stones polished smooth by countless footsteps over countless years. Dristan cracked a smile. "Stay in Venice." "At the house?" I said, already resenting it. "At your house." He studied me with those penetrating hazel eyes, taking in my rumpled shirt, my loosened collar, the dust still clinging to my jacket. I scowled. "Dristan, I haven't leased a house here." "But you will," he said, his certainty absolute. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets and stretched his lips, the picture of casual confidence. "And as soon as you do, I will find you." Of course he would. Dristan always did. "Well, I guess that's settled then," I mumbled, cynical as ever. The resignation in my voice was all but tangible. This was how it always went with him. He decided, and I followed, drawn along by bonds of blood, and something deeper I refuse to examine too closely. "There will be time for you and me when this is over," he assured me, his tone softer. He stepped closer, until I could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, 1,000 years etched into flesh that refused to age. "I've missed you as well." The confession caught me off guard. When I looked up, he'd already turned on his heel. His footsteps were silent against the stone, a predator's gait. I followed him as far as the edge of the arcade. "Dristan." He paused but didn't turn, the lagoon opening up before him beyond the campanile, the speedboat waiting at the molo below. "What are we really looking for on Poveglia?" I asked. "What's so important that we'd return to that godforsaken place?" For a long moment, he stood perfectly still. The water lapped against the stone steps. In the distance, a church bell tolled. "Proof," he said simply. "Proof that what Bianchi told you was only half the lie." Before I could press for more, he'd descended to the waiting boat. The engine purred to life, a modern growl in this ancient city, and within moments he was cutting through the dark water, leaving me standing alone in the piazza. I remained there, watching the canal traffic thin as the night deepened. Around me, Venice settled into its nocturnal rhythms, the city of masks, of secrets, of beautiful decay. A city that had always understood that some things were better left buried. And yet here we were, about to dig up graves that should have stayed closed. "What have you gotten me into this time, old man?" I pulled out my phone and began searching for available properties to lease. If I was going to do this, and apparently I was, I'd need a proper base of operations, something private, secure. Far enough from Poveglia that I could pretend, for a few hours, that I wasn't about to return to the island of the damned. Chapter 10. Alexander. War Trenches. London, England. The crowds fled in panic, their numbers divided between those who ran toward the south bank to discover what had happened and those who were wise enough to run in the opposite direction. The sound hit first, a deep, percussive whump that Alexander felt in his chest before his ears registered it. Then came the screams, high and sharp, cutting through the night like shrapnel through flesh. His body moved before his mind caught up, muscle memory overriding decades of civilian existence. His hand shot out, catching Elisa's shoulder and pulling her against the nearest wall, efficient as someone who'd done this 1,000 times before. "Stay low," he said, the words automatic, his voice dropping into that clipped tone he hadn't used since 1918. "Watch for secondary explosions." "Stay low," she echoed, shuddering beneath his grip. "We're not at war." Alexander swept their surroundings, crumbling walls and debris, shifting clouds of dust. "It sure feels like it," he said, gently pressing her back. The crowd surged past them in waves of panic, mortals with their limited senses, running blind. Alexander scanned the chaos with different eyes, cataloguing threats, calculating trajectories, identifying choke points in the flow of bodies. Just like Belleau would, just like the Argonne. Another explosion bloomed in the distance, closer this time. Orange fire painted the underbelly of smoke clouds, and the acrid smell hit him a moment later, chemicals and char that made his vampire instincts scream wrong. "Stay close to me, Elisa." His voice carried authority now, the kind that made even immortals obey without question. He'd been 18 when he'd first learned to project that certainty, barely old enough to shave, standing in a trench with boys even younger looking to him for orders. Some of them hadn't made it through the next hour. "We're going the wrong way." Elisa appeared at his elbow with a preternatural speed that still caught him off guard sometimes. She was looking back toward the convoy of police cars and ambulances cutting through the pandemonium, their sirens merging in a discordant symphony of modern warfare. "Trust me," he said under his breath, already moving, his hand finding the small of her back to guide her through the crowd. The touch was automatic, protective, the same gesture he'd used to steer nurses away from incoming fire, to move civilians out of the line of advance. He felt her stiffen slightly under his palm, but she didn't pull away. "We're going the smart way." His eyes never stopped moving, scanning rooftops, windows, shadowed alcoves, looking for the things mortals wouldn't see, the telltale blur of vampire speed, the unnatural stillness of predators among prey. But then, Alexander sensed her resistance. She'd stopped in the middle of the street, a rock in the river of fleeing mortals. He turned, saw her bloodshot eyes, shimmering with withheld tears that caught the light from distant flames. For a moment, the war sounds faded. There was just her face, pale and luminous in the chaos, tears held back by sheer force of will. He'd seen that look before, on soldiers who'd lost their entire unit, on civilians pulled from rubble, on anyone who'd survived when they shouldn't have. "Hey," he whispered, hand moving instinctively to cup her face before he caught himself. His fingers hovered for a heartbeat, then settled on her shoulder instead. "It's okay. We're getting through this." The lie came easily. He'd told it 100 times in the trenches, standing knee-deep in mud and blood, watching boys die while promising them they'd see home again. Sometimes the lie was all you had. Elisa blinked and the tears rolled down her cheeks, carving clean paths through the soot and ash on her skin. "You don't feel it?" she asked, her voice small in a way that made him look away. "What is it?" he said, already moving closer, his body angling to shield her from the jostling crowd. Around them, the city burned and screamed, and somehow they were the only still point in it. Even then, he was aware of the firelight in her dark hair, the way she bit her lower lip when she was trying not to break. Not now. Christ, not now. He took her hands and leaned closer. "We gotta move, sweetheart." The endearment slipped out before he could stop it. "Whatever you're sensing, we get clear first, then we figure it out." But she wasn't listening. Her eyes had gone distant, unfocused. He recognized that look, the 1,000-yard stare. "I can feel them," she whispered. "Burning. All of them. Burning." Alexander's blood went cold. His hand tightened on her shoulder. "Who?" "Elisa. Who's burning?" Her eyes snapped back to his, sharp and desperate. "Vampires. I can feel them. It's like their blood is screaming through me." Another explosion. Closer now. Close enough to sense the pressure wave, taste the char on the air. The building 3 streets over bloomed into flames. Training kicked in hard. He grabbed Elisa, pulled her into the recessed doorway of a shuttered shop, pressing her back against the wall, while he positioned himself at the edge, eyes on the approaches. "How many?" His voice dropped into that sergeant's bark he'd learned in the Argonne. "Elisa, focus. How many hostiles can you sense?" She closed her eyes, her face contorted with concentration and pain. "Dozens, maybe more. They're scattered across the city, but—" Her eyes flew open, wide with horror. "They're hunting us. Systematically. This isn't random." Fuck. All right. His mind raced through options, discarding and reassessing with the speed that had kept him alive through grinding months of mechanized slaughter. "We need cover, assess the situation, then figure out our next move." He scanned the burning street. Churches. Too obvious. Underground stations. Death traps. Then it hit him. "The British Museum," he said, already pulling her in that direction. "Stone construction, multiple exits, defensible. 10 minutes if we move fast." He held her gaze, his hand still on her elbow. "Elisa, can you make it? I need to know if you're going to collapse on me." She straightened, some of that Lockhart steel returning to her spine despite the tears on her cheeks. "I can make it." Good. His thumb brushed once across the inside of her wrist before he released her, a gesture so brief it might have been accidental. "Stay close. We move through the shadows. Avoid main streets. Anything moves wrong, we freeze and assess. Understood?" Elisa met his eyes with an expression he couldn't quite read. "I'm not fragile, Philip," she said softly, the old name slipping out from habit. "I know," he said, "but I'm not losing anyone else tonight. So humor me and follow orders." The ghost of a smile touched her lips despite everything. "Sir, yes, sir." His chest tightened at that. She looked at him like he could protect her, like she trusted him to get them through this alive. He'd failed that trust before, ages ago, when boys under his command had died screaming his name. Not again. Not her. "Move out," he said, and they rushed into the burning London night like soldiers going over the top. A sudden blast shook the ground. Smoke and fire rose above the chimneys ahead. Glass rained down like shrapnel, and Alexander's arm shot out instinctively, pulling Elisa against his chest, shielding her with his body as debris clattered around them. A dusted horde emerged from the street, mortals, their faces blackened with soot and terror, weeping and sobbing. In the distance, screams merged with the crackling of glass crushed underfoot. Alexander cursed his vampiric senses. He couldn't perceive their kin's pain as Elisa did, but he could listen well beyond any mortal's reach, and there was enough suffering to break him. The sound of bones snapping, the wet gurgle of punctured lungs, the high, keening wails of the dying. Every noise an echo of the Argonne, men drowning in their own blood, calling for mothers who would never come. His jaw clenched. His arm tightened around Elisa's shoulders. He was still holding her against him, her back pressed to his chest, his chin nearly resting on her head. Too close, too revealing. But neither of them moved. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice rough, "before the next one hits." The jostling crowd backed against the walls. In the middle of the street, a man in flaming clothes fell to his knees. The fire that enveloped him burned an unnatural blue, and through the flames, he caught sight of bloodshot eyes. "Vampire. Are you seeing this?" he said, unable to look away. His mind catalogued the wrongness of it. Blood drinkers didn't burn like that, not from ordinary fire. This was another thing entirely. "Yes," she said, shuddering as she tugged his arm. Her fingers dug into his sleeve. "Shouldn't we—" He couldn't finish it. Some deep-seated soldier's instinct screamed that you didn't leave men behind, even enemies. Do something? "He's beyond any help now," Elisa said, her voice hard with a grief he didn't yet understand. The crowd dispersed quickly, survival driving them away from the burning thing that had once been a man, until no more than a dozen remained, frozen in horror or morbid fascination. "He's not one of us," a woman's voice behind them, shrill in a frenzy. Alexander turned, ready to intercept, and caught sight of another vampire headed their way. Male, dark-haired, eyes wild with panic, unharmed, running toward them, not away. "Imaginato!" another voice shouted. "Kill him!" The vampire lunged. Sooted hands seized Alexander's shirt and pulled him close, menacing fangs inches from his throat. But the eyes held desperation, not fury, not attack, plea. It happened fast, but time slowed as it always had in combat. The vampire's mouth opening, the crowd's screams, Elisa's sharp intake of breath, his own hand moving to the knife he kept at his belt, habits from another lifetime. He raised his gaze. Elisa appeared above the blood drinker. In one quick move, she leaped onto the vampire's shoulders, pressed both her palms against his temples, and pulled. A sickening crack, vertebrae splitting, tendons snapping, and the vampire went rigid. Not dead, paralyzed. Elisa rode him down as he fell, predator graceful, and Alexander saw her clearly for what she was. Not the refined lady of London drawing rooms, but a killer honed by centuries of survival. Beautiful, some traitorous part of his mind whispered. Deadly and beautiful. She crouched over the fallen vampire, hand reaching for his heart, the killing blow, when Alexander grabbed her. "Wait." His fingers circled her wrist, feeling her pulse hammering beneath his touch. He wasn't attacking. He was running to us, from something worse. Elisa's eyes met his, dark and fathomless in the firelight. For a heartbeat, neither moved, his hand on her wrist, her knee pressed against the paralyzed vampire's chest. The heat of nearby fires making the air shimmer, bright embers drifting between them in the evening air like glittering rubies. The vampire beneath them tried to speak, his jaw working uselessly, vocal cords severed along with his spine. Elisa had been brutally efficient. "We need to keep moving," Alexander said, releasing her wrist. The vampire would heal within seconds. Their survival came first. "Stick to the plan." She hesitated, searching his face for what? Trust? Understanding? Permission? You're in command, she asked. Genuine question. Maybe even relief at having someone else make the decisions. For now, he said roughly, unless you want the job. A tired smile crossed her blood-spattered face as she straightened, stepping away from the fallen vampire. No, she said, pressing a hand to his chest. You keep it, Sergeant. The old rank on her lips did something to him. He'd led men into hell once before, watched them die, sworn he'd never do it again. But Elisa was looking at him like he could keep her safe, and God help him, he was going to try. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into the burning night. Behind them, another explosion lit the sky. Don't look back, he said. We keep moving. He'd learned it long ago. Looking back only got you killed. Chapter 11. Alexander, dating in a bunker. During the apocalypse. The service entrance off Montague Place had given them no trouble. Elisa had seen to that in under 10 seconds, like someone who'd done it before. Many times before, probably. Been meaning to come here since I got to London. Alexander paused at the door, suddenly aware that his hand still held Elisa's. They'd run through the dark streets like that, and he hadn't let go. Neither had she. Hell of a first visit. How long have you been here? Elisa asked, genuine surprise in her voice, as they moved through the great court. The massive glass roof soared above them, geometric panels reflecting the distant fires still burning across the city. His gaze drifted upward, awestruck despite everything. The engineering feat, the moonlight filtering through, casting patterns of shadow and light. Couple of months, he said. But I'm not much for museums. Too many memories in places like this. The Argonne had taught him that history was written in blood, not marble and glass. The reading room loomed at the center like a temple to knowledge that couldn't save anyone when bullets started flying. I figured as much. Elisa gave him a small look that suggested she understood more than he'd said. She moved through the lobby, her torn dress whispering against the polished floor, and wandered into the Egyptian sculpture room. A majestic bust of Ramesses II welcomed her. She stood before it, studying the pharaoh's stone face, ancient and knowing, having witnessed empires rise and fall. Much like the vampires now burning in the streets. Alexander hung back, watching her instead of the sculpture. Blood still stained her face, a smear along her jaw, a spray of droplets across her collarbone above the ruined neckline of her dress. She should have looked frightening. Instead, she looked... Don't finish that thought. I can't believe this is happening, she said, sinking onto a bench against the wall. She lowered her gaze to her dress, the skirt ripped on the side, riding high. This was supposed to be my night out in society, perfectly ruined, just like my dress. The complaint should have sounded absurd. It didn't. Sometimes small losses were easier to mourn than catastrophic ones. I wouldn't worry, he said, entering the gallery. He slipped his hands into his pants pockets, forcing himself to browse the treasures rather than stare at her. His jacket had been discarded somewhere between the burning vampire and here, his white shirt untucked and stained with soot. He stopped in front of her. You make anything look good. The words came out before he could stop them. He shrugged, trying to make the compliment sound casual, but heat crept up his neck. She smiled at that, a real smile. He sat beside her, closer than he should have, and told himself it was just the length of the bench. So, he said, his voice dropping low, I guess I should thank you. For what? She turned to face him, too close. He could see the exact shade of her eyes, the perfect Cupid's bow of her lips. For saving my life back there. He held her gaze, remembering the way she'd moved, lethal and graceful. That vampire was in a frenzy, could have torn my throat out if you hadn't. You would have done the same for me. In a heartbeat. His hand moved before he thought better of it, toward the blood still drying on her jaw. He stopped himself halfway and dropped it back to his thigh. Bad idea. You've got... He gestured vaguely at her face. There's still blood. Probably everywhere, she said, touching her jaw, fingers coming away sticky. Here. He reached up again, committing this time. His thumb brushed along her jawline, wiping away the dried blood with a gentleness that surprised even him. Her skin was cool silk under his touch. He felt her breath catch, or maybe that was his. His hand should have dropped away. The blood was gone. But his palm curved around her face instead, thumb resting against her cheekbone. Her eyes held his, dark and fathomless in the dim museum lighting. Elisa. Her name came out half warning, half plea. Stop this. You're going to regret it. But her hand found his knee, fingertips pressing through the fabric of his pants, and every rational thought scattered. Alexander. The way she said his name made his jaw clench. She leaned in slowly, deliberately, and he watched her do it. His other hand moved to her waist, fingers spreading across the torn fabric, finding bare skin. Skin that shouldn't have been warm because vampires ran cold, but felt like fire under his palm. We shouldn't, he said, but he wasn't pulling away. No, she agreed, but she wasn't moving either. The space between them shrank to nothing. He traced her lower lip with his thumb, mesmerized, and her eyes fluttered closed. Beautiful. She was so damned beautiful it hurt. He leaned in, felt the whisper of her breath against his lips, almost touching. A phone rang. They jerked apart like he'd been shocked, both of them breathing hard. The realization of what almost happened hit him like artillery fire. Christ, what was I thinking? Fuck, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. His other hand lingered at her waist for a beat before he forced it away. Elisa reached for her phone, glanced at the screen. It's Ivan. That landed like a splash of cold water. Reality crashed back. Burning vampires, attacks across London, their kind dying in the streets while he'd been about to. Answer it, he said, his voice steadier than he felt. He stood, putting distance between them before he did something even more stupid, and she answered the call. Ivan, yes, I'm safe. I'm at the British Museum. Alexander crossed to the far side of the gallery, trying to clear his head. But the ghost of her hand lingered on his knee, her skin under his palm. Ivan's voice came through, urgent and concerned, asking what she'd seen, whether she'd been followed, if she was truly secure. Dating in a bunker during the apocalypse, he thought. This is insane. He glanced back at her, watching her talk to Ivan in her ruined dress and blood-stained face. Insane or not, he'd almost kissed her. And damn it all, he wanted to finish what they'd started. Chapter 12, Elisa, Cabadon. Ivan, Elisa said, more shaken and anxious than she'd intended. She cleared her throat. I'm all right. Did you feel it too? Feel what? His voice came sharp through the speaker. Why shouldn't you be all right? The explosions, she said, forcing her voice to steady. It must be on the news by now. Have you not heard? Explosions, he repeated, and she caught the scrape of a chair, footsteps, Ivan moving fast. Elisa, are you in Paris? She frowned, her hand tightening on the phone. I'm in London. There's been an attack near Westminster. I'm safe. I almost kissed Alexander. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome. She pushed it away. Like hell you're safe, Ivan said under his breath. She picked it up, regardless. You cannot stay there. Where else would you have me be? She said, vexed with her controlling little brother, always trying to protect her, always assuming she couldn't handle herself, never mind that she'd just paralyzed a vampire with her bare hands. In Venice, he blurted. With me. Ivan's words hung in the air. She glanced across the gallery, where Alexander stood studying an Egyptian relief with far too much concentration, pretending not to listen. Ivan, you're scaring me. What's going on? This was a targeted attack. Dristan suspects the Sati Mangiatori might have risen. Whatever it is, one thing is certain. We are all in danger, Elisa. I don't know how we're going to stop this, but I know I'll need you. She was speechless. Ivan, the blunt man that he was, had tossed the Shroud Eaters into the conversation as if 3 centuries hadn't transpired since their destruction. The ancient order, the purists who'd hunted emarginatos, impure vampires, with religious fervour. She'd thought them legend, cautionary tales told to fledglings. "Philip is here," she added, not knowing what else to say, using his old name out of habit. "I ran into him at a party and—" "What on earth is he doing there?" he interrupted. Typical Ivan, couldn't let a soul finish a sentence before giving an answer. The memory of Alexander's thumb tracing her lip made her hand tremble slightly. She steadied it. "Never mind that," Ivan continued. "Elisa, you mustn't tell him a thing. Send him back to San Francisco. I don't want him anywhere near this." That tone in Ivan's voice, that old-fashioned authority, irritated her beyond measure. As if Philip, Alexander, couldn't handle himself. As if he hadn't faced down death more times than she could count. But more than authority lay beneath Ivan's tone. Fear. Real, genuine fear. And Ivan didn't scare easily. "I'll try," she said, though she already knew it would be impossible. Alexander had that soldier's look, the one that said he'd follow her into hell if that's where she was going. "But he's stubborn." "He gets that from his maker," Ivan said dryly, and despite everything, Elisa almost smiled. "So will you come?" he pressed. She never had a choice. Not really. Not with Ivan. She would always be bound to him. He was her brother, though their father had screamed otherwise in his cups. Her preternatural sire in the blood, certainly. Her truest love, in whatever complicated way that meant for two souls forged in darkness. "Of course," she said in a low voice, recognizing every level of dominion he held over her. "Do it soon." Ivan hung up. That was her brother, if he truly was. He tended to get imperious whenever threatened, and although she hated it, she understood it, so she let it pass. Elisa slipped the phone away, Ivan's warning still echoing in her ears. Venice. Danger that even Ivan seemed uncertain how to face. The damned Sati Mangiatori. She had never seen one, but they filled her nightmares regardless. Elisa moved to the granite base of a nearby sphinx and leaned against it, closing her eyes. Drew a slow breath. The museum's fragrance of stone and centuries was familiar, steadying, indifferent to the pandemonium burning outside its walls. "Elisa?" Alexander's voice came from a few feet away, careful and unhurried, giving her space. Only when she nodded did he come closer. Wasn't he a darling? And he'd called her sweetheart earlier, hadn't he? "Everything all right?" He settled against the Rosetta Stone's glass case with easy, unconscious grace. The man had the body of a god, she had to admit. He must have been handsome in his mortal days, but the blood had worked wonders with him. His shirt, untucked and ruined, clung in all the wrong places, or perhaps all the right ones. The soot couldn't hide the breadth of his shoulders, the arms corded in muscle, the flat plane of his stomach where the damp fabric pulled taut against skin she had absolutely no business thinking about. 3 centuries, and she still knew exactly what she wanted when she saw it. She saw it now. How terribly inconvenient. Oh, yes. The blood had been generous with him. Absurdly, inconveniently generous. "More than all right," she murmured, and catching herself, cleared her throat. "I mean, the new name. Alexander. I like it." She paused. "Sexy as fuck." He gave her a bashful smile. He actually blushed. Elisa bit her lower lip. The serenity of those ocean blue eyes made honesty feel dangerous. Could she lie to him? Would she follow her brother's instructions? She heaved a sigh. Alexander pushed off the glass case and crossed toward her, and as he did, his scent reached her. Deep and alluring, cedar and cold air. He stopped close. Too close, perhaps. Not close enough. "So, His voice dropped, low and unhurried. "There must be something I can do to show my appreciation." Was he deliberately seducing her? That charming lopsided smile, his lips parting slightly. What would it feel like to close that distance and kiss those silken lips? For what? The nearly saving my life part. "Oh, I'm sure we'll figure that out." She uttered a nervous laugh. How exactly had they reached this point? Racing heartbeat, clammy hands. "Pull yourself together, Elisa." He drew an inch closer. That place that blew up. She straightened abruptly, needing the distance. I wonder if it was a vampire safe house. He pulled out his phone, swiped the screen, scrolled through X. Here. He turned the screen toward her. Is that it? Damn it, she muttered. She took the phone and scrolled, analyzing images until she found the location of the first explosion. Zoomed in. It can't be, she said. What is it? He moved beside her, looking over her shoulder at the screen. His breath landed warm on her neck, shooting lightning through her limbs. Philip Blackwell, Alexander, or whoever you are. You are one sexy bastard and you know it. He made it nearly impossible to concentrate. She turned and handed him the phone. They're both safe houses. Vampire safe houses. Who would do this? He frowned at the screen. I don't know. It broke her heart to lie to him. Say, what was it you felt back there? He asked, slipping the phone into his pocket. When you said you could feel them burning. Death, she said simply. Huh. He let that sit. Will you tell me the story? She asked, pivoting away from the subject. The change of identity. Philip to Alexander. That handsome smile again. Sure, he said, if it helps take your mind off things. He glanced toward the gallery's far end. Walk with me? Yes. She fell into step beside him. I'd like that. It had been the strangest evening, the fanciest dinner party she'd attended in years, then fire and chaos, and a paralyzed vampire in the street. And now this. Walking through the British Museum at midnight with the most interesting blood drinker she'd met in decades. Was this a date? It felt like one. She moved through the gallery with measured steps, heels clicking softly against the polished floor, half listening to Alexander's voice and half watching the shadows between the exhibits. The Rosetta Stone sat in its glass case like a dark sentinel, its ancient hieroglyphs catching the dim security lighting. She stopped before it. Her reflection appeared in the protective glass, pale face, disheveled hair, the ruin of her expensive dress. Behind her, barely visible in the glass's surface, Alexander stood at a careful distance. The set of his shoulders, his hand in his pocket, that soldier's stillness that barely masked the tension in his frame. So, he said, crossing the space between them with careful deliberation. Venice. He heard everything. Of course he'd heard every word. Vampire hearing made secrets impossible at close range. She turned and found herself facing his chest, close enough to see the soot on his shirt, the slow rise and fall as he breathed. Her gaze travelled up, past the strong line of his jaw, the set of his mouth, until their eyes locked. Deep blue meeting hers with an intensity that stole the air from her lungs. His hand moved, palm pressed flat against the glass beside her head. He leaned in, closing the space until she was trapped between the ancient stone and his body. The coolness of him surrounded her, mixed with lingering smoke and night air. Ivan wants me there, she managed. Something is happening, and it's bigger than tonight. The Sati Mangiatori. His jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. She nodded. Ancient vampire hunters. Legend says they killed Imaginatos, impure vampires. Her lips curved in a bitter smile, which, by their standards, is most of us. He found her hand, fingers interlacing with determination. Then we go to Venice, he said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Alexander, you don't have to. Yes, I do. His thumb traced small circles on her palm. You think I'm letting you walk into this alone, after tonight? Ivan specifically said, I don't give a damn what Ivan said. He pressed closer, the glass cool at her back. I'm not leaving you, Elisa. Not now, not when... He stopped, jaw tight, catching himself before saying whatever was on his mind. Not when what? She wanted to ask, but didn't. Couldn't, because she was afraid of what he might say, and even more afraid of what she might say back. Then we should go, she whispered. Book the next flight. Agreed. He didn't move. His forehead dipped lower, nearly touching hers. close enough to count every shade of grey in his blue eyes, close enough to see her own reflection in them. Alexander? I know. His voice dropped to something raw. Bad timing. Terrible timing. But Elisa... His hand lifted from the glass to cup her face, thumb brushing her cheekbone. When this is over, when we're not running for our lives... When this is over, she agreed, leaning into his touch despite every rational thought screaming otherwise. He smiled, rare and beautiful and sad. Then let's make sure we survive long enough to figure out what the hell this is. Her free hand came to rest against his chest, instantly sensing his quickened heartbeat. Deal. They stood there a moment longer, frozen between what was and what could be, surrounded by ancient things that had outlasted empires. A stolen moment before reality crashed. Alexander stepped back, releasing her face but keeping their hands linked. Come on. Let's get you to Venice in one piece. Ivan will kill me if anything happens to you. Ivan will kill you anyway when he finds out you're coming, she pointed out. Then I'll die doing something worthwhile, he said with a grim smile, and led her toward the exit. As they moved through the darkened museum, Elisa couldn't help but wonder if they were walking toward doom or salvation. Probably both. Chapter 13. Ivan. I found you. I hung up the phone, restless knowing Elisa was in danger. Not only had they targeted Le Mouton Noir in Paris, but the underground safe houses in London as well. The significance of it pressed down on me. This wasn't random violence. This was coordinated, calculated. This kind of precision aged in the dark, like vinegar from wine, slow, deliberate, and absolutely lethal. I leaned against the fence of the Colonne de Sant'Odaro, a cool breeze sweeping through the main entrance to the Piazza San Marco. The lagoon stretched before me, dark water reflecting the carnival of lights from the surrounding buildings. Not a soul in sight. A light veil of mist poured in from the water, curling around the bases of lampposts like ghostly fingers. Venice breathed differently at night. The tourists had retreated to their hotels, leaving the city to its older inhabitants. The ones who didn't need daylight, who moved through shadows with purpose older than the stones beneath their feet. I scrolled through the news in silence. Another fire. Another spontaneous combustion. The media was calling it a phenomenon, scientists scrambling to explain the impossible. Terrorist attacks in the heart of London. But I knew better. These weren't accidents or acts of terror, they were vampire executions. I don't like this one bit, I mused. Neither do I, a voice said. I lifted my gaze. A silhouette stood a few feet away, the majestic campanile rising as his backdrop, as proud as he stood, golden hair blowing in the wind, wearing jeans and a casual shirt. The evening's coolness did not touch him. A millennium of violence wrapped in mortal guise. Eirik Bjorn, the skull splitter. I thought I might run into you, I said, slipping the phone into my jacket pocket. You didn't. He hinted a smile, the predatory curve of lips never quite reaching his ice-blue eyes. I found you. And your friend too. Your friend too. The words sat between us like a threat and a promise. You mean Dristan? I asked, moving toward him with careful steps. One didn't approach the skull splitter recklessly, not even after drinking the sauce. How long have you been tracking us? Long enough, he said, his Scandinavian accent barely perceptible after centuries of linguistic adaptation. So you've heard the news? I zipped up my jacket, playing the mortal role to perfection. The chill did nothing to me, but old habits provided useful camouflage. He nodded, beckoning me to join him for a stroll. And who could refuse the skull splitter? His powers were greater than I dared to imagine, source or not. We moved toward the basilica, a pair of youths to the mortal eye, crazy enough to roam at this late hour. The mist thickened around us, swallowing our footsteps, turning the piazza into a scene from a Gothic painting. Gas lamps cast halos of amber light that barely penetrated the fog, and in the distance, water lapped against stone, the eternal heartbeat of Venice. Not only have I heard the news, Ivan. Eric clasped his hands behind his back as we walked. his posture relaxed, but his eyes constantly scanning. A warrior who never truly rested. I witnessed the burning myself. He paused, and the features in his ancient face stiffened. It was disturbing. The word choice struck me. Disturbing. From a vampire who'd earned his epithet by splitting skulls on medieval battlefields, who'd lived through the fall of empires and the rise of nations built on their bones. Where? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. For a long moment, he studied me with eyes that had watched the Vikings raid England, that had witnessed the Crusades and the Black Death, and every horror humanity and the supernatural world had inflicted on each other. Then he nodded once, sharp and decisive. Follow me. We changed direction, moving away from the Grand Piazza and into the labyrinthine back alleys. The mist grew thicker here, clinging to crumbling brick and ancient plaster. Water dripped from somewhere unseen, echoing in the narrow passages. Venice's beauty stripped away to reveal its skeleton, medieval foundations slowly sinking into the lagoon, layer upon layer of history compressing into darkness. Eric moved with confidence, as someone who knew these streets intimately, who'd walked them when they were new. I followed, my senses heightened, tasting the air for threats. The usual sounds of the city at night, distant laughter, the hum of motors, music from late-night bars, all faded away until there was only our footsteps and the omnipresent water. Here, Eric said, stopping before a nondescript door set into a wall covered in peeling plaster. The wood was charred black around the edges, and the air reeked of death. Not the clean death of a body drained of blood. I'd encountered that 1,000 times. This was different. Acrid, chemical, wrong. It coated the back of my throat like oil, made my preternatural senses recoil. With a wave of his hand, the gate swung open. No touch, just will made manifest. Ancient magic or millenary blood, I couldn't tell which. He raised his chin, ushering me inside, self-assured, as if he owned every shadow in this city. Maybe he did. I didn't like it. My stomach turned as I stepped onto a cobblestone path leading into the building's entrails. The stones were slick beneath my feet, moss-covered and treacherous. The narrow passage forced us to move single file, walls pressing close on either side. Water dripped nearby, each drop echoing like a countdown. The air grew colder as we moved, a psychic chill, the sort that came from death and despair soaked into ancient stones. My sole comfort was hearing the skull splitter's steps behind me, and that was hardly reassuring. He could be plotting my destruction for all I knew, leading me into some elaborate trap. There are no friendships in the blood, and if there are, those few are precious. Fragile things that shatter under the weight of centuries. The passage curved, twisted, descended. Brick gave way to older stone, Roman perhaps, or older still. The bones of Venice before Venice existed, when this was just mud and ambition. The walls glistened with moisture, and I could hear it now. Water, closer than before. The lagoon, seeping through cracks in foundations laid when men still believed the world was flat. Downstairs, he whispered. Oh no. I stopped before an iron-forged staircase that descended into darkness so complete it seemed solid. The steps were layered with cobwebs thick as curtains and dust decades old. The webbing stretched across the space like nature's warning tape. Turn back, nothing good waits beyond this point. Oh, fuck no. Dead rats littered every third step, their tiny corpses dried to leather and fur. The stench of rot and decay pierced my nostrils violently as I moved further, each breath coating my throat with the taste of death. This wasn't the clean emptiness of a drained body. This was corruption, wrongness, the smell of things that should have stayed buried. I looked back, defiant as I held Eirik Bjorn's stare, but he was relentless, his pale blue eyes reflecting what little light penetrated this far. No sympathy, no hesitation. Just the cold patience of someone who'd outlived empires. We're almost there, he said, and I wanted to ask where. If that was him being reassuring, how lucky was I? The staircase groaned under our weight despite our preternatural grace. Each step protested, metal grinding against stone, and I half expected the entire structure to collapse and send us plummeting into whatever hell waited below. The descent seemed endless, spiraling down into the earth or beneath the lagoon. I couldn't tell anymore. The sound of water grew louder with each step, not dripping now but lapping, the tide, somewhere close. This house was a Tana Segreta, Eric spoke behind me. A secret hideout for the young ones. A safe house, I murmured, the pieces falling into place. Another sanctuary compromised, another group of vampires who'd thought themselves protected. What was that? He asked. Several vampire safe houses fell in Paris as well, I said, my voice tense. And in London. Driston was right. I stopped the minute we reached the landing. The stench was unbearable, so thick I could taste it, feel it clinging to my skin like oil. I covered my nose with my forearm and threw another menacing look at the skull splitter. This better be worth it. This better be important enough to justify what my senses are screaming at me to flee from. There! He raised a hand with a pointing finger, leading me to the first room in a darkened hallway that stretched into shadow. Even my eyes struggled to penetrate. Fucking hell. I'd been to cemeteries centuries ago, when grave robbers pulled out coffins in plain daylight and no one cared. They removed golden teeth, rings, jeweled earrings, or whatever family heirlooms lay within the dead's final resting place. The coffins were tossed aside, the bodies exposed in all their festering glory, left for the elements and scavengers. Well, this was worse than that hideous smell. And Eirik Bjorn wanted me to enter that room, the source of this rotten stench. The doorway gaped before us. No door, just an opening into darkness that swallowed light. The walls around the frame were scorched, but not from ordinary fire. The burn marks were wrong, spreading inward when they should have spread outward, reaching in patterns that defied physics. Not even the rats made it this far down, I said under my breath, reaching the entrance reluctantly. I entered. I saw. My back slammed against the wall. "Fuck, Bjorn!" I hissed, looking away as a shot of bile hit my palate. "How many bodies can you count?" he asked, unbothered by my squeamish reaction. My knees buckled, my back arched as I fought against the sudden ripple of nausea taking over me. "Too many," I mumbled, stepping back. Had I stepped over one of them? The thought made me sick, and I meant physically ill. It was impossible to tell one charred body from another. The ashes were so dark and so meshed between the corpses. The blast had left no trail on the floor, no signs of an explosion. No accelerant could have caused this. "This is what they've done," he said, cool and detached, moving me aside as he entered. The room beyond had once been a cellar, perhaps a wine storage or smuggler's cache from Venice's merchant days. The floor sloped toward the far wall where an archway stood, partially bricked up, black water gleaming through the remaining gap. A water gate, one of the old secret passages that honeycombed Venice below the surface. But I couldn't focus on escape routes, couldn't focus on the weeping brick walls or the mold or the sound of water lapping against stone. Because on the floor, Christ, on the floor lay the bodies. No, not bodies. Husks, remnants, things that had once been vampires. The bodies, the husks, were blackened like meat left too long on a fire. But this wasn't external burning. The skin had split open in places, revealing the devastation beneath. Bones showed through, bleached white against charred flesh. The fire had consumed them from within, cooking them in their own preternatural essence. But they hadn't died quickly. The contortions told me that. The claw marks on the floor, their hands raised to their chests, throats, faces, as if they'd tried to tear out whatever was destroying them. How long had they suffered? Minutes? Hours? How long did it take for a vampire to burn from the inside out while fully conscious? "Look at the floor," Eric said, his usual detachment cracked by what might have been old grief or older rage. I forced my gaze down, away from the corpses, to the scorched stone beneath them, and there, etched into the rock itself with precision that revealed ritual and intent. Symbols. Geometric patterns that hurt to look at, that shifted and writhed when viewed indirectly. Circles within circles, lines intersecting at angles that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space. and at the center of each pattern, beneath where each body lay, a sigil that burned itself into my retinas, that I knew I'd see every time I closed my eyes from this moment forward. Sati Mangiatori, Eric whispered, and the words felt like a curse. Their signature, their calling card. They want us to know what they've done, want us to fear them. They're back, I mused, horror and disgust rising in me. The skull splitter nodded gravely. And they've brought their old weapons with them. I moved to the nearest body, despite every instinct screaming at me to run. Knelt beside it, forcing myself to examine what had been done. The vampire had been young. I could tell by the bone structure, the way his fangs hadn't fully developed the curve and length of an ancient. Maybe 50 years in the blood. A child by our standards. Someone cared about him once. There was a ring on his finger, the gold partially melted into the charred flesh. A lover's gift, maybe, or a mortal life memento he'd clung to through his transformation. Now he was ash and agony frozen in time. I stood, backed away from those accusing empty sockets. My mind raced. But how? These vampires were inside a safe house, protected, warded. How did the Sati Mangiatori get to them? They didn't have to get in. Eric rose as well, his face grim. The sigils. They're not here by accident. Someone drew them. Someone who had access. The implication tore through me. A traitor. Or a victim who didn't know what they were doing. He moved toward another body. The Sati Mangiatori were always clever. They don't just hunt. They infiltrate, corrupt, turn us against each other. I thought of Elisa and Philip in London, of Dristan somewhere in this city, of Antoine, and all the vampires scattered across Europe who had no idea they were being hunted by an enemy that had spent centuries perfecting the art of extermination. We need to warn everyone, I said. Every vampire, every safe house. It's too late for warnings. Eric's voice was flat, emotionless. This is just the beginning, Ivan. The Sati Mangiatori don't strike and retreat. They're systematic, thorough. By the time we warn everyone, half of them will already be ash. The air pressed down on me, thick with death and ancient hate. I could feel it. The curse of history repeating itself, of old wars reigniting, of the cycle of violence that never truly ended. Then what do we do? Eric turned to face me fully, and in his ice-blue eyes, I found the last thing I'd expected from the legendary skull splitter. Uncertainty. We survive, he said, and we make sure that when they come for us, we're ready to send them back to whatever hell they crawled out of. I looked back at the husks on the floor, young vampires who'd probably never heard of the Sati Mangiatori, who'd thought the old stories were just that. Stories. They had no idea what was coming, no chance to prepare, no chance to fight. That wouldn't be us. I wouldn't let it be us. Suddenly I froze. The air changed first, charged and thickened. My fangs descended on their own. Every preternatural sense I possessed screamed warning. My gaze snapped to Eric. He'd gone still too. Predator tense, head cocked like a wolf catching a scent. The cellar contracted around us, walls closing in. The stone beneath my feet burned, hot enough that it stung through my shoes. Every shadow twisted, every sound amplified, the lap of water like thunder, the settling of stones like bones breaking. Then I saw them, the sigils on the floor, glowing. A dim red pulse barely visible, then brighter, stronger. The geometric patterns blazed crimson, spreading outward in warm waves that made my eyes water. The light pulsed in rhythm with a heartbeat that shouldn't exist, coming from beneath the stone, from the earth itself. Oh, fuck! Bjorn! A sound cracked from above. Sharp, clear, unmistakable. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast, moving with purpose, coming down the stairs we'd just descended. Eric's hand shot out, gripping my arm with crushing strength. We need to leave. Now. His eyes had gone wide, the first time I'd seen genuine alarm on the skull splitter's face. How did they? Now, Ivan! The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by voices chanting in Latin, but the words were wrong, twisted. Sacred phrases inverted into weapons. I could hear the blood rushing in their veins, heartbeats too fast, too warm. Not Sati, human servants. They'd been waiting for someone to discover the bodies, waiting to see who would come. It was not the humans I feared, but the task they were completing. The sigils were already blazing, and we'd walked right into their trap. I had no intention of standing there when their chanting finished the work. "The Watergate," I said, already moving toward the archway. "Can you swim?" Eric asked, dark humor in his tone despite the situation. "I can drown and heal," I replied. "Good enough." We reached the archway. Up close, I noticed the bricks filling it had been placed recently, within the last century at least. Time and water had eroded the mortar. The gap at the top was barely wide enough for a body to squeeze through, and beyond it, black water reflected the faint bioluminescence of algae. The chanting grew closer. Footsteps on the iron stairs, deliberate and unhurried. They knew we were trapped. They thought they had us. "After you," Eric said, gesturing to the gap. I didn't argue. Gripping the damp bricks, I pulled myself up and through the opening, the jagged edges of broken masonry scraping against my back and chest. The moment I cleared the gap, I dropped into water so cold it shocked even my dead nerves. The canal was narrow, barely wider than my arm span. The water was deep, though, and pitch black. The current pulled at me, the tide flowing toward the Grand Canal somewhere in the distance. Above, a sliver of night sky showed between buildings, stars obscured by mist. Eric dropped through the gap a heartbeat later, entering the water with barely a splash. He surfaced beside me, his golden hair plastered to his skull, his face grim. Behind us, through the gap in the bricks, I could hear them entering the cellar, shouts of anger and frustration as they realized we'd escaped. "Swim," Eric commanded. "Follow the current. Don't surface until you reach the Grand Canal." "And you?" His smile was all predator, feral eyes blazing with dark delight. "I'm going to make sure they remember why they feared the skull splitter." Before I could respond, he dove beneath the surface, gliding back toward the Watergate with preternatural speed. I didn't wait to see what he had planned. Taking a breath, I dove and let the current carry me away from that charnel house, away from those twisted symbols and charred corpses, into the dark heart of Venice's secret waterways. But I knew with absolute certainty that I'd never forget what I'd seen in that cellar, and that this was only the beginning. Chapter 14. Ivan. Are you back to being Dorian? 24 hours had passed since the Tana Segreta. 24 hours since those sigils had begun to glow with malevolent crimson light, since Eric and I had barely escaped through the Watergate with the Sati Mangiatore's human servants on our heels. 24 hours, and I still couldn't stop seeing them. The sordid images of so many charred bodies in that derelict room were burned into my retinas. Whether I closed my eyes or not, I saw them, and I had the mighty skull splitter to thank for it. Hunting prey in the Piazza San Marco had been a pleasure of mine centuries ago. Sitting alongside one of the precious cafes, waiting for the perfect victim. The memory rose unbidden. Gaslit evenings when Venice belonged more to shadow than to light, when tourists were fewer and victims more careless. I'd perfected the art then, learned to read the crowd, to identify those who wouldn't be missed or whose disappearance could be explained away. But this time, I wasn't hunting. I was trying to clear my head, to push away the horror of what I'd witnessed in that cellar. The burnt flesh, the twisted bodies, the sigils that pulsed with menacing light. I had already taken my drink for the evening, the adrenaline of the kill coursing through my veins like electricity. My victim had been a German tourist, middle-aged, overweight, the kind whose blood ran thick with beer and sausage. He'd been taking photographs of the basilica when I'd lured him into a side alley with promises of a secret view that tourists never saw. He'd believed me right up until my fangs sank into his carotid. I'd left him propped against a wall, camera still hanging around his neck, just another tourist who'd had one too many and needed to sleep it off. The metallic sweetness still lingered on my tongue, mixing with the salt air blowing in from the lagoon. But even fresh blood couldn't erase the memory of charred corpses and glowing sigils. I sat at my cafe table, nursing a drink that gave me no pleasure, trying to find some semblance of normalcy in the ritual of it, trying to forget, even for a moment, what waited in Venice's shadows. Amid the crowd, a presence drew my attention. It stood out from the horde of tourists like a diamond among glass, impossible to ignore, even if I wanted to look away. A tall man with the body of a Roman god, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, a physique that came from actual labor, not a gym. A man who fitted his clothes too well not to catch the eye of every male and female in his path. Even from across the piazza, I could see heads turning as he moved, that unconscious magnetism radiating from him in waves. A few loose strands of light ashen blonde hair fell across his face, escaping from the low coil at the nape of his neck. His hair was longer now than when I'd last seen him, long enough to tie back, a style that emphasized the sharp masculine planes of his face. He was a vision of understated luxury, a vintage brown leather bomber jacket worn over a pale blue cable-knit pullover, perfectly fitted dark blue jeans that emphasized his long legs, and what looked like expensive suede boots. Haute couture. It was always haute couture with him. The kind of casually expensive look that suggested old money and impeccable taste. I had not expected to discover such a wonderful sight this evening, but I welcomed it gladly. He stopped in front of my table and grabbed the back of a wrought iron chair, the metal scraping against ancient cobblestones as he dragged it swiftly next to me. "You kept me in the dark," he hissed, slipping into the seat. "This isn't the right place or time," I mumbled with a frown, my gaze sliding sideways to take in the mortals surrounding us. Too many ears, even if they couldn't understand the true nature of what we were discussing. A couple 3 tables away, young and in love, completely absorbed in each other. A family of Americans to my left, arguing over their guidebook. An elderly Italian man, reading his newspaper like a religious rite. None of them could hear us. Not really. Vampire voices could be pitched below mortal hearing when needed. But old habits died hard, and centuries of secrecy had taught me caution. "Then you tell me when and where it would be most befitting to have this conversation," Philip shot back, leaning forward, his face inches from mine. His bravado only made him more appealing, that combination of righteous anger and genuine concern that lit him up from within like stained glass catching sun. His eyes narrowed as he added, "How about when we're all dead?" Philip's stern, bleak humour shot gooseflesh up my arms. "Why are you—" I uttered, wide-eyed, shocked that he'd come here at all, that he'd tracked me down, that he was sitting at my table in Venice when I'd specifically sent word to him to go back to San Francisco, to stay safe, away from the growing danger that was consuming Europe one burnt vampire at a time. Wait, I was shocked, and I shouldn't be. This was Philip. Of course he'd defied me. Of course he'd come anyway. When had he ever done what he was told if he disagreed with the order? He was a leader, not a follower. One of the reasons I chose him. "Philip, I no longer go by that name," he cut me off, tone shifting from accusatory to matter-of-fact as he waved his hand dismissively. "Philip is dead, has been for years." "What?" Surprise raised the pitch of my voice before I caught myself and lowered it. "Are you back to being Dorian now?" Dorian had been his mortal name, the one he'd discarded when he'd chosen immortality, when he'd decided to take his rebirth as seriously as he'd once taken his law studies. My Dorian. The soldier I'd saved in a London hospital in 1918, 18 and broken by the Argonne, ravaged by shrapnel that should have killed him. I'd given him just enough blood to heal him and send him back to the world of the living, not realizing a piece of me would always flow in his veins. 6 years later, when I'd found him again in America, I knew fate had brought us together twice for a reason. So I'd given him the choice I'd never had. My finest work, if I was being honest, though I'd never tell him that. Pride was dangerous in the young, even the young who'd been walking this earth for nearly a century. "Nah, too much paperwork." He groaned, a sound between frustration and amusement, and stretched in the chair like a cat in sunlight. His joints popped softly, unnecessary, theatrical, but somehow perfectly him. Sensual creature that he was, how on earth had I parted ways with him? Then again, it had not been by my choice. "I'm going by my middle name nowadays," he added, calling the waiter with a quick hand signal. Talk about confusion. Why was he doing this to me? I hated these identity games, but he seemed to live for them. Names mattered to some vampires. They used them to mark time, to compartmentalize their long existence into manageable chapters. Your middle name? I asked, shaking my head in disbelief. What on earth is that? His gaze cut to mine, stabbing me with a playful glare that was both teasing and vaguely threatening. Really, Ivan, and you call yourself my maker? He teasingly snubbed me, one eyebrow arching with aristocratic disdain. It's Alexander. Blood rushed to my face in a way it hadn't since I was mortal. Dorian, Philip, Alexander. I spread my hands in exasperation, as if measuring the absurdity of it all. Why you change names as easily as changing socks is beyond me, I muttered, genuinely bemused. Listen, he said in sensual confidence, leaning toward me with the appeal of an old lover, close enough that I could see the faint flecks of silver in those ocean blue eyes. We're vampires. We either reinvent ourselves or rot in stagnant waters. His forwardness rattled me, or perhaps I'd grown unaccustomed to it after so long apart. Philip is a perfectly modern name, if you ask me, I mumbled, not knowing what else to say. Must we argue about this? He asked, raising his brow in a way that suggested he was enjoying this far too much. Oh yes, I said, stifling a laugh that almost cracked my mask of exasperation. We must, dear friend, because I've missed our quarrels a great deal. My lips stretched into a warm grin. Alexander smiled, genuine, bright, a smile that could stop traffic. No matter the name he wore, my fledgling remained the same warm-hearted fiend I'd turned nearly a century ago. Un bicchiere di vino rosso, he ordered, his Italian flawless. Grazie. He actually winked at the server, then slipped a bill into the man's pocket with charming grace. Alexander was bolder and sexier than Philip ever was. Or perhaps he'd simply grown into himself over the years, shed the last vestiges of uncertainty that had clung to him in the dawn of his awakening. So, Ivan? Alexander reclined in his chair, that soldier's directness cutting through the moment. I don't know why the hell you'd choose to keep this reunion a secret from me, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm having a lot of fun with this immortality gig, and these sons of bitches are not going to take it away from me. Despite everything, the danger, the fear, the charred body still burning in my mind, the corner of my mouth twitched. That was Alexander. Always had been. Even as that sergeant dying in a hospital bed in 1918, even as Dorian Graham contemplating his academic future, even as Philip Blackwell learning to be a vampire, that fierce determination to live, to fight, to refuse to go gentle into any good night. Who told you? I blurted out. I'd held in the question for too long. About Venice, about the Sati Mangiatori, about any of this. A malicious smirk twisted his lips. Alexander gave me a knowing look, and I knew before he even said it. Oh, that devious fiend! I slammed my hand on the table, rattling the glasses. Couldn't keep her mouth shut, could she? The wine arrived, and Alexander reached for it fast. Leave Elisa out of this, he said with a serene voice, though there was steel underneath. He poured the wine down his throat in one quick swig. The question is, why would you conceal this from me? An accusatory finger pointed my way. Philip. He silenced me with a knowing stare. Alexander. I rolled my eyes back, vexed at the name change even though I understood it, even though it suited him. It's dangerous. Can't you see it? I'm being the nice guy over here. I don't want you to get hurt. You do realize they might destroy me telepathically on a whim, and thousands of miles would make no difference. He smiled charmingly, an expression that had probably gotten him out of trouble more times than I could imagine. Stop it. I paused, knowing I was beaten, knowing I'd been beaten the moment he'd sat down at this table. Fine. You're already here. Guess I'll have to take you along for the ride. You won't regret it, he said, and the corner of his lips curled in the most tantalizing way. There was promise in that smile, and threat, and absolute certainty. He'd survived a world war and nearly a century of immortality. That kind of track record didn't leave room for self-doubt. I sat back, studying him in the lamplight, my beautiful fledgling. I don't know why I'm even surprised, I said. I found you as Dorian Graham sneaking into that campus library after curfew like the insufferable overachiever you were, and I offered you something I'd never been given. A choice. I paused, the memory still vivid after all these years. You chose immortality. Alexander's expression shifted, vulnerability softening his face. He carefully set down his empty wineglass, then met my eyes with an intensity that made me still. No, Ivan, he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. I didn't choose immortality. I frowned, confused. But you said, I chose you. Simple, direct, devastating. Eternity was just the means to an end. I opened my mouth, closed it again. I'd built an entire immortal life on having the right words. None of them came. Alexander smiled, sad and beautiful, and absolutely certain. You saved my life in that hospital. I didn't know it was you, not then. But something in me remembered. When you found me again, when you offered me that choice. He shook his head. I would have followed you into hell itself, Ivan. You offering me heaven was just a bonus. I sat there, my hand frozen on my glass. 3 centuries of existence, a handful of fledglings, and I'd never heard those words, never imagined them. Come, Alexander said, standing and offering his hand, saving me from having to respond. Let me show you where I'm staying. You can process that revelation later, when we're not sitting in the middle of a tourist attraction looking like we're about to either fight or kiss. I took his hand, let him pull me up, and followed him away from the table in stunned silence. The boy I'd saved after the war had become a man who'd chosen me. Not immortality, not power, not eternal youth or supernatural abilities. Me. And I had absolutely no idea what to do with that. Chapter 15. Ivan, I chose you. You've really outdone yourself, I said as I moved up the marble stairway. My lodgings are dismal compared to this. I thought you'd approve, Alexander said, entering the piano nobile's parlour. He paused just inside the doorway, taking in the opulent space in silent bewilderment, the look of someone seeing it all for the first time. The speedboat ride through Venice's dark canals had been mercifully long enough for the café tension to settle. Alexander had piloted us through the water with ease, navigating narrow Rye and ducking under low bridges until we'd arrived at a private watergate. It felt oddly comforting, this collision of worlds. Venice, the city where Dristan had made me, where I'd taken my first kill. And now Alexander was here, my fledgling walking the same stones where I'd learned what it meant to be a monster, past and present, connected by these dark waters. It was mind-blowing, really, how time could fold in on itself like this. All manner of luxuries embellished the ancient palazzo, vintage furniture in astonishing condition, embroidered in the finest golden brocade, multicolored tapestries ornamented the walls, a display of the finest crystal glasses and a water pitcher lay over the marble coffee table. I appreciated these details like no other because I was a merchant's son, after all. I glanced around the parlour, taking in the Murano glass chandelier overhead, the Renaissance paintings on the walls, all originals, the carved walnut furniture that had probably been here since the 17th century. This wasn't some rented apartment. This was old Venetian wealth, born of bloodlines and titles. Whose palazzo is this? I asked, an uneasy feeling taking hold. Someone powerful had given Alexander access to this place, and I didn't like not knowing who. Vittoria Visconti's, Alexander confirmed, settling into a velvet armchair. She offered it when I arrived. Said any fledgling of yours deserved proper accommodations. He smiled, sharp and knowing. I think she was testing me, seeing if I'd accept charity or if I had too much pride. I stiffened slightly at the name. Vittoria Visconti. I'd never met her personally, but legend preceded her. A true millinery vampire, over 1,000 years in the blood. One of the Visconti twins, Vittoria and Bianca, whose names were whispered in the same breath as the oldest of our kind. That she was here in Venice, that she'd taken an interest in Alexander. It couldn't be coincidence. And you accepted? Tactical advantage, he said simply, that soldier's pragmatism showing through. Better to be in her debt and her sight than scrambling for lodgings while hunters are burning our kind to ash. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. All business now. Speaking of which, tell me everything, and don't leave anything out this time. I moved to the window, looking out over the Grand Canal. A vaporetto passed below, its lights fracturing on the dark water. Behind me, Alexander waited, with a stillness that came from spending months in the trenches, from learning that movement before the right moment got men killed. The perfect hunter. The situation calls for immediate action, I began, turning to face him. Perhaps you should consider... I ran my finger along the marble pitcher on the coffee table. The piece was exquisite and flawless. You might want to... Spit it out, Ivan. Alexander's tone was patient but firm. I met his ocean blue eyes. The youngest of our kin are the most vulnerable. You know that, right? Whoever is behind these fires, they're targeting those who can't defend themselves. Fledglings, young blood, anyone without the strength or age to resist whatever dark magic they're using. I am aware, Alexander said. You've been in the blood less than a century. The words came out sharper than I intended. That makes you exactly the target they'd go after. Not ancient enough to have built up defenses, not weak enough to ignore. Just vulnerable. Alexander didn't flinch. And you're suggesting what? That I hide? Run? I'm suggesting, I breathed, my gaze locked on his, that you... I struggled for the right words, the ones that wouldn't sound like an overprotective maker smothering his fledgling. That I... Pardon my mortal coil, Ivan, he said knowingly, bowing his head. I will not drink from the source, even if that means refusing the chance to drink your precious blood one last time. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. His reply stunned me. He'd thought about it then. Anticipated this conversation. How dare he? I don't think you have much of a choice, Alexander. Oh, how odd it seemed to call him by that name, appealing as it was. But I do have a choice, he said, rising from his chair. I saw what the source did to you, Ivan. Don't get me wrong. On you, power is truly befitting. But me... Something vulnerable flickered across his face. I want no part of it. There's enough darkness in me as it is. Darkness? I scoffed, though the word caught in my throat. Alexander was the most beautiful creature ever to have touched the earth. Surely such grace came from a place of light, or at least I like to think so. Were we truly monsters, the stuff that nightmares were made of? I hoped not. You're making it impossible for me to be at ease, I said, that old frustration rising. You have no idea of the danger that surrounds you. We're part of a renegade branch of vampires being hunted by ancient creatures called the Sati Mangiatori. They're burning our kind alive with dark magic. They've already killed dozens across Europe. Alexander's expression shifted, that tactical mind engaging. The spontaneous combustions, he murmured. I heard about them before I left San Francisco. Assumed it was exaggeration, creepypastas. Creepy, what? Forget it. It's not. I stepped away from the window, needing to pace. Just last night, the Skull Splitter and I found a secret cellar. There were bodies, charred beyond recognition. The floors were covered in sigils that glowed with this malevolent light. The memory rose unbidden, and I had to pause. A Tana Segreta, Alexander said. A hidden vampire safe house. Exactly. I did a double take. You know about them? I've done my research. He stood, moving to the sideboard where a decanter of amber liquid sat. Brandy, for show. He poured 2 glasses despite neither of us needing them. Elisa mentioned the Sati Mangiatori, but she was vague on details. Elisa. I accepted the glass he offered, our fingers brushing briefly. I should have known she'd disobey my direct order to keep you out of this. She didn't disobey, Alexander said with a slight smile. You never actually ordered her. You asked. She chose. He took a sip of the brandy, pure theatre, and his gaze locked on mine. Just as I chose to come. Those words landed and stayed, echoing his confession at the cafe. I chose you. I cleared my throat and looked away. Eric Bjorn believes the Sati Mangiatori are working with someone who knows where vampires gather. The attacks are too coordinated, too specific. A traitor, Alexander said. Do you have suspects? Too many and not enough. I set down my untouched glass. Venice has always been neutral ground, but there are old grudges here, ancient feuds. Vittoria Visconti controls most of the supernatural politics in this city, but even she has enemies. Vittoria, Alexander's expression turned thoughtful. When I arrived, she knew who I was before I introduced myself, said she'd been expecting me. He paused. She also said something strange, that I reminded her of someone she'd known a long time ago. I frowned. Did she say who? Nope, she just... He hesitated, as if trying to capture the exact moment. She studied my face for a long time. Too long. Not how vampires usually assess each other. You know, checking for age, power, threat level. This was different. Personal. Those clear eyes met mine, and genuine unease moved through them. Alexander didn't rattle easily. She looked at me like... He shook his head, like she was seeing a ghost. A chill ran down my spine. Vittoria was old. Older than me, certainly. Possibly older than Dristan. If she saw echoes of the past in Alexander's face, that could mean anything. None of the options were comforting. What else did she say? I pressed. He moved to the sideboard, his movements unhurried, as if buying time to choose his words. He studied the wine bottle's label, some Venetian vintage I'd never heard of, before reaching for the crystal glasses. She asked about you, he said. About your relationship with Dristan, whether you'd told me much about your maker's history. He glanced at me. I got the sense she was testing me, seeing what I knew and what I didn't. Vittoria gathering intelligence piece by piece, typical of millinery fiends. And then? Well, Alexander said, pouring wine into 2 crystal glasses. She then told me she's hosting something tomorrow. I raised an eyebrow. Something? A masquerade. He handed me a glass, his eyes holding a glint of amusement. At her palazzo, she sent word this afternoon, formal invitation, gold leaf and everything. An evening of Venetian tradition, she called it. A masquerade, I echoed. In May? Yeah, apparently carnival season is whenever Vittoria decides it is. Alexander crossed to the window. She'd probably argue Venice never needs an excuse for masks and theatre. He wasn't wrong. The city thrived on spectacle regardless of the calendar. She specifically requested our presence, Alexander continued. Yours, mine, Elisa's, Dristan's. I assume Eric Bjorn will be there as well. He paused, glancing back at me. It's not just vampires, though. She's inviting mortals too, Venetian nobility, art collectors, the heavy hitters. When she gave me the invitation, she mentioned she hosts these regularly. Apparently, she's quite the fixture in Venice's social scene. My stomach tightened. A gathering of vampires under the guise of elegant celebration. It had a millinery's signature all over it. Beautiful, controlled, and undoubtedly strategic. Should make for an interesting evening, I said dryly. Yeah, no kidding. Alexander's expression turned wry. We'll all be on our best behaviour with witnesses around. What do you think she's playing at? I asked. Honestly, he turned back to me. I think she's trying to take the measure of everyone before things get serious. The Sati Mangiatori are burning vampires across Europe. We're about to discuss survival strategies. But Vittoria... He paused. Vittoria strikes me as someone who wants to see how we all move around each other first. Who allies with whom? Who can't stand to be in the same room? Political theatre disguised as a party. Exactly. He smiled without humour. Very Venetian, very vampire. I sipped the wine, excellent of course, and considered the implications. A masquerade meant masks, which meant hidden faces, hidden intentions. It meant dancing and proximity, and all the tensions that came with vampires pretending to be civilized. What time? I asked. Sunset. Alexander's expression turned thoughtful. Full formal dress, masks required. She even sent suggestions for costume shops in the city. Of course she did. I couldn't help but smile despite my wariness. It seems nothing Vittoria does is ever halfway. Seems like it. His lips quirked. I mean, given the current situation, a room full of vampires must be dangerous, I finished. Absolutely. Alexander raised his glass in a mock toast. To Venetian intrigue and uncomfortable reunions. To surviving the night without anyone killing anyone else, I countered. Ambitious. But he clinked his glass against mine anyway. As the wine touched my lips, I couldn't shake the feeling that Vittoria's masquerade was less about celebration and more about setting the stage, testing boundaries, seeing who would crack first under the pressure of proximity and old wounds. Tomorrow at dusk, we would all put on masks and pretend to dance. I just hoped we'd all still be standing when the music stopped. Chapter 16. Dristan, a triangle. The phone screen glowed in the darkness, Cassandra's face a beacon of warmth in this city of cold stone and colder memories. You look tired, she said, her voice crackling slightly through the connection. Those stormy eyes, sharp as cut glass, soft as morning mist, studied him with the intensity she reserved for when she knew he was lying. I'm fine, Tesoro, Dristan assured her, keeping his tone light despite the wariness pressing against his chest. Just nostalgic. Venice does that to me. Liar. The word echoed in his mind, in a voice that sounded uncomfortably like Vittoria's. The truth was far more complicated. Venice didn't make him nostalgic. It made him remember. The canals held too many ghosts. Every bridge, every calle whispered with echoes of the man he'd been before. The fallen English nobleman with his pride intact. The servant who'd learned invisibility. The newly made fledgling who'd wished for death more than he'd ever wished for immortality. And he ached. 1,000 years of existence, and he'd never felt this longing. Sharp as a blade between the ribs, relentless as the tide against Venetian foundations. He wanted to be there, in Paris, in their home. Wanted to place his hand against the swell of her belly and feel their child move beneath his palm. Wanted to shield her from every mortal worry, every supernatural threat, every whisper of danger that the Sati Mangiatori represented. Instead, he stood in the ruins of his past, preparing to face his maker after far too long. How are you feeling? He asked, deflecting as he always did when emotions threatened to surface. Any morning sickness still? It's evening sickness now, actually. She smiled, that crooked expression that had first undone him. Samara made me ginger tea. She's been wonderful, Dristan. I'm so grateful she's staying with us. Relief flooded through him, swift and profound. Good. That's very good. 3 formidable witches under one roof. Even the most ambitious vampire would think twice before approaching that house. Juliet, Samara and Cassandra, different generations, different strengths, united in their power. A vampire wouldn't stand a chance. Unless they've found a way to burn us all to ash regardless of wards and protections, whispered the doubt he couldn't quite silence. You're doing that thing, Cassandra said, her voice cutting through his spiraling thoughts. What thing? That thing where you're trying to hide how worried you are by looking stoic and mysterious. She shifted on the screen, adjusting the cushions behind her back. It doesn't work on me. I can feel your emotions even through the phone. Witch, beautiful, infuriating, perfect witch. Ivan arrived, he said, offering her a distraction. Is he staying with you? God, no, he said, injecting false horror into his voice. Can you imagine? Years of carefully cultivated peace, shattered by his constant fretting and French philosophy. He paused, sobering slightly. But, yes, he'll stay close. He's missed me terribly, though he'd sooner burn in sunlight than admit it. The lie came easily. Ivan would stay because he had no choice. Because the Sati Mangiatori were burning vampires across Europe, and scattered targets were easier to eliminate than a unified front. But Cassandra didn't need to know that. didn't need to spend her pregnancy worrying about ancient vampire hunters and millenary blood feuds. "Tell him Rohan sends his regards," she said, and the shift in her tone made him pay attention. "He's healing remarkably well, actually. Better than any of us expected." "The source," he murmured. "Ivan's blood. It's extraordinary, Dristan. Burns that should have taken months to heal are already closing. His skin is regenerating at an impossible rate." She leaned forward slightly, excitement animating her features. "I've been documenting everything." "Are you writing a paper on my fledgling's miraculous blood?" he interrupted, amused despite everything. "Maybe." That mischievous smile again. "Would that bother you?" "Not at all. Just be careful what you publish. The last thing we need is the medical community discovering that vampire blood cures combustion." They talked for a few more minutes. Small things, domestic things, the sort of conversation that felt absurdly normal given the circumstances. She told him about the garden she wanted to plant. He told her about the palazzo's decay, leaving out the parts about blood-stained memories and the ghosts of everyone he'd destroyed or disappointed. "I should let you rest," he said, though ending the call felt like severing a lifeline. "Be safe," she whispered. "Come home to us." Us. The word lodged beneath his sternum. "Always," he promised, and pressed the button that returned the screen to darkness. He put the phone away, and the Scuola Grande di San Rocco rose before him like a monument to Venetian excess, all gilded ceilings and Tintoretto masterpieces, a temple built to impress both God and man. At this hour, past midnight, the building stood empty of tourists. Only shadows moved through the great halls, and one of those shadows was exactly who Dristan had come to meet. He found him in the Sala Terrena, standing before the Annunciation. Eirik Bjorn, the Skull Splitter, the Norse warrior who'd walked this earth for little more than 1,000 years, contemplated the painting with a stillness that only the truly ancient achieved. They'd both been so young once, Dristan thought, young and foolish in their own ways. Eirik freshly divine with the blood of the ancient, Dristan newly awakened and wishing he weren't, and Vittoria caught between them, trying to bridge an unbridgeable gap. "Telling Mary she's about to bear God's child," Eirik said without turning. "Always struck me as the cruelest annunciation. No choice, no consent, just divine will imposed on mortal flesh. Some would say all transformations come without true consent. We're changed by forces beyond our control." Dristan moved to stand beside him, his footsteps echoing against marble. His hazel eyes found the painting, though he'd seen it countless times before. "Philosophical tonight, are we?" "Venice makes me philosophical." Those ice-blue eyes shifted to him, feline and assessing. "Or perhaps it's the company. Your fledgling is every bit as dramatic as you described." Dristan choked a laugh. "Exactly as expected," he said. "Usually Ivan frets, and I play the wise elder vampire who has all the answers." "Do you?" Eirik turned fully, genuine curiosity replacing the philosophical mood. "Have all the answers?" Dristan's smile faded, honesty surfacing in his eyes. Not even close. They stood in silence for a moment, two predators in a building dedicated to saints and salvation. The irony wasn't lost on him. "She'll be there tomorrow," Dristan said, words he'd been avoiding all evening. Eirik went very still. Not composure, but the stillness that preceded either violence or profound emotion. "Vittoria." "Yes. And you think I need, what, a warning, preparation?" His voice carried that edge of Nordic ice. "I've faced armies, Dristan, slaughtered hundreds, split skulls and drank from them while their comrades watched. Your maker doesn't frighten me." She should. The words came out sharper than Dristan had intended. "How long has it been since you last saw her, truly saw her, not just passed in the hallway of some vampire gathering?" The silence stretched long enough that Dristan thought Eirik wouldn't answer. "Too long," Eirik said, and the roughness in his voice made Dristan glance at him sharply. "Centuries. I've avoided her, and she's avoided me." Centuries of carefully maintained distance, of orbiting each other across continents and ages, pretending that what had happened between them hadn't shattered something irreplaceable. Are you ready to face her? Dristan asked. There are wounds that time doesn't... Don't. The word cracked like ice. Don't presume to tell me about wounds, fledgling. The word hit exactly as Eirik had intended. Fledgling. A reminder that no matter how many centuries Dristan had lived, no matter how powerful he'd become, Eirik Bjorn carried source blood in his veins, blood from one of the 12 wells of power that made him fundamentally different, closer to divine. But Dristan had learned long ago not to let Eirik's intimidation tactics work on him. I was there, Dristan said, his voice quieter, more dangerous. During your last quarrel, Vittoria and you. I was there, Eirik. Eirik's head turned, those predatory eyes fixing on him with sudden sharp focus. I know what you said to her. I know what she said to you. I know why you refused to share your blood, why she raged at you like the world was ending. Dristan paused, the memories flooding back. Vittoria's fury, Eirik's cold refusal, the air itself cracking with their mutual hurt. You know nothing, Eirik said, but there was less conviction in it now. I know she made me that night. The confession spilled out, raw and unvarnished. After you left, after you walked away from her for what you both knew would be the last time, she was devastated, furious, lost. Dristan had never told him this, never explained that his very existence was tied to the fracture between them. She found in me another story, another life, but the point is, she turned me in the aftermath of losing you. My making was born from the ashes of what you two had. Eirik had gone utterly still again, but this time it was different. This time, Dristan could glimpse emotion flickering behind those ice-chip eyes, regret, perhaps, or pain buried so deep even millennia couldn't quite dull it. So yes, Dristan continued softly, I know about wounds. I know what it looks like when something breaks that can't be repaired, because I've spent 1,000 years watching my maker carry the grief of what she lost. The painting behind them, Mary receiving news that would change everything, seemed suddenly, painfully appropriate. Why are you telling me this? Eirik's voice had lost its edge, replaced by what might have been exhaustion. Because tomorrow we all gather, the Lockharts, Vittoria, you, me, ancient powers and young vampires, all trying to survive whatever hell the Sati Mangiatori are unleashing. Dristan turned to face him fully. And I need you both functional, not lost in wounds that have never healed. You think it's that simple? That I can just... No, Dristan interrupted. I think it's impossibly complicated. I think you're both carrying scars that go bone deep. I think seeing each other again will hurt in ways you've spent centuries trying to forget. He paused, gentling his voice. But I also think, maybe it's time. Maybe after all these years you both deserve to face what was broken, even if it can't be fixed. You've grown wise, fledgling, Eirik said after a long moment, and this time there was almost affection in the word, or perhaps just meddlesome. I prefer concerned, Dristan said dryly. Call it what you will, but tomorrow... Tomorrow, Eirik interrupted. I'll face her, as I've faced everything else in 1,000 years. He turned back to the painting, but his shoulders had lost some of their rigid tension. With as much grace as a Viking warrior can muster, which, knowing Eirik, could range anywhere from diplomatic to catastrophic. That's all I ask, Dristan said. They stood together in the squalor's golden shadows, two vampires bound by the same woman in different ways. Maker and... what? Not rival, not exactly friend. Something else entirely. She's powerful now, Dristan said, more than she was when you knew her. The great banishment changed her. What we did together, confining the Sati to Pavelia. He let the words trail off, remembering those blood-soaked years. She had to become harder to survive it. She did. And you were there, Eirik said. It wasn't a question. Every step. We fought side by side for centuries, watched each other's backs through hell itself. Dristan met his eyes. She's my maker. I was hers to command. But more than that, she needed someone who wouldn't leave. Someone who would stay when staying meant walking into darkness. Unlike you, Dristan didn't say. But the words hung between them anyway. Tomorrow then, Eirik said. We face the past and the present both. Tomorrow, Dristan agreed, and prayed, to God he no longer believed in, that they'd all survive it. Chapter 17. Ivan, Masquerade 1. Palazzo Visconti, Ca' Rezzonico as mortals called it, rose from the Grand Canal like a jewel box carved from moonlight and marble. Even among Venice's architectural splendours, it commanded attention, a testament to wealth accumulated across centuries, to power that didn't need to announce itself because everyone already knew. We approached the Riva, our gondola bumping gently against the mooring post. I stared up at windows that blazed with golden light. Music drifted down, strings and a harpsichord, refined entertainment that belonged to another lifetime entirely. Second thoughts? Alexander asked beside me, adjusting the black mask that covered the upper half of his face. It suited him, simple, elegant, allowing those ocean blue eyes to remain visible. Too late for that. I accepted the gondolier's hand and stepped onto the slick marble, my mask feeling oddly heavy. It was crimson and gold, elaborate enough to satisfy Vittoria's dress code without being ostentatious. I'd rented it from the shop Alexander had suggested, along with the formal evening wear that made me feel like I was wearing someone else's life. Though I supposed, in a way, I was. The Ivan Lockhart who'd walked these streets 3 centuries ago had never attended gatherings like this. Public ones, most certainly. But merchants' sons received no invitations to private palazzo balls, even during carnival. We watched from the shadows, envying the nobility their effortless grace. Now here I stood, about to enter as a guest, a vampire pretending to be human, pretending to belong. You look fine, Alexander said, reading my hesitation with the ease of someone who'd known me for nearly a century. Better than fine. Very 17th century nobleman. I'm not sure that's a compliment. Take it as one anyway. He straightened his jacket, midnight blue that made his eyes even more striking, and offered his arm. Shall we? I linked my arm through his, grateful for the steadying presence. Together we climbed the water stairs toward the entrance, where liveried servants waited to receive guests. The doors opened, and Venice's elite spilled out in a cascade of sound and light and laughter. Mortals in their finest, dripping with jewels that caught candlelight. Women in gowns that probably cost more than I'd earned in my entire mortal lifetime. Men in tailored evening wear, masks ranging from simple dominoes to elaborate creations of feathers and gilt. And scattered among them, impossible to distinguish at first glance, were the vampires. I felt them rather than saw them, an awareness that came from sharing the same cursed existence. A woman near the grand staircase, her beauty too perfect, her stillness too complete. A man by the windows, whose smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Another couple dancing with movements that were just slightly too graceful to be human. How many do you think? Alexander murmured as we crossed the threshold into a vast entrance hall. Enough! I scanned the crowd, trying to identify which guests carried death in their veins. Vittoria's playing a dangerous game, mixing us like this. Or a brilliant one. He nodded toward a cluster of mortals who seemed utterly entranced by their vampire companions. They don't suspect a thing. We're just eccentric aristocrats who prefer evening gatherings. A server approached, offering champagne from a silver tray. I accepted a glass I had no intention of drinking, using it as a prop. Alexander did the same. Ivan Lockhart! The voice came from behind us, smooth as silk and twice as dangerous. I turned. I had imagined Vittoria Visconti many times. I had imagined her wrongly. She was young, startlingly, almost offensively young, a girl's face, fine-boned and luminous, the sort that belonged to candle-lit salons and marriage negotiations, not to 1,000 years of blood and shadow. Dark hair elaborately styled, threaded with gold chains, though knowing what I'd heard about her, they might well be daggers in disguise. A gown of malachite, cut with a restraint that cost more than extravagance. The mask, gold filigree, serpent-shaped, every scale alive with reflected candlelight, held loosely in one hand at her side, as though she'd removed it specifically for this moment. To let me see her face, to watch the shock register on mine. The slight curve of her lips told me she was not disappointed, and then she looked at me. Dark eyes, still as Venetian water at midnight, and ancient in a way the rest of her had no right to be. The girl's face became a lie the moment those eyes landed on mine. Whatever had once lived behind them, innocence, youth, the girl she'd been before Venice's shadows claimed her, it was long gone. Had been for longer than I'd been alive. I managed a bow that I hoped was appropriate. Lady Visconti, thank you for the invitation. The pleasure is mine. Her gaze shifted to Alexander, and her expression warmed slightly, recognition between acquaintances. Alexander, I trust Palazzo Contarini is treating you well? More than well. Alexander's smile was genuine, though I caught the slight tension in his shoulders. Your hospitality has been extraordinary. I'm glad. A shadow crossed her dark eyes as she studied him. That same look Alexander had described to me, like she was seeing something beyond his face. A ghost, he'd said. You wear the mask well. It suits you. Thank you for the recommendation on where to find it. Of course. She turned back to me and struck me with the full force of her attention. Your maker speaks highly of you, Ivan. Dristan rarely praises anyone so effusively. The casual mention sent a jolt through me. Of course Dristan would know Vittoria. She controlled Venice's supernatural politics, and he'd spent centuries here. But hearing her speak of him so familiarly... He's very private about such things, I said carefully. He is. Her smile suggested she found that amusing. But tonight is for old acquaintances to reconnect. I hope you'll find the evening illuminating. She gestured toward the rooms beyond. Please, enjoy yourselves. There's dancing in the grand salon, conversation in the library, and refreshments throughout, though I suspect you'll find the company more interesting than the champagne. The subtle acknowledgement, she knew we were vampires, knew we wouldn't actually drink, sent a chill down my spine. One more thing, Vittoria added, her focus lingering on me. Your sister is already here. I seated her in the music room. Should you wish to reconnect? Elisa. Of course, Elisa was already here. Thank you, I managed. Vittoria glided away, parting her guests like water around stone. I watched her go, trying to reconcile the elegant woman with the ancient vampire who controlled Venice's supernatural politics, who was powerful enough that even Eric Bjorn respected her territory. Welp, Alexander said. She's terrifying. Utterly. Also, I'm pretty sure she knows exactly who and what everyone in this room is. Undoubtedly. I sipped the champagne, pretended to, and surveyed the gathering with new eyes. This isn't a party, Alexander. It's a chess game. And we're the pieces? Some of us. I thought of Dristan, somewhere in this palazzo, of Eirik, who might arrive at any moment, of Elisa waiting in the music room. Others are definitely players. Music swelled from the grand salon, a waltz, elegant and timeless. Couples moved toward the dance floor, mortals and vampires alike, all of them wearing masks that hid identity, but not intention. Should we find Elisa? Alexander asked. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to delay that reunion as long as possible. My sister and I had barely begun to rebuild what she'd shattered 3 centuries ago. Seeing her here, in Venice, surrounded by ancient vampires, whose connections to each other I didn't fully understand. Not yet, I said. Let's observe first, get the lay of the land. We moved deeper into the palazzo, through rooms that dripped with wealth and history, Baroque furniture that belonged in museums, paintings by masters whose names I recognized from my merchant father's dealings, crystal chandeliers that cast everything in warm golden light. And everywhere, the careful dance of vampire and mortal, predator and prey, all of them pretending this was nothing more than an elegant Venetian evening. I spotted Dristan across the grand salon, deep in conversation with a distinguished older gentleman who was definitely mortal. My maker looked perfectly at ease in his formal wear, his hazel eyes visible above a simple black mask. He caught my gaze, offered the slightest nod, then returned his attention to his companion. He was working, gathering information perhaps, or simply maintaining the facade. "There," Alexander said, nodding toward the music room's entrance. I followed his gaze. Elisa stood framed in the doorway, a vision in deep crimson that made her pale skin seem to glow. Her mask was silver, shaped like a bird taking flight, and it did nothing to hide the predatory grace with which she moved. She was speaking with someone I didn't recognize, a mortal woman, but her attention kept drifting toward the grand salon, toward us. Our eyes met across the crowded space. Even through the masks, even across the distance, I knew she recognized me. How could she not? We'd known each other for over 3 centuries, shared the same blood, walked the same darkness. She smiled. Not warmly, not exactly, but with acknowledgement. I raised my champagne glass in the smallest of salutes. Her smile widened, just a fraction, before she turned back to her companion. "That went well," Alexander observed. "That went neutrally." I set down my untouched champagne on a passing servant's tray. "Which is the best I can hope for with Elisa." The music shifted, the waltz giving way to a slower, more intimate melody. More couples took to the dance floor, and I found myself watching them with a merchant's son's old envy. All those years ago, I'd wanted this, the elegance, the belonging, the ease with which nobility moved through their gilded world. Now I had it, and it felt like wearing someone else's skin. "Dance with me," Alexander said suddenly. I turned to stare at him. "What?" "Dance with me." He grinned, that American irreverence lighting his features. "Come on. When else are we getting the chance to dance in a Venetian palazzo?" "You're insane." "Maybe, but I'm also right." He offered his hand, perfectly serious despite the humor in his eyes. "Besides, everyone's masked. No one will know." He had a point. In this crowd of disguised faces, we could be anyone. And the sight of 2 men dancing together wouldn't raise eyebrows in modern Venice, especially not at a gathering this cosmopolitan. I took his hand. The floor was crowded enough that we blended in easily, just another pair of dancers moving through the music. Alexander led with surprising competence, probably something he'd learned in his mortal life, in those 1920s dance halls he'd mentioned once or twice. "See?" he said as we turned. "Not so terrible." "I never said it was terrible." "You were thinking it very loudly." I couldn't help but smile. "Sometimes I forget how well you know me." 90 years will do that." His features softened. "You saved my life, Ivan. Pulled me from that hospital when I was dying. Gave me eternity. You think I haven't spent that time learning how to read you?" The words settled in my chest, warm and uncomfortable. "I've never regretted it," I said quietly. "Making you. Not once." "I know." His grip tightened slightly. "That's why it doesn't feel like a curse." We danced in silence for a moment, surrounded by strangers in masks, by vampires and mortals pretending to be the same species, by music that belonged to a world we no longer fully inhabited. And then I saw her. Elisa, moving onto the dance floor with a partner I couldn't quite see through the crowd. But I caught a glimpse of dark hair, broad shoulders, a mask of crimson and black. My sister, dancing at a masquerade in our city, her Venice, in a lavish palazzo, like the ones we used to dream of visiting in our days of the Grand Tour. Time folding in on itself again. Past and present colliding. "Ivan?" Alexander's voice pulled me back. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I lied. "Just remembering." "Remembering what?" "Everything." The music swelled toward its crescendo, and I forced myself to focus on the present, on Alexander's steady presence, on the masked faces spinning around us, on the careful dance we were all performing, vampire and mortal, predator and prey, the living and the eternally undead. The melody ended. The dancers applauded politely. "Thank you," I said to Alexander as we stepped off the dance floor. "For what?" for making me forget for a moment that we're surrounded by monsters pretending to be civilized. His laugh was quiet, but genuine. That's what I'm here for, making terrible situations slightly less terrible since 1926. I looked at him, but couldn't find the smile he was asking for. We made our way toward the edge of the Grand Salon, finding a relatively quiet corner near the windows that overlooked the canal. Outside, Venice glittered in the darkness, lanterns reflecting off black water, the distant sound of gondoliers singing for tourists who had no idea what walked among them. "Do you ever miss it?" Alexander asked. "Being mortal?" The question caught me off guard. "Sometimes," I said. "Not the dying part, but the simplicity of it, perhaps. Knowing that things would end, that time mattered because there was so little of it." "Yeah." He stared out at the canal. "Yeah, I miss that too. The urgency. Everything felt more important when I knew I only had maybe 70 years if I was lucky." "You had less than that when I found you." "True." His smile turned wry. "Though I must say, the last 97 years have been significantly more interesting than the 26 I got as a mortal." Before I could respond, a familiar presence shifted at the edge of my awareness. I turned to find Dristan approaching through the crowd, moving with that controlled grace that made him seem to glide rather than walk. His simple mask, black and unadorned, allowed his hazel eyes to remain clearly visible. "Ivan." He nodded to each of us in turn. "And you must be Philip Alexander Blackwell." Alexander's gaze slid to mine. The look said everything. A stranger knew his full name. I did not. I harumphed. "This is my maker, Dristan." "I see you found your way into Vittoria's web," Dristan added. "Is that what this is?" I asked. "A web." "Every gathering is a web, my boy. The question is whether you're the spider or the fly." His gaze drifted across the room, landing on someone I couldn't quite see through the crowd. "Though I suspect most of us are a bit of both." "Comforting," Alexander said dryly. Dristan's lips quirked. "So you're the infamous Philip Blackwell. Ivan has told me so much about you that I feel we've already met." "It's Alexander now," he said, extending his hand. "And I'm sure whatever Ivan told you was greatly exaggerated." "On the contrary," Dristan shook his hand, studying him with open curiosity. "He was remarkably restrained. I had to fill in the gaps myself." I cleared my throat. "Yes, well, this is awkward enough without you two bonding over my signature discretion." "Discretion?" Dristan raised an eyebrow. "My dear boy, you once spent an entire evening telling me about Alexander's opinions on race cars, in excruciating detail." Alexander's grin widened. "Did he mention the time I called the Model T criminally slow?" "Twice, along with your rather passionate defense of why the Marmon was superior to every other automobile on the market." "Well, it was." Alexander's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm reserved for his favorite subject. "Still is, honestly. Speed, engineering, design, the Marmon had it all." "I hate both of you," I muttered. Dristan's expression softened into what might have been fondness as he turned his attention back to me. "Have you seen your sister yet?" "Only from a distance." "Probably for the best. Let her come to you. Elisa always did prefer to make an entrance on her own terms." The mention of Elisa sent a prickle down my spine. My sister, here in Venice, at my own bidding no less. And Dristan, speaking of her with that same measured affection, as if she hadn't... I stopped the thought before it could finish. Some stories were better left unexamined, particularly when both parties stood under the same roof pretending the past had been cleanly buried. It hadn't been. "What is this really about?" I asked. "The masquerade, the gathering, Vittoria inviting all of us here. It's not just about being social, is it?" Dristan studied me for a long moment, approval in his expression. "You're learning. No, it's not just social. Vittoria is taking stock, seeing who remains loyal to Venice, who might be swayed by outside influences, who carries old grudges, and who's willing to set them aside for survival." "Survival," I echoed. "Against the Sarti Mangiatori." Alexander added knowingly. Dristan's voice dropped lower. Vittoria knows that staying neutral in Venice won't protect her forever. Eventually, she'll have to choose a side. And this masquerade is her way of figuring out which side that should be? Among other things. Dristan's gaze drifted again, and this time I followed it. Across the room, partially obscured by dancing couples, I caught a glimpse of Elisa. She'd moved deeper into the salon, and she was not alone. The same man from before, still at her side, still wearing a mask of crimson and black. Dark hair, broad shoulders. They were speaking quietly, heads close together, suggesting either intimacy or conspiracy. Possibly both. "Who's that with her?" Alexander asked, following my gaze. "I don't know," but the man's posture suggested age, power, vampire. Dristan's gaze fixed on the masked man with an intensity I recognized, the stillness that came before a hunt, before violence. His fingers tightened around his champagne flute, not enough to shatter it, but close. "Do you know him?" I asked. "No." The word came too quickly, then quieter. But the way he moves, the angle of his shoulders. Dristan's jaw shifted. It reminds me of someone I knew once. He stopped, that rare crack in his composure closing as fast as it had appeared. His expression smoothed, carefully neutral. "It was a very long time ago," he said. "Balls like these play tricks on the mind. Make you see ghosts in every crowd." But his hand stayed tight on the glass, his attention never wavering from the crimson and black mask across the salon. "Your sister," he said finally, "has always had a talent for finding the most dangerous person in any given room." "Dristan, excuse me." He stepped away before I could finish, moving through the crowd with purpose. Not toward Elisa, I noticed, but in a different direction entirely. Toward the far side of the salon, where a woman stood alone near the terrace doors. The way Dristan approached her, careful, almost reverent, made my chest tighten. "He's going to her," Alexander said. "Vittoria." I watched as Dristan reached the woman as she turned to face him. Even from this distance I could see her posture change. Recognition. History. Something deeper than simple acquaintance. "They know each other well," I murmured. "Very well, from the looks of it." Alexander's voice had gone quiet. "Ivan, do you ever wonder about Dristan's past? About who he was before he made you?" "All the time." And he tells me what he thinks I need to know. The rest," I shrugged, "the rest is his to keep." But watching him with Vittoria, seeing the measured distance he maintained even as they spoke, I couldn't help but wonder what secrets lived in that space between them. What history bound them together in ways I might never understand. The music shifted again, slower, melancholic. More couples took to the floor, and the crush of bodies made it harder to see across the room. "I need air," I said suddenly. "This place is..." "Suffocating?" Alexander supplied. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." We made our way toward the terrace doors on our side of the room, slipping past clusters of conversation and through the talented performance of vampire and mortal, each playing their part without knowing the other's script. No one stopped us. No one even seemed to notice. The terrace was blessedly empty, the cool May night a relief after the press of bodies inside. I leaned against the stone balustrade, breathing deeply even though I didn't need to, letting the habit comfort me. "You know what's strange?" Alexander said, joining me at the railing. "All those mortals in there, dancing and drinking and laughing. None of them have any idea what we are, what moves among them. Ignorance is a blessing. Is it? Or is it just another kind of cage?" He turned to look at me. "Sometimes I think knowing the truth is the only way to be free." "Free to do what? Free to be terrified? Free to spend every night wondering if you'll be next?" I shook my head. "They're better off not knowing. Maybe, or maybe..." A sound from the doorway made us both turn. A woman stepped onto the terrace, her movements graceful despite the wine I could smell on her breath. Mortal, definitely mortal, wearing a gown of pale blue and a mask shaped like a butterfly. She saw us and smiled, warm and unguarded, the gift of too much champagne and a mask that absolved her of consequences. "Sorry," she said in accented English, American like Alexander. "I didn't mean to interrupt. I just needed some air. It's so hot in there." "Not at all," Alexander said smoothly, his natural charm surfacing. "The terrace is lovely. Please enjoy." She moved to the opposite end, leaning against the balustrade and staring out at the canal. For a moment, we all stood in silence, three strangers sharing a terrace in a Venetian palazzo, two of us dead and one of us blissfully unaware. "Beautiful night," the woman said eventually. "I've been to Venice 3 times and it never gets old. The city is just magical, you know?" "Magical," I echoed, tasting the irony. And something else. Warm skin and a light perfume, and underneath it all, that sweetness that had nothing to do with soap or flowers. Blood, close to the surface, rushing fast with excitement. Alexander gave me a glare of disapproval, an expression meant for my eyes only. I could all but hear him screaming inside. "Don't toy with her, Ivan." "Are you here for business or pleasure?" she asked, her American friendliness apparently immune to European formality. "Bit of both," Alexander said. "And you?" "Art history conference at the university, boring lectures during the day, but nights like this." She gestured to the palazzo behind us. "Getting invited to an actual Venetian palazzo for a masquerade. That's the kind of thing I'll tell my students about for years." "If you get out of here alive, that is," I murmured, so low she wouldn't hear it. But Alexander did. He tensed beside me and I knew what he was thinking. This woman had stumbled into a gathering of ancient predators and thought it was the adventure of a lifetime. She was right, of course, just not in the way she imagined. My fangs brushed against my lips as they descended. Just a brief drink, barely enough to notice. My nerves were wound so tight I could feel them humming, and there was no better remedy for that affliction. And then, almost without deciding to, I took a step closer to her. Alexander's hand caught my arm. One quiet, firm grip. No words. He didn't need them. The look he gave me said everything his discretion wouldn't allow him to voice aloud. Before either of us could utter a sound, the music inside stopped. The woman straightened, her attention snapping toward the palazzo. "Oh! Something must be happening." She was already moving, drawn toward whatever spectacle awaited inside. She disappeared through the terrace doors without another word, leaving Alexander and me alone in the sudden heavy silence. "That can't be good," Alexander said. "No." I pushed away from the balustrade. "It really can't." A ripple of movement inside caught my eye, everyone turning, shifting, the entire room reorienting itself. Then came the whispers, dozens of voices murmuring at once before falling silent. "We should go inside," Alexander said, already moving toward the doors. We returned to the salon to find the gathering transformed. Dancers had stopped mid-step, couples frozen in awkward poses as every eye in the room turned toward the entrance. The mortals looked curious, intrigued by the interruption. The vampires looked wary, tense, anticipating. I felt it before I saw him, that charge in the air that came from ancient power, from source blood thrumming in a crowded room. Eric Bjorn had arrived. He stood in the doorway like a Norse god descended to earth, tall and broad-shouldered, golden hair catching the candlelight. The mask he wore was minimal, black leather that left most of his face visible, including those ice-blue eyes that seemed to see through everything and everyone. And on his arm, beautiful and poised in a gown of midnight blue, was Marianne. Chapter 18. Alexander. Masquerade 2. Alexander had seen Eric Bjorn before, at the Devil's Coven years ago during Marianne's rescue. But he'd been Philip then, young and desperate, armed with weapons he'd had maybe 3 hours to practice with. Eric had moved like death incarnate, ripping Jiaolong's heart from his chest with calm brutality before handing it to Philip like a gift. "This heart is rightfully yours to crush or feed on. Do whatever you wish with it." He'd been terrified of Eric that night, terrified and awed and grateful that the ancient vampire had chosen to help rather than hinder. But seeing him here, in the golden light of a Venetian palazzo, was something else entirely. Eirik Bjorn filled the doorway like a storm fills the sky. Inevitable, vast, a presence you felt in your bones, with the bearing that came from 1,000 years of walking the earth and winning every battle that mattered. Tall and broad across the shoulders, golden hair that caught the candlelight like a crown. Those ice-blue eyes, the same that had weighed Philipsworth in the Devil's Coven, swept across the room with dispassionate assessment, a predator appraising its prey. Eirik would recognize him. Despite the new name, despite the years between then and now, those fierce eyes would see straight through to the terrified young vampire who'd stood frozen in that underground lair, blood dripping between his fingers, Marianne unconscious in his arms. The ocean eyes were the same, the composure wound tight over everything threatening to break free. That hadn't changed. But it wasn't Eirik who made Alexander's chest tighten until breathing became impossible. It was the woman on his arm. Marianne. She wore gold, not the pale champagne of mortal fashion, but true gold, liquid and luminous, that seemed to have been poured over her skin and left to shimmer in the candlelight. The gown hugged every curve before flowing to the floor like molten metal, making her look less like a woman and more like divinity. A goddess conjured from myth, resplendent and untouchable, perfectly matched to the Norse god at her side. Her auburn hair was swept up in an elaborate style that left her neck exposed, that neck he'd kissed 1,000 times, had bitten into with reverence and hunger, had memorized in every detail. Her mask was delicate filigree that did nothing to hide the beauty that had first captivated him nearly 20 years ago, did nothing to dim those amethyst eyes that had haunted his dreams for decades. She looked exactly as he remembered her. No, she looked better, more confident, more powerful, like she'd grown into the eternity he'd given her. She looked like she belonged exactly where she was, and that was what hurt most of all. "Alexander?" Ivan's voice reached him from somewhere far away. "You okay?" He wasn't. He really, spectacularly wasn't. But he managed to nod, managed to force his expression into calm, managed to do what he'd been doing for years, pretending that seeing Marianne with someone else didn't feel like having his heart torn out all over again. "Fine," he said, and the lie tasted like ash. Across the room, Eric and Vittoria greeted each other the way ancient powers do, with exquisite politeness and absolute wariness. Marianne stood beside him, poised and elegant, her hand resting lightly on his arm in a gesture that spoke of intimacy, of belonging, of everything Alexander had given up. "I need a drink," he said suddenly. "You don't drink. Then I need to pretend to drink while standing somewhere that isn't here." He was already moving, threading through the crowd that had begun to resume their conversations, their dancing, their careful pretense that nothing unusual had just walked through the door. He found refuge near the library entrance, accepting a glass of champagne from a passing server and holding it like a talisman. The bubbles rose through the golden liquid, tiny bursts of effervescence that he would never taste, would never need, just like everything else about mortal pleasure. Gone. Transformed into this eternal parody of living. "You look like you've been sucker-punched." The voice came from his left. Elisa Lockhart, those cobalt blue eyes doing that thing they did, the same thing they'd done at the Savoy, the thing he'd spent years trying to forget, and had failed miserably. His presence at that exclusive dinner party hadn't been accidental at all. He'd researched the guest list, timed his arrival, engineered that first collision, and then London had started burning and none of it had mattered anyway. He'd wanted to meet her, had needed to meet her, for reasons he still didn't fully understand, and the look in her eyes right now suggested she might have figured that out. All of it. The flight to Venice had been the longest 2 hours of his immortal existence. He'd faced machine gun fire with less tension, and now here she stood, looking like every dangerous thought he'd been trying not to have, while Marianne, his fledgling, his ex, his most spectacular failure of judgment, smiled on another man's arm. "That obvious?" he managed. "To me? Yeah." She moved closer, and he caught her scent, floral and cold, distinctly vampire, distinctly her. "Though I'm getting pretty good at reading you. One catastrophic night together will do that. Despite the vice grip around his chest, his lips quirked. Is that what we're calling it? Catastrophic? Well, we did nearly die. Multiple times. Her eyes held a glint of dark humor. Pretty sure that qualifies, though I'm starting to wonder if our meeting at the Savoy was quite as accidental as you claimed. The observation hit hard. Of course she'd figured it out. Elisa was 3 centuries deep in the dark. She didn't survive that long by being naive. He stopped. What was he supposed to say? That their minds had touched across Jiaolong's prison, and he'd never quite recovered. That the Savoy had only confirmed what he'd already known. Relax. Her smile turned knowing. I'm not angry. Flattered, actually. Most people run when they hear about me. Most people are boring. And you're not? Wait, was she flirting? I try not to be. He took a breath, tried not to notice how the candlelight caught in her pitch-black hair, making it gleam like raven feathers. Sorry, I'm usually better company than this. Are you? Her smile lost its wry edge. Because honestly, brooding looks kind of good on you. She was definitely flirting. The flirtation was gentle, careful, acknowledging the tension between them without pushing. It should have helped, should have distracted him from the ache in his chest. Instead, it made everything more complicated. Elisa, the tall blonde Viking, or the beautiful woman on his arm? She asked. Which one has you looking like the world just ended? He shouldn't answer. But Elisa made honesty easier than it should have been. The woman, he said. Recognition flashed across those cobalt blue eyes. Marianne Taylor, your fledgling. It wasn't a question. Of course she knew. Elisa had been there during those chaotic years in San Francisco, had heard of Marianne's brutal strikes, the killing style that mirrored Elisa's merciless tactics. You remember her? Hard to forget. Elisa's lips curved slightly. It was tragic. What the Devil's Coven did all those years ago, the harm that came unto her. I taught her everything I knew. Alexander's voice went rough. It wasn't enough. Or it was too much. Her eyes softened. Sometimes makers give their fledglings exactly what they need to outgrow them. He stared at his champagne, watching bubbles rise through liquid gold. We had over a decade together. Good years. But she wanted things I couldn't give her. Freedom. Experiences beyond what I could offer. He shut the lid of the coffin before the monster could crawl out. So I let her go. And she found Eric Bjorn. Months later. The words came out rougher than intended. Just months. She'd left him after the Devil's Coven, couldn't face him after what happened, and within months she was with the Skull Splitter. 1,000-year-old legend with source blood in his veins. I mean, what does a guy with less than a century in the blood even bring to that table? Elisa was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentler than he'd ever heard it. You let her go. What else was I supposed to do? Most makers don't. She shifted closer, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Most of them hold on too tight, claim it's love when really it's possession. You loved her enough to let her choose. She paused. That's rare, Alexander. That takes centuries to learn. If you ever learn it at all. Doesn't feel very strong right now. No. Her hand found his arm, fingers cool even through his jacket. I suppose it's a living hell. The touch sent a jolt through him. Awareness, attraction, want. All the things he'd been trying to ignore since the Savoy, because admitting them felt like betraying what he'd had with Marianne. But Marianne was here in the flesh, beautiful and happy on another man's arm, and Elisa was right here, real and present, her eyes seeing straight through him. Come on, Elisa said, her hand sliding down to catch his. Alexander's breath caught. What? Dance with me? Sheer vulnerability lay beneath the usual sharpness. You're torturing yourself watching her. I'm trying not to have a complicated conversation with my brother. We might as well torture ourselves together. That's a terrible pitch. Her lips curved into a smile that did dangerous things to his equilibrium. "And yet you're considering it." He was. God help him, he was. Because Elisa was beautiful and sharp, and had been there when they'd rescued Marianne from that dungeon. Because she'd seen what the Devil's Coven had done, had helped carry Marianne out when she was unconscious and broken. Because Elisa understood the burden of that trauma in ways others couldn't. Because when he was with her, he could almost forget to hurt. He took her hand. The dance floor had filled again, couples moving through a waltz that belonged to a different century. Alexander led Elisa into the flow of dancers, his hand settling at her waist, hers resting on his shoulder. The position was formal, proper, exactly what you'd expect at a Venetian masquerade. But there was nothing proper about how she looked at him. "You're a good dancer," she said as they turned. "Mandatory skill in the 1970s. Everyone wanted to disco." He smiled despite himself. "All that thrashing around never appealed to me." Her fingers tightened on his shoulder. "I prefer something with a bit more control." "Control," he echoed. "Is that what we're doing? Staying in control?" "Trying to." Her eyes searched his face. "Not sure it's working." It wasn't. Her hand rested against his shoulder, cool fingers curved just above his collarbone. His palm settled at her waist, the silk of her dress thin enough that he could feel warmth beneath it, recent blood radiating through her skin. Each turn drew them incrementally closer. His chest nearly brushed hers. Her breath ghosted across his throat. The music kept them moving, but their bodies had stopped pretending it was about the dance a while ago. "Elisa, don't." Her voice was quiet. "Don't say whatever you're about to say. Not here, not with her watching." His gaze flicked involuntarily toward where Eric and Marianne stood. Marianne was laughing at something Eric had said, her amethyst eyes bright, her hand still resting on his arm. She looked radiant, healed, like the trauma of what happened at the Devil's Coven had finally released its grip on her. Maybe that was what Eric had given her. Not just power or immortality or source blood, but safety. Safety that came from being protected by a 1,000-year-old legend who'd killed to avenge what had been done to her. "She's not watching," Alexander said, returning his attention to Elisa. "She doesn't even know I'm here." "Then she's a fool." The words came out fierce, almost angry. "Because you're right here, and you're real, and you're—" "I'm what?" Elisa's mask hid most of her expression, but her eyes betrayed her. "You're not nothing, Alexander. You're not less than him just because you're younger. Age doesn't make someone worth loving. It just makes them old." The music swelled around them, strings and harpsichord weaving together in perfect harmony. Other couples spun past, mortals and vampires, all of them masked, all of them pretending. "You don't have to say that," Alexander said quietly. "I'm not saying it because I have to." Elisa's hand moved from his shoulder to the back of his neck, fingers cool against his skin. "I'm saying it because it's true, and because someone needs to tell you that losing her doesn't make you less. It just makes you available." The last word came out softer, more vulnerable. "Available," he repeated. "For other possibilities." Her gaze held his, intense and unwavering. If you wanted them, God, he wanted them. Wanted her. Had wanted her since the Savoy when that spark between them had caught and refused to go out. But wanting and having were different things. And standing here, with Marianne across the room looking happy and whole, he didn't know if reaching for Elisa meant moving forward or just running away from pain. "I don't know what I want," he admitted. "That's fair." Elisa's smile turned wry. "Neither do I, but at least we're honest about it." They danced in silence, moving through the waltz with ease. Around them the masquerade continued, laughter and conversation, the clink of glasses, the rustle of silk and satin, mortals and vampires mixing in careful ignorance of each other. And then Alexander felt it, not saw, felt, being watched. He turned his head slightly, scanning the crowd. Marianne. Her gaze locked on his across the dance floor. Recognition flashed across her face, followed by surprise. She'd seen him, Finally seen him. And she was walking this way. His hands tightened involuntarily on Elisa. I know. Elisa's voice went flat. I feel her coming. I can't. Then don't. Her decision was immediate. She pulled him closer, steering them through the dancers toward the edge of the floor. Come on, this way. She led him off the dance floor and through a doorway partially hidden behind a heavy tapestry, into a quieter corridor lined with portraits of long-dead Venetian nobles. Another door, and they emerged onto a smaller terrace. Not the main one overlooking the Grand Canal, but a side terrace that faced a narrow Rio behind the palazzo. The night air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of canal water and ancient stone. Music drifted from inside, muffled but present. Distant laughter, the clink of glasses. They were alone. Thank you, Alexander said, leaning against the stone balustrade. Don't mention it. Elisa moved to stand beside him, close enough that their arms almost touched. Though at some point, you're going to have to face her. I know, just not yet. Not yet, she agreed. They stood in silence, looking out at Venice's glittering darkness. Water lapped against the palazzo's foundations. In the distance, a gondolier sang for tourists who had no idea what walked among them. She looks happy, Alexander said. With him. With Eric. She does. I should be glad, should be happy that she found someone who could give her what I couldn't. He gripped the balustrade. So why does it feel like losing her all over again? Elisa remained silent for a while. Because you still love her, and love doesn't just stop. Not even when it should. Do you ever stop? He turned to look at her. Loving someone. She looked at him, and what lived in her eyes had no name. I don't know. I've never loved the way you're talking about. She looked away. I've wanted. I've possessed. I've destroyed things out of jealousy and spite. But love? She shook her head. I'm not sure I know what that is. I don't believe that. Believe what you want. Her tone hardened. I killed my brother's maker because I was jealous of their bond. Because I wanted Dristan's power and couldn't stand that Ivan had something with him that I didn't. That's not love, Alexander, that's... She stopped herself. That's what? That's who I was. Selfish, destructive, too hungry for power to care who I hurt. She gripped the balustrade. I fled because I couldn't face what I'd done. Couldn't face Ivan. Spent 3 centuries running from it. But Dristan survived. Barely. And that doesn't make what I did any less monstrous. She looked at him again. So no, I don't know if you ever stop loving someone. But I know you can spend centuries trying to become worthy of being loved back. Alexander saw it then, beneath the carefully constructed walls, beneath the killer who'd destroyed out of jealousy and spite, there was someone who longed to be worthy, who'd spent 300 years trying to deserve forgiveness. But you're wrong, Elisa, he said, drawing closer. She blinked. What? Love isn't earned. He stepped into her space, near enough to see the pulse of stolen blood beneath her skin. It's freely given. Because the truth was, he'd spent months thinking about her. Years, if he counted from that first psychic touch. And here she was, real and present, and looking at him like he might be worth the risk. Elisa. His hand came up to her face, fingers tracing the line of her jaw. She went very still, her breath catching, their eyes locked. His burned with resolve, fierce, determined, ready to unleash hell itself, if that meant tasting her kiss. Hers were quieter, those cobalt depths reflecting centuries of walls crumbling away, bearing the truth underneath, that perhaps she was ready to risk, ready to feel, ready to love him. Tell me to stop, he breathed. Tell me that this is a terrible idea and we should go back inside. It's a terrible idea. Her voice was barely a whisper. That's not telling me to stop. I know. He leaned in, his free hand sliding to her waist. She tilted her face up toward his, eyes dark in the moonlight. The space between them thrummed with energy, charged with months of wanting, aching loneliness, finally finding an answer. His lips were seconds away from touching hers when she whispered, "Alexander." And then the screams began. Real screaming. Terror and agony woven together in a sound that made every preternatural instinct in Alexander's body snap to attention. Alisa jerked back, her eyes suddenly wide. What? The smell hit him next. Acrid and thick, the unmistakable stench of burning flesh. "No," Alisa breathed. "Not again." They ran for the door, bursting back into the corridor. The screaming was louder now, accompanied by the crash of shattering glass, the thunder of footsteps, chaos erupting like a dam breaking. Alexander reached the doorway to the grand salon first and froze. The ballroom was pandemonium. Mortals ran in every direction, their masks askew or torn off completely, faces twisted in horror. Vampires tried to maintain order, but their panic was visible. Some fleeing toward exits, others paralyzed, staring at the center of the room, where a vampire was burning. Jet blue flames consumed the blood drinker from the inside out, erupting through skin and bone with a sound like tearing fabric. The vampire screamed and clawed at his chest, as if trying to rip the fire free. To no avail. Within seconds, there was nothing left but ash, drifting through the air like snow. Then another vampire ignited, a woman in green, her mask still in place as she looked down at her hands in horror, watching blue fire bloom beneath her skin. She didn't even have time to scream. "Everybody out!" Ivan's voice cut through the chaos. "Now! Everyone move!" But people weren't moving. They were frozen, trapped between terror and disbelief, watching as a third vampire burst into flames near the orchestra platform. Mortals were screaming. Vampires were scattering. And through it all the blue flames danced, beautiful and terrible, and utterly wrong. Alisa's fingers dug into his arm. "They're here." Another vampire ignited, then another, fire blooming wherever it wanted, claiming whoever it chose. The masquerade had become a funeral pyre. Chapter 19. Dristan, Masquerade 3. Dristan had seen death in all its forms across a millennium of existence. He'd watched empires fall, cities burn, plagues consume entire populations. He'd taken more souls than he could count, had drunk from the dying and the desperate, had walked through battlefields where the ground itself was stained black with blood. But he had never seen anything like this. The vampire burning in the center of Vittoria's grand salon didn't die quickly. The blue flames, unnatural, wrong, fundamentally opposed to everything Dristan understood about fire and death, consumed him from within. They erupted through his skin like flowers blooming in fast motion, beautiful and horrific, turning flesh to ash in seconds. The screaming was worse than the flames. All around him, Vittoria's carefully orchestrated masquerade collapsed into chaos. Mortals stampeded toward exits, their masks trampled underfoot, their evening gowns and tailored suits impediments to survival. Some vampires tried to maintain order, but most were fleeing just as desperately, their immortal composure shattered by the sight of their own kind burning alive. Another vampire ignited near the orchestra platform. Young, couldn't have been more than 50 years in the blood. She looked down at her hands in horror as blue fire blossomed beneath her skin, and then she was gone. Nothing but ash and the ghost of a scream. Dristan moved through the pandemonium with purpose, his instinct screaming at him to find Ivan, to ensure his fledgling's safety before anything else. But his eyes caught on a sight that made him pause mid-step. Eirik Bjorn. The skull splitter stood near the far wall, and his reaction to the chaos was not what Dristan had expected, not what anyone who knew Eirik's reputation would expect. He wasn't fighting, wasn't assessing threats or preparing for battle, or doing any of the things a 1,000-year-old warrior should do when death walked into a room. He was shielding Marianne. The young vampire in her gold gown was pressed against the wall behind Eirik's considerable bulk, his body a barrier between her and the burning mayhem of the ballroom. One arm stretched back, keeping her pinned safely behind him. His ice-blue eyes scanned the room with predatory focus, but his stance was entirely defensive. Protective, the skull splitter, the legendary Norse warrior who'd earned his name by literally splitting skulls on Viking raids, who'd fought in every major European conflict for a millennium, whose reputation was built on ruthless violence and merciless efficiency, was playing shield instead of sword. For a vampire who'd been in the dark less than 20 years. Dristan filed that observation away. Later he'd consider what it meant that Eric Bjorn had found something worth protecting more than his reputation as a fighter. For now, he had his own fledgling to locate. Ivan! He spotted his boy near the main entrance, helping mortals evacuate. Of course, Ivan was helping mortals. Even in the middle of supernatural chaos, his fledgling couldn't stop being heroic. Pride and exasperation warred in Dristan's chest. Ivan! He pushed through the panicked crowd, shoving aside mortals and vampires alike. We're under attack! What the hell are you doing? Ivan's head snapped toward him, torn between annoyance and focus. What does it look like I'm doing? He grabbed a stumbling mortal woman by the arm, steering her toward the exit. I'm clearing the damned battlefield. There's enough chaos as it is. Dristan would have laughed if the situation weren't so dire. His fledgling, 3 centuries in the blood, powerful enough to hold his own against most threats, was playing traffic coordinator in the middle of a supernatural massacre. And somehow making it sound like tactical pragmatism, rather than the heroism it actually was. Then clear faster, Dristan reached him, gripping his shoulder. The mortals are gone. It's just us and them now. Ivan glanced around the rapidly emptying ballroom, registered that the remaining figures were either all vampires or the robed creatures causing the carnage, and nodded. Right. A satisfied nod. Battlefield cleared. You're insufferable, Dristan sighed. Save your complaints for my maker. Ivan's hands landed on Dristan's shoulders. Their gazes locked, and Ivan's eyes blazed with righteous arrogance, cocky, proud, utterly, magnificently unrepentant. He made me what I am. The smirk that followed was pure Ivan Lockhart, equal parts charm and challenge, and then he was gone, moving into the heart of the carnage with the grace of a predator who'd been born for this. Dristan stood frozen for half a heartbeat, watching his fledgling dive headlong into danger, with the same casual confidence he'd approach a Parisian cafe. 300 years. 3 centuries in which Ivan had grown from terrified merchant's son into this, whatever this was. Hero. Fool. Both. Dristan started. Another vampire burst into flames, this time near the terrace doors. An older one, perhaps 2 centuries in the blood. His death throes sent their kin scattering in fresh waves of panic. The ballroom was emptying rapidly now. Mortals fleeing into the Venetian night, vampires escaping through windows and doors, and anywhere that offered exit from this nightmare. The music had stopped. The elegant facade of Vittoria's masquerade had been ripped away, leaving only terror and ash. Within minutes, perhaps fewer than a dozen vampires remained in the grand salon. The bravest, the oldest, or the most foolish, Dristan wasn't sure which category he fell into. He saw Ivan near the entrance with Alexander. Elisa stood with them, her pitch-black hair wild, her cobalt eyes fierce. Vittoria remained closer to the center of the room, her malachite gown and serpent mask making her look like an ancient goddess of war surveying a battlefield. Eric and Marianne by the far wall. A handful of others he didn't recognize. And then, from the shadows near the orchestra platform, they emerged. Figures in black robes trimmed with deep crimson, their faces hidden behind masks that made Dristan's blood run cold. Medico della Peste, the plague doctors of medieval Europe. Long-beaked masks that looked like birds of death, and behind them, eyes that burned with zealot fire. The Sarti Mangiatori. They moved with lethal elegance, spreading out to encircle the remaining vampires. 6 of them. Maybe 7. It was hard to tell where the shadows ended and their robes began. One of them raised a hand, and another vampire ignited. An older one near the windows, centuries in the blood at least. He didn't even have time to scream before the blue flames consumed him. Imaginatos, one of the Sarti hissed. The voice came distorted through the mask, inhuman. Impure, unworthy of the blood. Another gesture, another vampire burning. You have polluted the sacred gift. A different Sati this time, its voice like knives scraping stone. You have mingled with mortals, bred weakness into our lines. You have forgotten what we are. We remember, said another, its plague mask tilting as it surveyed the room. We are the Shroud Eaters. We are the Purge. We are the Cleansing Fire. Dristan's hands curled into fists. These fanatics had interrupted Vittoria's gathering, had murdered vampires in her own home, and now they stood there spouting their purist ideology like it justified the slaughter. He caught Ivan's eye across the room. His fledgling gave a sharp nod, ready to fight, despite being one of the youngest vampires present. Brave, foolish boy. The nearest Sati turned its attention toward the entrance, toward Alexander. It raised its hand, fingers beginning to glow with that terrible blue light. No! Vittoria moved like lightning. One moment she was across the room, the next she was between the Sati and its target, her hand closing around its throat. The plague mask cracked under her grip. This is my city, Vittoria snarled. My territory, and you dare bring your violence into my home. The Sati made a choking sound, clawing at her hand, but Vittoria's grip was iron, 1,000 years of power manifesting in pure physical strength. Dristan was already moving, rushing to aid his maker. Ivan appeared at his side, Alexander and Elisa close behind. They formed a loose circle around Vittoria and her prey, ready to fight. The other Sati hissed in fury. Two of them charged against Vittoria, blue fire coiling around their fingers. But Eirik Bjorn was faster. The skull splitter crossed the room in a blur, his hand catching the first Sati by the back of its robed head. With strength born of source blood and 1,000 years of violence, he slammed the creature's face into the marble floor. The plague mask shattered. The face beneath, pale, ancient, twisted with fanaticism, lasted only a moment before Eirik's fist went through it. The second Sati turned toward him, blue flames already erupting from its hands. Eirik smiled, not a pleasant expression. Finally, the skull splitter said, a fight worth having. The battle exploded across Vittoria's grand salon. Dristan had no time to appreciate the irony of defending a masquerade by fighting in masks. He grabbed the nearest Sati, using centuries of experience to avoid the killing touch of those blue flame hands, slamming the creature into the wall hard enough to crack marble. Ivan fought beside him, moving with the grace Dristan had taught him, staying just out of reach of the deadly flames. Alexander and Elisa worked in tandem, their coordination suggesting they'd fought together before. Vittoria still held her Sati by the throat, her fingernails digging into its neck until black blood ran down its robes, the fabric tearing under her grip to reveal pale skin covered in intricate spiral markings, ritual scars of fanaticism made flesh. And Eirik fought like the legend he was, every movement precise, brutal, effective. The Sati he'd engaged was powerful, centuries old, but it couldn't match the skull splitter's combination of age, source blood, and pure savage skill. Within minutes, 3 of the Sati lay dead or dying on Vittoria's floor. The others began to retreat, melting back into the shadows. Their mission failed. But one of them turned back, fixing its terrible plague mask gaze on Eirik. Skull splitter, it hissed. You, who drank from the wells. You, who drank from the blood of the ancient. You are the greatest offense of all. Power wasted on one who protects the unworthy. Its hand rose, blue flames gathering with an intensity Dristan hadn't seen before. This wasn't meant to be a quick death. This was meant to be obliteration. Eirik stood his ground, ready to face whatever came, and then someone stepped between them. A man Dristan did not recognize. Tall and lean, bronzed skin, golden hair catching the candlelight like a lion's mane. A face that belonged on Renaissance sculptures, all sharp angles and deliberate geometry. Simple black suit, collar open. Feline grace and coiled power underneath. The blue flames hit his chest and died. The fire simply extinguished, as if it had met flesh unwilling to burn. The Sati made a sound of confusion and rage. The stranger smiled. His eyes, the colour of honey and sunlight, swept across the creature with calm assessment. Is that the best you can manage? I've walked through burning Gaul and watched Rome fall. Your parlor tricks don't impress me." He stalked forward, his hand closing around the Sati's wrist. The creature wailed, a sound of pure agony that had no place in a human throat. "Tell your masters," the stranger said, "that Cassius Aurelius remembers what it means to be puro sangue, and we do not murder children." He released the Sati's wrist. The creature stumbled back, its hand withered and blackened, and then it was gone, fleeing into the shadows with its surviving companions. Silence descended on the Grand Salon. Ash drifted through the air like mournful snow. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The smell of burning flesh still lingered, mixing with expensive perfume and spilled champagne. The masquerade was over. Cassius Aurelius turned to face them, his amber eyes surveying the group. When his gaze landed on Eric, recognition flickered across his face. "Skull splitter," he said. "It's been a long time." Eric inclined his head. "Lion of Rome, I'd heard you were dead." "I was." Cassius's smile was grim. "I got better." Dristan had heard the legends, everyone had, but legends were supposed to stay dead. This one apparently had other ideas. Chapter 20, Ivan, the Lion of Rome. I'd seen a lot of impossible things in my time among the undead. I'd watched my maker rise from his grave. I'd seen Juliet return to life in her descendant's body. I'd even survived my sister killing my maker and disappearing, only to come back 3 centuries later, asking for help. But watching a man stop Sati Mangiatori flames with his bare hands, that was new. The ash was still settling when I finally found my voice. "What the hell just happened?" Nobody answered. They were all staring at the golden-haired stranger who'd appeared out of nowhere and casually extinguished what should have been an unstoppable killing blow. He stood in the center of Vittoria's destroyed ballroom like he belonged there, like stepping between an ancient Norse warrior and a fanatical death cult. Was just another Tuesday evening. Cassius Aurelius, the Lion of Rome. I'd heard the name before, whispered in dark corners of vampire safe houses, in stories older vampires told to remind themselves they weren't actually the most dangerous creatures in the room. Legends about a Roman centurion who'd been turned during the Gallic Wars, who'd served Rome in the shadows for centuries, watched the Republic become empire, survived the fall of civilization itself, who'd supposedly died in the 17th century. Apparently, he'd gotten over that. "Quite the evening," Alexander said from beside me, still catching his breath. "That's one way to put it," Elisa muttered. She hadn't let go of Alexander's arm, I noticed. Unsettling. Dristan moved through the wreckage toward Vittoria. I wanted to follow, to make sure she was all right, to understand what the hell these Sati Mangiatori wanted. But I couldn't stop staring at Cassius. He looked normal, relatively speaking. Tall and athletic, lean rather than bulky, golden hair that caught the light from the few remaining candles. Bronze skin that suggested Mediterranean origins. Honeyed eyes that didn't have that dead, hollow look some ancient vampires developed. Sharp features that could have been carved from marble. High cheekbones, strong jaw, a face that belonged in museums. He looked like someone who'd earned the title Lion of Rome and wore it comfortably. Eric Bjorn moved, stepping forward with Marianne still sheltered behind him. The Skull Splitter and the Lion of Rome faced each other across Vittoria's ruined salon, and I had the distinct impression I was watching history repeat itself in ways I didn't fully understand. Cassius. Eric's voice carried Nordic formality. "It's been what? 3 centuries?" 4, Cassius corrected. His voice was deeper than I'd expected, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Hints of Italian, maybe, buried under layers of linguistic evolution. "La Rochelle, 1627. You were fighting the Huguenots." I was drunk. Eric's smile was grim. They were convenient. "You haven't changed." "Neither have you, except for the whole being alive thing." Eric gestured at him. "I attended your funeral. There was crying, speeches, a very nice ceremony in Prague. I heard it was lovely." Cassius' expression remained neutral. "Sorry I missed it." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Not hostile exactly, but not friendly either. These were two ancient predators sizing each other up, trying to figure out if they were allies or obstacles. I cleared my throat. Not to interrupt whatever this is, but I gestured at the ash-covered floor, the shattered windows, the scorch marks on the marble. What the fuck was that? And who the fuck are you? Dristan shot me a glare that clearly said, "That's not how you address a millinery vampire," but I had just witnessed a masquerade ball turn into a supernatural massacre. I'd earned the right to ask direct questions. Cassius turned those honeyed eyes on me, not threatening, but assessing, measuring me against some internal standard and deciding whether I was worth his time. "Ivan Lockhart," he said. Not a question. He knew who I was. Dristan's fledgling, source blood carrier, the one who refused to stay dead in an English lake. My stomach dropped. "How do you—" "I make it my business to know things." His smile was slight, but genuine. "Especially when those things involve attacks on vampires carrying source blood. The Sati Mangiatori have been targeting your kind specifically." "My kind?" I repeated. "You mean vampires with source blood?" "I mean vampires who don't fit their narrow definition of puro sang." Cassius moved through the wreckage, his feet crunching on broken glass. "Pure blood. They believe only vampires turned directly by the firstborn, those who drank from the wells, deserve to exist." His voice dropped to a sinister whisper. "Everyone else is emarginato, outcast, impure, worthy only of cleansing fire." The words hit me like a punch. "But that's insane. There can't be more than a handful of firstborn left. Most of them are—" "Dead or missing," Cassius finished. "Yes, which means by their logic, there should be perhaps a few hundred pure vampires in the entire world. Everyone else—" He gestured at the ash still drifting through the air. "Everyone else is an abomination that needs to be destroyed." "Genocide," Elisa said. "They're talking about genocide." Murmurs rippled through the survivors still gathered in the ruins. Agreement, fear, rage barely contained. "They're not just talking about it." Vittoria's voice cut through the conversation. She'd removed her serpent mask, and her dark eyes blazed with fury. "They're doing it. In my city. In my home." She moved toward Cassius, her demeanor subtly shifting. With what? Recognition? Respect? It was hard to tell. "Vittoria Visconti," Cassius said, inclining his head. "It's been too long." "Not long enough, apparently, if you're returning from the dead in my ballroom." But there was no real heat in her words. "Though I suppose I should thank you for the intervention." "You should thank Eirik. I only finished what he started." All eyes turned to the skull splitter, who stood in front of Marianne. The mighty Norse warrior looked distinctly uncomfortable with the attention. "I was protecting what's mine," Eirik said simply. "What's mine?" I caught Alexander's expression across the room, saw pain flash across his face before he locked it down, jaw tight, eyes going blank. My fledgling had loved Marianne, had let her go because he thought it was the right thing to do. And because he had no other choice. It was never his to make. And now Eirik Bjorn was claiming her, out loud, in front of everyone. Not just protecting her, possessing her. It had to hurt like hell. "May I ask you something?" Alexander said suddenly. He stepped forward, rescuing a champagne glass from the wreckage, intact, still bubbling, and held it like a shield as all eyes turned to him. The perfect gentleman standing in a war zone. My fledgling engaged Cassius with a directness that made me simultaneously proud and nervous. "Sure," Cassius said, focusing on Alexander with that same assessing quality he'd used on me. "How did you stop the flames?" Alexander gestured at where the Sati had attacked with his free hand. "The blue fire. It just died when it touched you." "Ancient blood," Cassius said simply. "Old enough that some of their tricks don't work anymore. The Sati Mangiatori's fire is powerful, but it's still relatively new magic, a few centuries old at most. My blood has been adapting to supernatural threats for over 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Well, fuck me." "So, you're immune?" Elisa asked, sharp with interest. "Resistant." Cassius's smile was slight. "There's a difference. Hit me with enough of that fire, concentrated enough, and I'd burn like anyone else. But their casual attacks? He shrugged. Those simply bounce off. Convenient, Driston muttered. Cassius's gaze shifted to my maker, and coldness filled those warm honey eyes. Driston Breck. Still making a mess wherever you go, I see. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Cassius, Driston's voice came dry. I wasn't aware you'd risen from the dead. How unexpected. I could say the same about you. Cassius's smile didn't reach his eyes. Though in your case, I heard about your ascension from the entrails of Pavelia. Quite the dramatic resurrection. You two know each other? I asked, because someone had to break the tension before it turned into another fight. We've met, Driston said. We have history, Cassius corrected. His attention never left Driston, though I suspect your fledgling doesn't know all of yours. Oh, this was going to be good, or terrible, possibly both. Cassius! Vittoria's voice cut through the inevitable. She moved toward them, her malachite gown torn and ash-stained, but her presence no less commanding. Not here, not now. We have bigger problems than old grievances. Do we? Cassius asked, though his tone softened when he looked at her. Because old grievances are exactly what led to this massacre. The Sati Mangiatori don't just appear out of nowhere. Someone woke them up. Someone pointed them at Venice. At you. And you think it's connected to Driston? Vittoria asked. I think, Cassius said carefully, that Driston has a talent for making enemies who hold grudges. And I think those enemies might be using the Sati Mangiatori as convenient weapons. All eyes turned to Driston. My maker stood there, unreadable, locked down in that way he had when he was thinking several moves ahead. You think Salvatore is behind this? Driston said flatly. Salvatore, I repeated. Who the hell is Salvatore? The look Driston gave me suggested this was a very long story, one he'd rather not tell. Later, he said. No, I stepped forward. Not later. Now. I just watched vampires burn alive in blue flames, and if there's some ancient vendetta driving this, I need to know about it. We all do. Driston remained silent. Then, surprisingly, he sighed. Salvatore Valenti. I destroyed his household in the early 1500s. Here in Venice. It was, complicated. Complicated how? Alexander asked. The kind of complicated that involves breaking every bone in his body and leaving him to heal slowly over centuries. Cassius' voice was cold. The kind that destroys a vampire's entire world because Driston decided it needed destroying. Or, how did he put it back then? He paused. Ah, yes. Nothing amuses me quite like a broken toy. Christ. He was trafficking mortal children, Driston said, deadly quiet. For blood sport. For entertainment, for... He stopped, his jaw working. So yes, I destroyed him, and I'd do it again. Silence settled in the room, thick and uncomfortable. This is awkward, Eric said into the quiet. Despite everything, I almost laughed. Leave it to the skull splitter to sum up centuries of vampire drama in a few words. The point, Vittoria said, pulling us back to the immediate problem, is that whether Salvatore is involved or not, the Sati Mangiatori are hunting us. They attacked my gathering, killed vampires in my territory, declared war on anyone who doesn't meet their definition of pure blood. Which is most of us, Elisa said. Which is thousands of us, Cassius corrected. So what do? I asked. Hide? Run? Wait for them to pick us off one by one? We fight, Eric said simply. He'd finally moved away from the wall, though Marianne stayed close to his side. They want a war? We give them one. It's not that simple, Cassius said. The Sati Mangiatori are fanatics. They've been preparing for this purge for centuries. They have resources, numbers, and most importantly, they have true believers, people willing to die for their cause. So do we, I said. Everyone looked at me. What? I shrugged. I've got friends, family, fledglings I'd die to protect. People I love who happen to be vampires. That makes me a true believer too, doesn't it? Only for a different cause. Alexander smiled. A real smile, the first since he'd seen Marianne. He's got a point. We all do, Elisa said, moving to stand beside Alexander. The gesture wasn't lost on me. We're not going to roll over and let some ancient death cult decide who deserves to exist. Exactly, Vittoria said, which is why we need to organize, plan, figure out who we can trust, what resources we have, and how we're going to survive this. A council, Cassius said. A proper one. Not just Venice vampires, but representatives from across Europe. Maybe beyond. We need to know how widespread these attacks are, who else has been targeted, what patterns we can identify. San Giorgio Maggiore, Eric said decisively. The monastery island. It's isolated, defensible, and neutral ground. We'll gather there tomorrow night. Send word to every vampire within reach. Anyone who wants to survive this war needs to be there. Tomorrow night? Dristan asked. That's not much time. We don't have much time, Vittoria shot back. The Sati just attacked a masquerade ball full of mortals and vampires. They're not hiding anymore. They're not being subtle. This is open warfare, Dristan, and we need to respond accordingly. She was right. The Sati Mangiatori had made their declaration. Now we had to make ours. Fine, Dristan said. San Giorgio Maggiore, tomorrow night. But we need to secure this location first. Make sure there are no more Sati hiding in the shadows. Already done, Eric said. I swept the palazzo while you were all talking. Nothing left but ash and memories. Of course he had. The skull splitter didn't just stand around looking pretty, though he did that too. Then we disperse, Vittoria said. Go back to your safe houses, your lairs, wherever you feel secure. Rest, prepare, and tomorrow night, we plan how to survive this. People started moving, slowly at first, then with more urgency. Vampires filing out of Vittoria's destroyed salon, disappearing into the Venetian night. Some clutched injuries. Others supported companions too shaken to walk steadily. All of them carried the ash of the dead on their clothes. I caught Dristan's eye across the room. My maker gave me a slight nod. Permission to leave. Acknowledgement that I'd done well tonight. Or maybe recognition that we were both still standing when others weren't. Come on, I said to Alexander. Let's get out of here before something else explodes. Excellent plan, he said, taking a swig before setting down the champagne glass he'd been holding. Though at this point, I'm not sure anything could surprise me. Elisa appeared beside us, her crimson gown stained with ash. I'm coming with you. My lair is too far, and I'm not travelling alone tonight. Fine with me, I said, because honestly, after everything that had happened, having my sister nearby felt like a good idea, even if she was dangerous and complicated and had killed my maker once upon a time. We were almost to the door when Cassius's voice stopped us. Ivan Lockhart. I turned. The Lion of Rome faced me from across Vittoria's ruined ballroom, amber eyes warm but serious. Watch yourself, he said. Source blood makes you valuable. That makes you a target. Not exactly comforting, but I nodded. Noted. Great. Just great. As if surviving tonight wasn't complicated enough. Now I had to worry about being hunted for my blood specifically. Perfect. I shouldered through the door without waiting for permission. Alexander and Elisa close behind. The Venetian night hit us with salt and fog. Anything was better than another second in that charnel house listening to ancient vampires discuss my blood like I was livestock. Chapter 21. Ivan. Fear. We left Palazzo Visconti behind us, stepping out into a Venice that was anything but normal. Police boats clustered in the canal, their lights flashing blue and red across the water. Carabinieri swarmed the fondamenta, keeping back crowds of curious onlookers and concerned locals. Yellow tape cordoned off the palazzo's entrances. Mortals gathered in clusters, some filming on their phones, others speaking rapidly in Italian about what they'd seen. Fires, screaming, people running. Gas leak, one officer was saying to a reporter. Tragic accident during a private event. We're investigating. I saw flames, a woman insisted, her evening gown torn and makeup smudged. Blue flames. People were burning. Shock, another officer said smoothly. She's in shock. The smoke inhalation causes hallucinations. We slipped past the chaos, just 3 more well-dressed people leaving the scene. No one stopped us. No one even looked twice. The authorities were too busy managing the mortals, controlling the narrative, making sure that what had really happened stayed buried under layers of official explanation. They're good, Elisa murmured as we turned down a narrow calle away from the commotion. Vittoria's people. They had the cover story ready before we even left. They've had centuries of practice, I said. This isn't the first supernatural disaster Venice has covered up. The sounds of sirens and shouting faded as we moved deeper into the city's maze of streets. Here, away from Palazzo Visconti, Venice returned to its usual nighttime rhythm. Late-night restaurants still served tourists. Couples strolled hand in hand across bridges. Street musicians played for spare change. Life going on, oblivious to the war that had been declared. So, Alexander said as we moved toward Palazzo Contarini, that just happened. Understatement of the century, Elisa muttered. Marianne looked good, though, I said. Someone had to acknowledge the elephant in the room, or in this case, the gorgeous ex-fledgling in the gold dress. Alexander's jaw tightened. Yeah, she did. And Eric called her his, I added, because apparently I was determined to make this the most uncomfortable walk home in recorded history. Hard to miss. In front of everyone. Ivan, Elisa said warningly. What? I'm just saying, don't. Alexander cut me off. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, the only outward sign of the storm inside. Just don't. Not tonight. I can't talk about Marianne tonight. I can't think about her being his, or happy, or any of it. So please, let it go. I looked at my fledgling, at the careful way he was holding himself together, at the pain he was trying so hard to hide, and for once in my life, I kept my mouth shut. Okay, I said. No more Marianne talk tonight. Thank you. We walked in silence for a while, 3 vampires moving through Venice's narrow streets, surrounded by unsuspecting mortals and the ghost of the massacre we'd left behind. The canal water lapped against ancient stones. Somewhere a street musician played the violin. The city went about its business, gorgeous and indifferent. Can I ask you something? Alexander said, breaking the silence. I shrugged. Why the hell not? Back there, when you said you had people you'd die to protect, people you love who happen to be vampires. He glanced at me, then at Elisa. Did you mean us? I could have deflected, could have made a joke, changed the subject, done what I usually did when conversations got too sincere. But after watching vampires burn alive, after nearly losing people I cared about, after everything, I was done pretending I had no heart. Yeah, I said. I meant you, both of you, and Dristan, and Antoine, and everyone else in our weird little vampire family. I'd die for any of you. Hell, I'd kill for you. And if the Sati Mangiatori think they can take you from me, they're going to learn exactly why Dristan made me in the first place. Alexander smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. Because you're stubborn and refuse to stay dead. Exactly. Elisa was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I don't deserve that. Either of you. After what I did to Dristan, after disappearing for 3 centuries. Stop, I said, my throat suddenly tight. You're here now. That's what matters. You came back. You're fighting with us. That matters. Does it? It does to me. I looked at my sister, saw the centuries of guilt she carried, the walls she'd built to protect herself, the cracks those walls couldn't hide. Your family, Elisa. Complicated, dangerous, occasionally homicidal family. But family. And I protect what's mine. The words echoed Eric's from earlier. But where his had been a claim of possession, mine were different. A promise. A choice. Elisa's eyes shimmered. Thank you, she whispered. Don't mention it. I cleared my throat, uncomfortable with the emotional exchange. But if you try to kill Dristan again, all bets are off. She laughed, actually laughed. Fair enough. We reached Palazzo Contarini, the The building rose from the canal like a Renaissance masterpiece. Elegant, ancient, perfectly Venetian. Lights glowed in the windows. Music drifted from somewhere nearby. "Home sweet temporary home," Alexander said, fishing out the key Vittoria had given him. "It's perfect," Elisa said. "Better than wandering Venice all night wondering if the Sarti are going to jump out of the shadows." Alexander unlocked the door and we went inside, climbing worn marble stairs to my fledgling's borrowed rooms. The space was beautiful. Frescoed ceilings, antique furniture, windows overlooking the Grand Canal. A place that would cost a fortune to rent, given freely by a millinery vampire who apparently collected real estate like others collected art. It should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like a cage. "I need air," I said suddenly, stopping in the doorway. Alexander and Elisa both turned to look at me. "Ivan," Alexander started. "I just need—" I ran a hand through my hair. "I need to walk, clear my head, maybe hunt. I don't know. I can't—" I gestured vaguely at the luxurious rooms, at the whole situation. "I can't be inside right now." Elisa studied me with those piercing blue eyes. "Darling, you're not okay." "No," I admitted. "I'm really not, but I will be. I just need some time alone." "Are you sure about that?" Alexander asked. "The Sarti could still be out there." "Let them come." The words came out harder than I intended. "I'm not scared of fanatics in plague masks. I'm scared of—" I trailed off, not sure how to finish that sentence. Scared of losing people. Scared of war. Scared of watching my world burn. All of it. None of it. Everything. "Get some rest," I said. "Both of you. We've got the council meeting tomorrow night. You need to be sharp." They exchanged a glance. Some silent conversation happening between them that didn't include me. I noticed. That unsettling feeling from earlier. Getting worse. But not tonight. I'd deal with it later. "Okay," Elisa said. "But if you're not back by dawn—" "I'll be back," I promised. "I just need to breathe." Alexander hesitated, then nodded. "Be careful." "Always am." I left them there, descending the stairs and stepping back out into Venice's night. Water slapped against the fondamenta. A church bell tolled the hour somewhere in the dark. The city breathed around me, ancient and alive, completely unaware of the supernatural conflict brewing in its shadows. I started walking with no destination in mind, letting my feet carry me through narrow streets and over bridges, away from Palazzo Contarini, away from the concerned looks and careful questions, away from the memory of vampires burning in blue flames, away from everything, except the sound of my footsteps echoing off ancient stone. Tomorrow night we'd face the council. We'd plan and strategize and figure out how to survive. But tonight I was going to walk until the images stopped replaying in my head, or until dawn forced me to stop, whichever came first. I'd survived worse. I'd always survived worse. That was the problem, really. Surviving meant I'd be there to watch it happen, again and again. Chapter 22. Elisa. Tomorrow won't be any easier. Pristine cream paint gleamed off the impeccable walls of the old palazzo. Modernized tinted windows, a luxurious yacht near the watergate, details that revealed the level of comfort Alexander preferred. Ivan's taste leaned more toward the Baroque, and why wouldn't it? He belonged to that era, even though 3 centuries had passed. The 17th century was deeply rooted in her brother, but not in Alexander. She knew he'd been born into the blood in the late 1920s, that he had a weakness for cars and speeding. Living fast was his life's motto, though his conservative appearance would hardly lead that on. As Elisa moved upstairs to the piano nobile, she sensed his presence. He made no effort to conceal it. Either he was unaware of it, or he welcomed any stranger to his side. The night stretched ahead of them with dangerous promise. Tomorrow they would gather at San Giorgio Maggiore, that ancient monastery complex rising from its own island in the Venetian lagoon, isolated and perfect for vampires who needed privacy. The basilica's white marble facade would glow under the moonlight, and its cloisters would host conversations that could determine the fate of their kind. But that was hours away. For now, there was only this: moonlight filtering through Venetian windows, Alexander somewhere in this palazzo, and the tension that always crackled between them like static before a storm. She shouldn't be here, should have stayed in her own accommodations, maintained the distance she'd cultivated over the years. But more than a preservation instinct had drawn her to this address, the same thing that always drew her to him, despite every reason she had to stay away. Vintage golden wallpapered walls surrounded her in the terrace's antechamber. It was a spacious parlour with a large crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling, furniture richly embroidered with glistening gold and dark red thread. The lights were off, and the sole illumination flooding inside came from the terrace. That's where she would find him. A stone-tiled roof and marble floors, and a low balustrade framed the most imposing sight of La Punta della Dogana, the church of Santa Maria della Salute. The dome gleamed with architectural amber lights that enhanced its beauty and made the whole panoramic feel like a dream. And he was part of this dream. Alexander, sitting on a marble bench, relaxed, his gaze drifting to the majestic view. Beautiful, she thought, always so damnably beautiful. It had been like this from the first moment she'd met him, that night in San Francisco years ago now, when Ivan had introduced his fledgling with obvious pride. "This is Philip," he'd said, and she'd looked into those ocean eyes and felt a shift inside her. The bond of familiarity, perhaps, or hunger of a different kind than blood. She'd spent years trying to ignore it, years telling herself it was nothing, just physical attraction to a handsome vampire, easily dismissed. But it wasn't nothing. It never had been nothing. And Ivan knew. God help her, Ivan knew. She'd seen it. The subtle tension in his shoulders when they were in the same room, the protective edge in his voice when he spoke about Alexander, his favourite fledgling, his companion, his pride. Her brother had reasons enough to hate her already. She didn't need to hand him another. They'd barely begun to rebuild what she'd shattered 300 years ago when she'd killed Dristan. When she'd walked away without explanation, leaving Ivan with a maker's corpse and a sister who'd vanished into the night. The guilt still lived in her chest like a stone, cold, heavy, impossible to dislodge. She'd spent centuries running from it, and now that she'd finally come back, tried to make amends. The last thing Ivan needed was to discover his sister wanted his fledgling. Wanted him with an intensity that terrified her. So she'd kept her distance from Alexander. Maintained friendly civility. Pretended the pull between them didn't exist, that she didn't feel the electric charge every time they were in the same room, didn't catch herself watching him when she thought no one noticed. But here she was anyway, standing in his chosen lair, drawn like a moth to a flame she knew would burn her. "I was wondering when you'd arrive," Alexander said without turning, his voice carrying that warm American accent that still charmed her after all these years. "I could feel you lingering in the doorway." Elisa stepped onto the terrace, letting the moonlight wash over her. "I wasn't lingering. I was appreciating the decor." Liar. He glanced at her then, and his smile was knowing. "You've been standing there for 10 minutes, debating whether to stay or go." Damn him for knowing her so well, for seeing through the masks she wore so carefully for everyone else. "The view is worth staying for," she said, moving to lean against the balustrade. The Grand Canal stretched before them, gondolas cutting through water that reflected the city's golden light. "You chose well. I had help." He gestured to the palazzo behind them. The owner was very insistent about this terrace, said it had the most romantic view in Venice. Romantic? The word hung between them, weighted with everything they never said. Elisa focused on the distant dome of Santa Maria della Salute, willing her expression to remain neutral. "And does it live up to the promise?" "Depends on the company." She could feel his eyes on her, that steady gaze that saw too much. She'd spent centuries perfecting the art of being unreadable, of hiding every emotion behind a mask of cool sophistication. But Alexander had a way of slipping past her defenses, of making her feel transparent. It was infuriating. It was intoxicating. "You look..." He paused, his gaze travelling over her in a way that made heat pool in her stomach. "Dangerous tonight." His tone made her turn to look at him fully. He was watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read, admiration and determination that made her pulse quicken. dangerous. She arched an eyebrow, allowing herself a small smile. Is that a compliment? Always. He stood, moving toward her. Though I could have said beautiful, devastating, any number of things that would be equally true. He stopped beside her at the balustrade, close enough that she could smell him, expensive cologne and the warm, human-adjacent scent of him that made her want to close the distance and damn the consequences. She didn't. Couldn't. Flattery, Alexander? She kept her voice light, teasing. That's not like you. It's not flattery if it's true. His hand moved to rest on the balustrade beside hers, close enough that their fingers almost touched. Beauty. Is that dangerous? To me. His ocean eyes held hers, intense and unwavering. Absolutely. Then his features softened, concern threading through the heat. But you're also worried. I can see it. Not about tomorrow. It's something else. The shift from seduction to genuine care disarmed her more than the compliments had. This was what made Alexander dangerous. Not just that he wanted her, but that he saw her. Past the masks, past the careful distance. Tonight was... She trailed off, searching for words. How did you describe watching vampires burn alive? Watching the masquerade dissolve into chaos and death? Nearly kissing him on a terrace before the world exploded around them? A lot. Yeah. His hand moved closer on the balustrade, his fingers brushing against hers. A touch so light it could have been accidental, but they both knew it wasn't. It was. Tomorrow won't be any easier, she added, her gaze dropping briefly. Alexander moved closer, and his minty breath brushed her neck. It won't. The silence that followed said more than either of them had. But I'll be fine, she said, perhaps too sharply. I've survived worse than a vampire council meeting. I know you have. He didn't move back. I'm always worried when Ivan's involved, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. He has a talent for making situations more complicated than they need to be. Seems to run in the family. The barb landed perfectly, and despite herself, Elisa laughed. Touché, Philip. It's just Alexander now, remember? He smiled, but there was sadness in it. Philip Blackwell died a long time ago. I'm someone different now. Are you? She studied his profile. Still so achingly familiar, despite the name change, despite the years between then and now. You seem the same to me. Maybe that's the problem. The words hung in the air. They stood in silence, watching the city move around them, boats in the canal, tourists on distant bridges, the slow dance of Venetian night. Ivan will be angry if he finds me here, Elisa said, voice quiet. Then perhaps we won't tell him. She turned to look at him and found him already watching her, patient, intent, utterly uninterested in pretending otherwise. When I was mortal, I used to dream of coming to this city, she said, her gaze avoiding his as it flickered to the Grand Canal. The words came easier when she wasn't looking at him, when she couldn't see his eyes stripping away every defense she'd built. I would close my eyes and imagine Venice, imagine being free, imagine being... Happy? Alexander supplied gently. I didn't know what happy looked like anymore. She forced herself to meet his eyes, but I imagined it felt like light, like warmth, like being seen. I had that dream as well, he whispered, close enough that his warmth radiated to her. Years ago, when you were imprisoned by Jiao Long. Jiao Long. A chill scurried down her spine at the sound of that name. It came back to her then. The dungeon, the darkness, the desperation that had made her reach out psychically, searching for Ivan, but finding Alexander instead. That first connection between their minds, accidental and electric, and impossible to forget. Indeed, she said, looking away, as if with that simple gesture she could leave those days behind. You shared your memories with me, remember? He added in a tender tone. Flashes of times long past. The corner of his lips faintly curled up. Your memories were darker then. I found no happiness in them. That's because there was none, she said dryly, and the words rang true. There had never been happiness in those memories, only the suffocating cage of her mortal life. Her brother's death, the arranged marriage she'd refused knowing full well what that refusal would cost her. A girl in the 17th century who'd stood outside Ivan's childhood bedroom with tears on her face and a single quiet certainty, I will not marry him. Those memories that had bled through when their minds touched, the prison of her mortal life, every bar of it forged by someone else's hand. I'm sorry to hear it, he said, his hand finding hers again, folding around it. It was warm and firm, and everything reminding her of being mortal, deliciously human. Real in a way that vampires so often weren't, all of them hiding behind masks of sophistication and power. But this, his hand in hers, the simple honesty of the touch, this felt real. Alisa turned to him. It was impossible not to lose herself in his bright blue eyes, in the serenity that dwelled inside them, the steadiness that made her want to believe that maybe she could stop running, that maybe she deserved this moment, this connection, this chance at joy that felt like light. Let me make it better, he whispered, inching closer. His free hand came up to her face, fingers tracing the line of her jaw with devastating gentleness. Her pulse skyrocketed. She yearned for that nearness. She had dreamed of it for many nights. In her lair, in her solitude, she'd allowed herself to imagine this. His touch, his kiss, his eyes burning with want instead of careful detachment. But wanting and having were different things, and the space between them was filled with complications. Ivan's trust, Marianne's ghost, the war brewing around them. We should talk about tomorrow, she said, deflecting into safer territory even as her body screamed at her to close the distance. San Giorgio Maggiore. Do you know what to expect? Alexander pulled back slightly, and she saw the flash of disappointment in his eyes before he masked it with easy charm. Ancient vampires gathering on an island to discuss an existential threat. He leaned back, pressing his hands along the balustrade. I imagine it will be tense, political, and possibly violent. You forgot awkward. Alisa allowed herself a small smile, grateful for the momentary reprieve from the intensity between them. Vittoria will be there, Dristan, others we've never met, and Eirik. And you, Alexander said quietly, drawing closer again. His sultry fragrance, sandalwood and moss and something darker, enveloped her senses, hopelessly intoxicating her. You'll be there too. I will. The words came out breathier than she'd intended. He was too close now, close enough that she could see the flecks of lighter blue in his irises, close enough that she'd only have to tilt her face up slightly to... And Marianne. The name fell from her lips like a stone into still water. She'd said it, tossed it into the conversation in the most decisive of moments, a defense mechanism, a way to remind them both why this was impossible. Alisa bit her lower lip. There was no taking it back now. Yeah, Alexander said, pulling back. The warmth in his eyes cooled, replaced by neutrality. Seems like everyone's invited. His sudden distance left an ache in her chest. Alisa sighed internally. Damn it to hell, I blew it. And she wanted this, wanted him. So badly that it terrified her. She'd spent centuries running from connection, from risk, from the possibility of hurting or being hurt, and here she was, finally brave enough to reach for something real, and she'd sabotaged it with a single word. Her back stiffened as she pushed herself away from the balustrade, putting more distance between them. Distance was safe. Distance meant no one got hurt. I'll see you at St. Giorgio tomorrow, she said, fighting hard to recover her composure. Her voice came out cool, controlled, the mask sliding back into place as naturally as breathing. Alisa would do everything in her vampiric reach to appear unscathed by his sudden coldness, a reaction she had provoked herself, because apparently she refused to embrace the slightest possibility of happiness in her life, because she was too damaged, too broken, too stained by 300 years of guilt to deserve this. How could she even stay here after spoiling everything between them? She couldn't. She would leave this beautiful palazzo and seek comfort from her heartache in the hunt, if that was remotely possible. Blood wouldn't fill the ache in her chest, but at least it would give her a distraction from the way Alexander was looking at her, hurt and confused, and trying not to show it. On her way to the door, Elisa shut her eyes tight, regretting ever pronouncing Marianne's wretched name. Why had she said it? She'd wanted to kiss him. She'd wanted to do more than that, actually. Wanted to pull him close and forget about tomorrow's council, forget about the Sati Mangiatori, forget about everything except the warmth of his hands on her skin. She was so good at destroying things. It was practically her specialty. Kill the maker, run from the brother, push away anyone who got too close. 300 years of the same pattern, and apparently she hadn't learned a damn thing. A sudden tug to her hand stopped her short. She looked back. Alexander held her wrist, firmly enough that it revealed conviction. Stern resolve gleamed in his eyes. No more careful distance, no more pretending they were just Ivan's sister and fledgling making polite conversation. This was real, raw and real and terrifying. One more pull, and he drew her against his chest, his free hand gracefully gliding around her waist, easing its way to the small of her back. The touch was possessive, claiming everything she'd told herself she didn't want, and absolutely everything she craved. Elisa's eyes widened. Her lips parted to speak, but she made no sound. 1,000 protests rushed to her mind. This is a mistake. Ivan will never forgive us. We'll regret this tomorrow. But her body was already responding, already leaning into his warmth. Alexander tilted his head and drew closer, his ocean eyes holding hers with an intensity that stole her breath. And then, his lips met hers in a passionate kiss that went for it all with no apologies. The world narrowed to this, his mouth on hers, demanding and desperate and perfect. His lips were soft, but the kiss was anything but gentle. It was need and want and years of restraint finally breaking. She welcomed it gladly, a subtle smile looming on the edge of her mouth as she yielded to the firmness of his hold. God, she'd wanted this. For so long, she'd wanted this. His hand glided up her arm, leaving fire in its wake, moving to the slope of her neck where her pulse thrummed hard as if she were still human. He paused there for a moment, thumb stroking her throat, before his palm cupped her face with devastating tenderness. Then he tugged her closer, and his tongue entered her mouth, righteous and demanding, exploring and claiming, eliciting from her a quiet moan. The sound shattered his restraint. Her hands found his chest, feeling the solid muscle beneath his shirt, the unnecessary rise and fall of breath that came from habit rather than need. He was warm and real, and here, finally here, after all the distance and stolen glances and moments they'd almost had. On a passionate whim, Alexander turned them, backing her toward the wall. His mouth never left hers, devouring her with desperate kisses as his hands roamed each curve of her body. And this, he did unhurried. Taking his time to learn her, to memorize the shape of her waist, the curve of her hip, the arch of her back as she pressed against him. Her shoulders hit the icy wall and she gasped into his mouth. He took advantage, deepening the kiss until she was dizzy with it, until the world outside this moment ceased to exist. Elisa's breathing hitched. Desire burned inside her, escalating in warming waves that had nothing to do with blood and everything to do with the way he touched her, like she was precious, like she was wanted, like 300 years of guilt and running didn't matter, because right now, in this moment, she was his. Without breaking the kiss, Alexander guided her backward through the terrace doorway. Their bodies moved together in perfect harmony. Predators who knew how to navigate in darkness, how to move without sight. Her hands fisted in his hair, his arm wrapped around her waist, and they stumbled through the antechamber in a blur of desperate need and careful grace. Moans escaped her throat. Gasps fell from his lips. The golden wallpaper blurred past them. The crystal chandelier cast fractured light across their intertwined forms. And then, they were in the bedroom. He turned them, pressing her gently back onto the bed. The soft fabric beneath her was a stark contrast to the hard planes of his body above her, the urgency of his mouth as it travelled from her lips to her jaw, to the column of her throat. Their clothes shed at last, a tangle of fabric and urgency, barriers removed until there was nothing between them but skin and want, and the truth they'd been avoiding for far too long. And as her hands glided over his chest, 1,000 thoughts tumbled in her racing mind. Faces that hindered the pleasure lying before her. Ivan's face when he discovered this, the hurt and betrayal. Marianne's face, beautiful and happy on Eric's arm, the ghost that would always haunt the space between them. "What about them?" she whispered. Marianne and Ivan. Was this Elisa's ultimate betrayal to her brother? After everything she'd done, was she really going to compound it by taking the one person Ivan held most dear? She was so good at being so bad, even when she was determined not to hurt a soul in her pursuit of happiness. Alexander parted a few inches back, and his eyes locked into hers. The corner of his lips slightly quirked up, not mocking, but understanding. "I see no one else in this room," he said in a velvety voice that sent shivers down her spine. "It's just you and me." She smiled despite herself, despite the guilt, despite everything. Was he not the most irresistible devil? The vampire who saw through her defenses, who knew her worst crimes and kissed her anyway, who made her feel that perhaps she deserved this moment of stolen happiness. "This may well be our last night in the world," he murmured, pushing a lock of ebony hair behind her ear with such tenderness it made her chest ache. His fingers lingered against her skin, tracing the shell of her ear, the line of her jaw. To hell with everything else. He finished with a grin that promised exactly how they'd spend this possibly last night. She bit her lower lip, desire and decision warring inside her. She could stop this, could pull away, get dressed, restore the distance that kept everyone safe, could go back to being Ivan's sister and nothing more, could pretend this almost moment had never happened. Or she could choose this, choose him, choose one night of happiness before tomorrow's council, before the war, before whatever came next, threatened to destroy them all. "To hell with it," she echoed, the words both surrender and victory. And then she teased his lips apart with hers, opening the door to the fulfillment of her every whim. Tomorrow they would face consequences. Tomorrow they would deal with Ivan's reaction, with Marianne's ghost, with all the complications this would create. But tonight was theirs, and she was done running. Chapter 23. Alexander. Until dawn. He'd imagined this moment 1,000 times, a mere fantasy at first, skin, heat, release. Later it became crueler, her wrists pinned above her head, her throat bared not in surrender but in dare, her eyes blazing with the same violence he felt coiling in his chest. He had tortured himself with those images until they felt like scripture. Reality was worse. Reality was better. Elisa lay beneath him, black hair fanned across his pillow like spilled secrets. Moonlight traced the elegant curves of her body, sharp collarbones, the soft swell of breasts, the shadowed dip of her navel, every line of her designed to remind him how breakable even immortals could feel when they finally stopped running. He braced himself above her on forearms corded with restraint, caging her without crushing. His gaze never left hers. Darkened eyes, ancient and wary, watched him back with an emotion dangerously close to trust. "Alexander," she breathed, and the way she said his name. Not Philip. Not the name he'd worn when he still believed in mortal things. Alexander, the name he'd chosen after the devil's coven changed him, after Marianne walked away, after he learned that love could be survived but never escaped. The sound of his name in her mouth unraveled him. He lowered his head until his lips hovered a heartbeat above the frantic pulse at her throat. "I'm here." Her scent flooded him. Night-blooming roses, cold stone, copper just beneath the surface. His fangs ached behind sealed lips. He kissed the spot instead, slow, deliberate, tasting salt and immortal heat. Her fingers speared into his hair and yanked, hard enough to sting, soft enough to promise more. "Don't be too careful," she said, voice low and frayed. "I want to feel you lose control." A growl scraped his throat. "I've spent long years practicing control around you." "Then stop." He answered by dragging his open mouth down the column of her neck, teeth grazing without breaking skin. She arched in response, and the motion rubbed her core against the aching length of him. Silk and slick heat. He hissed through clenched teeth. Alisa. She hooked one leg around his hip, pulling him tighter. Say my name like that again. Alisa. Rougher this time. A warning. Her nails scored down his back, deliberate parallel lines that would heal in minutes, but burn like sin in the meantime. Harder. He obeyed. His hands mapped her with ruthless patience, the fragile cage of her ribs, the decadent dip of her waist, the lush curve where hip met thigh. Every place he touched, she answered, hips lifting, breath catching, small desperate sounds that made his blood roar. When his palm cupped her breast, thumb circling the tight peak, she cried out, and the sound branded itself permanently inside him. He kissed lower, sternum, undercurve of her breast. Slow at first, then harder, teeth scraping just enough to make her spine bow off the mattress. A curse tore from her, ancient accent bleeding through. He smiled against her skin. There she is. Don't stop, she panted out. As if he could. As if anything short of the sun rising and burning them both to ash could make him stop now. He kissed her again. Deep, claiming, showing without words what she meant to him. Ivan, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. Your maker's sister. The woman he's trying to rebuild a relationship with after centuries of loss. Alexander pushed the thought away. The day would come when he'd deal with crossing a line that could never be uncrossed. But tonight was for them. She exhaled when he broke the kiss, a small trembling sound, and her fingers slid around his nape, not pulling, just holding on. He moved with ruthless patience. He didn't rush, didn't devour. He worshipped. Every hitch of her breath, every shiver, catalogued and cherished. His hand drifted lower, tracing the dip of her waist, the flare of her hip, then slipping between her thighs. She was already slick, hot, ready. He circled her most sensitive place with one fingertip with light, maddening pressure, watching her face the entire time. Her lips parted. Her eyes fluttered. Look at me, he murmured. Her gaze snapped back to his, wide and unguarded. She gasped, hips lifting into his hand. He kept the rhythm steady, deep, unrelenting, thumb still working her in lazy circles. You're so beautiful like this, letting me see you, letting me have you. Alexander, her voice cracked. He kissed her then, swallowing the sound of his name. When he pulled back, his forehead rested against hers. I've wanted you for so long, he said, voice rough with truth. Every time you walked into a room, every time you looked away first, every time you disappeared, I suffered it, all of it. And tonight, I'm done pretending. He withdrew his fingers, shifted, settled between her thighs. I want to savor this, he breathed. Savor you. Vulnerability flickered across her face, a glimpse beneath centuries of armor. Why? The question came out quiet, almost fragile. Why me? After Marianne? He silenced her with a kiss, fierce and demanding. His mouth left hers, but his eyes never did. Don't, he said firmly. Don't bring her into this. Not now. Not here. His thumb traced her lower lip, and her eyes darkened further with desire. This isn't about her. This is about you. About us. But I see you, Alisa. The words came out rough, raw with honesty. Not Ivan's sister. Not the vampire who killed Dristan. Not the woman who ran for 3 centuries. I see you. The person underneath all that guilt and self-punishment. And she's beautiful, fierce, worth every complication this will create. Her eyes shimmered. Not tears yet. Not quite. You're going to make me believe that. Good. He kissed her again, softer this time. Because it's true. And he held there, letting her feel the promise of him without taking. Tell me you want this, he said quietly. I want this. Her hands framed his face. I want you. He melted into her, slow enough that she felt every inch, every ridge, every pulse. When nothing remained between them, He stilled, letting them both adjust to the intimacy of it. Her breath came in shallow pants. He began to move. Never fast, never wild. Just relentless, controlled. Each stroke a declaration. You are mine tonight, and I am not leaving. Her legs wrapped around his waist, heels pressing into the small of his back. Not to urge him faster, but to keep him close. Her hands roamed his back, his shoulders, learning him as he was learning her. He dipped his head, lips brushing her ear. You don't have to run anymore. Not from me. A soft sob escaped her. It was perfect. It was terrifying. It was everything he'd imagined and nothing like it, because imagination couldn't capture this. The reality of her, the connection that went beyond physical pleasure, a feeling dangerously like the beginning of forever. He lifted his head. Tears tracked silently down her temples into her hair. Alisa. Please, she whispered. Please don't stop. Never. The promise came out fierce, determined. His mouth found hers again as their bodies moved faster, chasing pleasure's ultimate high. I've got you. I've got you. He kept the same devastating rhythm, deep, steady, loving, until her breathing fractured and her body began to tremble beneath him. Come for me, he said against her mouth. Not an order, a plea. Let me feel you. Let me keep you. She shattered quietly, back bowing, fingers digging into his shoulders, his name spilling from her lips in broken syllables. The sight of her coming undone beneath him tore through his own control. He moved once, twice more, then pulled her close as pleasure swept through them both. A low, guttural groan rumbled from his chest, his face pressed to her throat. They stayed locked together for long minutes, hearts hammering in counterpoint. When he eased out and rolled to the side, he pulled her against his chest immediately, as though the space between them was intolerable. She curled into him, face hidden against his neck. Silent tears wet his skin. He cupped the back of her head, fingers threading through midnight hair. Good tears? The best tears, she managed, voice thick. God, I'm a mess. She laughed, the sound watery, but real. You're beautiful. He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, tasting salt. You're perfect. Stop. But she was smiling through the tears, her hand coming up to cover his. You're going to make me cry even more. Atta girl. He looked down at her. I want you to feel everything. All of it. She reached up, fingers tracing his jaw, his cheekbone, pushing hair back from his forehead with a tenderness more intimate than anything they'd just experienced. What have we done? Something we can't take back. He turned his head to press a kiss to her palm. Something we'll probably have to answer for. But I don't regret it. The truth came out unadorned. Not for a second. Do you? She was quiet, studying his face with knowing eyes. No, she said. I don't regret it either. I probably should. This is exactly the kind of selfish choice that always ends badly for me. But for once I'm choosing happiness instead of running away from it. Her smile turned wry. Even if it means Ivan will never forgive me, even if it means everyone at tomorrow's council might know I slept with my brother's fledgling hours before we're supposed to discuss saving our entire species. Even if... He kissed her, cutting off the spiral of worry before it could fully form. When he drew back, his expression was grave. We'll face it, he said. All of it. The consequences. Ivan's reaction. Every complication. He paused. You're not alone in this, Alisa. I'm not alone, she repeated, testing the words like they were foreign. Perhaps they were, to someone who'd spent 300 years alone. Nope. He gave her a soft smile. Not anymore. Her head rested over his heart, the heart that had felt dead and useless since Marianne had left, but that felt alive again with Alisa in his arms. Relief moved through him like warm blood after a long famine, sharp, almost painful. He's going to be so angry. Furious, she agreed, a faint wry curve to her lips. He'll probably refuse to speak to us for a decade, maybe 2. Worth it? Her smile broke then, radiant in the moonlight. Absolutely worth it. They lay wrapped in each other, listening to Venice breathe beyond the tall windows. The soft lap of the canal, the distant clink of a gondola mooring chain, the city murmuring secrets older than both of them. Dawn was still hours distant, but Alexander already felt time thinning, slipping through his fingers like water. "What are you thinking?" Elisa asked, her voice drowsy and intimate. "That I want to remember this." He pressed his lips to her forehead, lingering there. This exact moment, just this feeling of rightness. She exhaled against his throat, almost a laugh, almost a sigh. "It does feel right, doesn't it? Like every mile I ran, every year I punished myself, every night I told myself I didn't deserve this. It was all leading here. To this palazzo, to this bed, to you." "Fate," he teased gently, fingers tracing lazy circles on her bare shoulder. "I don't believe in fate." Yet she pressed closer, contradicting every word, tucking herself against him as though his heartbeat were the only compass she still trusted. "I believe in choices, and tonight I'm choosing this. Choosing you, whatever comes after." "Whatever comes after," he echoed, the vow quiet but ironclad. He threaded his fingers through her midnight hair, savouring the cool silk of it. "We should probably talk about tomorrow. The council. What we say when they ask why we both look like we've been up all day wearing each other's scent." "Tomorrow," she interrupted firm. She rose onto one elbow, gazing down at him with renewed heat in her eyes. "We deal with tomorrow when the sun forces us to. Right now." She leaned in and kissed him, slow and deep and deliberate, tongue tracing his lower lip, before she pulled back just enough to whisper, "Right now I want to make the most of the hours we have left." "Is that so?" His body responded instantly, hardening against her thigh, pulse kicking hard beneath her palm where it rested over his heart. "And what exactly did you have in mind?" Her lazy smile turned wicked. "Everything we didn't have time for the first time." "Everything." He rolled them in one smooth motion, settling his weight over her again, pinning her gently but unmistakably beneath his strong frame. Her eyes flared with anticipation, challenge, trust. "That's ambitious." "We're immortal." She drew him down for another kiss, this one slower, savouring, her hands roaming the muscles of his back, as though memorising him by touch alone. "We have all night." All night," he agreed against her mouth. He moved over her with the same reverence he'd shown earlier, every kiss, every stroke, designed to unravel her defences layer by layer. He whispered her name like a secret kept too long. He told her, in fragments of breath against her ear, in the way his hands cradled her face, in the unhurried rhythm of his body claiming hers, that she was wanted, not despite the blood on her hands, not despite the centuries of guilt, but because she had survived them, because she was still here, still fierce, still choosing him. When she came again, intensely, clinging to him with trembling fingers, her breath fractured into soft, broken gasps. Her eyes stayed locked on his, darkened with more than pleasure. The devastating certainty that someone had seen every jagged piece of her and still chosen to stay. She didn't cry this time. Instead, she arched into him, nails pressing crescents into his shoulders, body shuddering in perfect, silent surrender. He kissed the corner of her mouth, the line of her jaw, never breaking rhythm, never letting her hide from the intimacy of it. And when his release followed, he buried his face in the curve of her neck and held her through it, whispering her name like a vow until the aftershocks faded. They lay tangled in the aftermath, her head pillowed on his chest once more, his arms locked around her as though the world outside might try to steal her away. It was more than sex, more than two lonely vampires seeking comfort in the aftermath of pain. It was connection, deep and real. It was choosing each other despite knowing the cost. It was burning bridges and building new ones in their place. In the darkest hours before dawn, Alexander understood. This was not love, not the bright, reckless thing poets wrote about. Not yet. But it was the foundation stone of it. Solid, dangerous, terrifying in its permanence, the beginning of a future neither of them had dared imagine after so much loss. Elisa's breathing slowed, deepened, slipping toward the light trance immortals called sleep. Her fingers remained curled loosely over his chest. Outside, Venice waited. Indifferent, eternal. Death might come for them tomorrow. The council might tear them apart. Ivan might never forgive them. But tonight they had known this. Fathomless, fragile, perfect bliss. If this was the last night the world had to offer, God damn, what a way to go. Chapter 24. Vittoria, Ghosts and Blood. The salon's guests had departed, leaving only the lingering scent of blood and wine, and the acrid tang of burnt vampire flesh that no amount of perfume could mask. Vittoria stood by the windows, watching the last of the police boats depart from the Grand Canal, their blue lights fading into Venetian darkness. Her palazzo, her city, her territory that had been violated by those fanatical Sarti Mangiatori with their plague masks, and their insufferable conviction that they had the right to decide who deserved to exist. Behind her she heard voices, low, hushed. "You're quite pale, young one." Cassius Aurelius's warm baritone carried concern. "When did you last feed?" Vittoria turned. The Lion of Rome stood beside Marianne, assessing. The girl did look pale. Amethyst eyes slightly unfocused, swaying slightly on her feet. Eric was at her side instantly, a hand steadying her elbow. "Marianne." "I'm fine," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Just tired." "The young need to feed more often," Cassius said, his tone gentle but firm. He looked at Eric. "When did she last hunt?" Eric's expression hardened. "Yesterday evening." "Nearly 24 hours ago, then." Cassius shook his head. "No wonder she's flagging." "I can wait," Marianne protested, but even as she spoke, Vittoria saw her sway again. "No, you can't." Cassius' voice remained kind, but brooked no argument. "Come, I'll escort you on the hunt. There are enough tourists wandering Venice at this hour." Eric's hand tightened on Marianne's arm, his ice-blue eyes narrowing. "I'll take her." "You're needed here." Cassius gestured to the room. Political discussions, strategy, conversations that would bore a young fledgling to tears. His warm eyes met Eric's in silent understanding. "I'll keep her safe. You have my word." "Eric," Marianne said, "I'll be fine. Stay. Plan for tomorrow." She managed a small smile. "I'm not helpless. I've survived worse than a hunting trip through Venice." Eric looked like he wanted to argue, but Marianne was already turning toward Cassius with a quiet determination that made Vittoria reconsider. Perhaps there was more to this young vampire than beauty. "Please," Marianne added, "trust me to handle this." The words found their mark in Eric. His shoulders relaxed fractionally, and he gave a brief nod. "Be careful. Always." She rose up on her toes to press a quick kiss to his cheek, a gesture so casual, so intimate, that it made her chest tighten. This was what Eric had replaced her with. Not just a pretty young thing, but someone who made him soft, made him domestic, made him forget the glorious monster he'd once been. "We'll return within the hour," Cassius said, guiding Marianne toward the door. "Plenty of time before dawn." As they left, Vittoria noticed Cassius's hand resting on Marianne's lower back, protective, but also calculated. The Lion of Rome had his own agenda for wanting time alone with Eric's fledgling, and Vittoria wondered what it was. But that was a problem for later. The door closed behind them, and suddenly the vast room felt much smaller. Just the three of them now, Vittoria by the windows, Eric standing where Marianne had left him looking suddenly bereft, and Dristan lurking in the shadows near the doorway like he wasn't sure whether to stay or flee. "Well," Vittoria said into the silence, her musical Venetian accent sharp, "here we are, again, nearly 1,000 years later." "History does love to repeat itself," Dristan murmured, his discomfort clear. Eric turned to look at her, wariness flashing in his fierce eyes. He knew what was coming. After a millennium, they both knew. "Your little dove is quite pretty," Vittoria continued, not bothering to hide the edge in her voice. The candlelight caught on her antique ruby necklace, Eric's gift to her in 1096, still worn like both trophy and wound. So young, so pliable. Eric remained by the doorway, maintaining distance that felt both tactical and futile. The last time they'd been truly alone in this room, without Dristan's steadying presence, they'd nearly destroyed half her palazzo. Scorch marks still marred the ceiling fresco, a reminder of why creatures like them couldn't afford passion. "Don't," he said, his Norse accent thicker when agitated. "Don't what, Carissimo?" She glided closer, each step precise as a dancer's. "Don't mention how quickly you replaced me, or don't remind you that she begs for your blood just as I once did." "How would you know?" Eric hissed, fierce and challenging. Vittoria's smile curved sharp as a blade. "I keep little bats all over this city, Caro." She tilted her head, enjoying his displeasure. "Perhaps one little bat whispered in my ear. Venice has always been generous with her secrets." His jaw tightened, but he said nothing, which told her everything. Her fingers trailed along a bite mark on her neck that would never fade, his mark from the night everything changed in Constantinople, the night he'd walked away from what they had and never looked back. "Vittoria," Eric started, his tone warning and proprietary, but she cut him off with a raised hand. "Tell me something." She stopped before him, close enough that she could smell him, still that scent of cold northern seas and blood, and an essence indefinably him that made her pulse quicken. "Does she know about the real you? The one who spent years painting Europe red by my side? The Viking lord who made the Mediterranean run crimson with Saracen blood?" Her voice dropped lower, more intimate despite Dristan's presence. "Does she know how magnificent we were, the gods we were, before you decided to play at being civilized?" Eric's hands clenched at his sides. Even now she knew exactly where to strike. The memories rose unbidden, blood and battle, and his laughter in the dark, the look that made her both salvation and damnation, the nights they'd spent remaking the world in their image. They'd been glorious monsters together, before conscience caught up with immortality, before everything turned to ash. "The past is dead," Eric said, his eyes holding hers with an intensity that made her want to either kiss him or kill him, possibly both. "Nothing ever dies for creatures like us." She stepped into his space, close enough to feel the ancient power that still called to the darkness inside her. "We just prefer to pretend otherwise. But war is coming, Amore. The Sati Mangiatori made sure of that tonight, and when it does—" Her nail traced his jaw, drawing a thin line of blood that she ached to lick away. "Which version of you will answer? The domesticated king who denies his nature, or the beast I remember?" "What do you want from me?" His voice came out rough, dangerous. "The truth." Her finger continued tracing patterns on his jaw, nail sharp as a fang, watching blood bead and heal and bead again. "You didn't leave because you feared making me too powerful. You left because you feared making me your equal." He caught her wrist, perhaps too roughly, and the gesture awakened the familiar thrill of his strength, the reminder that he could break her if he wanted to. "You were never one for simple truths, little snake. And you were never one for simple loves." Her free hand pressed against his chest, where his heart hadn't beaten since the Viking age. "Tell me, does she satisfy that darkness in you? The part that raised villages and split skulls? Or do you hide that from her, too?" He released her wrist as if it burned. "You don't know me anymore." "Don't I?" She laughed. "I know you better than that child ever will. I know what it means to carry centuries of blood and bone beneath your skin, to wear civilization like a mask over a creature ancient and hungry. Marianne sees me. Marianne sees what you allow her to see." Vittoria's voice hardened, just as I once did. "The difference is, I learned to love the monster beneath the man, not despite what you are, but because of it." The truth cut deeper than any blade. Before he could stop himself, Eric caught her face between his hands. "You loved the darkness too well, Vittoria. It would have consumed us both." For a moment, her perfect composure cracked. He saw the girl she'd been in Constantinople, the woman she'd become in Venice, the immortal creature who'd held his heart in deadly hands for far too brief a time. "Perhaps," she whispered. But what glorious destruction we would have been. Her dark eyes gleamed with pride and loss, and devastating longing. You see only what you want to remember, Eric said, though his hands remained on her face, his touch betraying the harshness of his words. The blood, the glory, the hunt. And you've forgotten what we were capable of. Her fingers traced the ancient runes on his chest, still pulsing with power, an echo of more intimate touches, of nights when she'd traced every mark with reverence. Before guilt and conscience made you weak. Enough. The word came from Dristan, quiet but commanding, and both of them turned to look at Vittoria's fledgling. He stood in the shadows near the threshold, hazel eyes reflecting candlelight, expression carefully neutral in that way he had when he was furious, but too controlled to show it. This serves nothing, Dristan continued, moving into the light. The Sati Mangiatori just attacked your gathering, Vittoria. They killed vampires in your territory. They declared war on all of us. And you're using this moment to resurrect old grievances with Eric. Old grievances. Vittoria laughed, the sound like breaking glass. My fledgling, ever the diplomat. Dearest Dristan, do you think your grievances are any less relevant? You destroyed Salvatore Valenti's household. Cassius brought it up tonight. And now the Sati are here, striking at those they consider emarginati. Do you think that's a coincidence? A muscle twitched along Dristan's jawline. Salvatore's crimes were heinous, yes. Vittoria's tone went cold. Even now she could scarcely believe it. Salvatore, the cultured nobleman who'd discussed philosophy in her salon, who'd appreciated art and beauty, how had he fallen so low? She didn't repeat what Cassius had thrown at Dristan earlier. Nothing amuses me quite like a broken toy, her fledgling's harsh words, spoken while he systematically destroyed Salvatore's household in the early 1500s. She'd heard them then, had felt her heart break at the casual cruelty in Dristan's voice as he dismantled everything her lover had built. Dristan had used Salvatore's crime as justification, but jealousy, the petty, possessive rage that his maker had taken a lover, that had been the true fuel. The trafficking of children had simply given him permission to be monstrous. But you left him alive, she continued, shattered, but breathing, and shattered things have a tendency to want revenge. If Salvatore is behind the Sati, Eric started. Then we're all in danger, Vittoria finished, because he won't stop until everyone connected to his destruction is dead, which includes you, Dristan, includes Ivan, includes everyone in this room. She turned her dark eyes on Eric, including your precious Marianne, young, vulnerable, exactly the kind of vampire who won't survive their blue flames without serious protection. A savage satisfaction moved through her at finally getting through Eric's walls. There it was, that flash of fear in his eyes, that protective instinct that made him so predictable. Marianne is under my protection, Eric said, voice low and deadly. And how long do you think that will last? Vittoria demanded. When the Sati come for her with their blue flames and their fanaticism, you can't protect her from everything, Carissimo. Not without... Don't. Without your blood. Vittoria finished anyway. Without making her strong enough to survive what's coming. But you won't, will you? You'll let her stay vulnerable, stay weak, stay dependent on your protection rather than giving her the power to protect herself. That's not fair, Dristan interjected quietly. Eric's blood is what? Too powerful for a young vampire to handle. Vittoria whirled on her fledgling. Or too precious to share. Tell me, Dristan, has he ever explained to you why he refuses? Why he'll claim lovers and protégés and pretty young things to defend, but never ever shares the what would truly make them equals? Not even a taste. Not even once. Vittoria. A warning. Does she know about Constantinople? Vittoria pressed, despite the danger in Eric's tone. Does she know why you refused to share your blood ever since? Does she know about Bianca? Stop, he growled. Why should I? She moved closer again, invading his space, demanding the confrontation he'd avoided for centuries. Why should I stop when you never did? When I begged for your blood and you refused? When you let my sister die because you were too afraid of what your blood might do? You never understood what really happened that night. I understood perfectly. Bitterness crept into her melodic voice. I didn't let her die, Eric said through gritted teeth. Bianca stole my blood, drank without permission, and it killed her because she took too much, too fast, from a source she couldn't handle. The admission hung in the air like smoke. Dristan edged forward, prepared to step in before this spiraled into violence. Perhaps we should... No. Vittoria and Eirik spoke simultaneously, then looked at each other with the bitter humour of people who'd known each other too long. I should leave, Dristan said, measuring each word. Let you two sort this out without an audience. Don't! Again they spoke together, and this time Vittoria saw understanding flash in Eric's eyes. They both wanted Dristan here, needed him here, because alone, without a witness to maintain civility for, they would either tear each other apart or fall into bed, and neither option would end well. Please, Vittoria added, looking at her fledgling. Stay. We need perspective. Dristan's hazel eyes moved between them, reading the undercurrents, the history, the danger. Finally, he sighed and moved to lean against the wall, arms crossed. Fine, but don't let this get physical. I'd rather not explain to Ivan why I'm covered in blood and ash. He worries enough as it is. Despite everything, Vittoria felt her lips curve. We wouldn't want that. Your fledgling already thinks we're dramatic. Because you are, Dristan said dryly. Says the vampire who faked his death and rose from Poveglia, Eric muttered. I didn't fake anything. I genuinely died. Dristan's expression remained neutral. At least Ivan thought I did. But we're not discussing my rise from the grave. We're discussing whatever this is. He gestured between them. And what it has to do with tomorrow's council. Everything, Vittoria said quietly, turning back to Eric. It has everything to do with tomorrow, because the Sati are coming for us, and we need to be united, and we can't be united when... She trailed off. When ghosts stand between us. Bianca's ghost, Eric said flatly. That's what this is about. Isn't it? Centuries of hurt welled up in her throat. My twin sister, the one person in the world I loved as much as I loved you, and she died screaming your name because your blood consumed her from within. She stole it! Eric's voice rose, the first crack in his legendary control. I didn't offer it. I didn't consent. He paused, chest heaving with restrained fury. Source blood isn't a gift, Vittoria. It's a curse. It changes you. Turns you into something that makes a vampire look tame by comparison. I know that. Vittoria's own control was fracturing. I know because I wanted it. I begged you for it. I told you I didn't care about the consequences, that I wanted to be powerful enough to stand beside you as an equal, not just a lover you kept at arm's length. And you refused. I was trying to protect you, Eric said, and for the first time, she heard regret in his voice, or the shadow of it. You were trying to control me. It came out bitter, true. Just like you're trying to control Marianne now. Keep her dependent, keep her weak, keep her yours without giving her the means to be your equal. That's not... He stopped, jaw working. It's not the same. Isn't it? Vittoria demanded. You claim her. You protect her. You make her promises. But you won't give her the one thing that would truly bind you together. The one thing that would make her powerful enough to not need your constant protection. Why? Because you're afraid of what she might become, or because you're afraid she might not need you anymore if she were that strong. Dristan cleared his throat. While this is enlightening, he said carefully, perhaps we should focus on the immediate threat. The Sati Mangiatori, Salvatore's possible involvement, the council meeting tomorrow. These seem more pressing than a 1,000-year-old lover's quarrel. It's not a quarrel, Vittoria said tiredly. It's a question that's been unanswered for a millennium, and I'm tired of pretending it doesn't matter. She turned back to Eric, and this time she didn't hide the hurt in her eyes, didn't mask the vulnerability beneath centuries of pride. It's true. Bianca, my beautiful, reckless twin, decided she'd take what you wouldn't give. Yes, she stole it. She drugged you, drank from you. And in the end, greed killed her, Eric finished. Because source blood burns through vampires who aren't ready for it. Because I wasn't there to guide her through it. Vittoria's voice cracked. Because she did it alone, desperate, and the power consumed her. And by the time I woke up, she closed her eyes against the memory. She was ash, and you looked at me like I'd lost something precious that could never be recovered. It wasn't your fault, Eric said, and there was genuine pain in his voice now. I never thought. You left. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. Not even a decade. We had not even a decade together after Constantinople, after we'd built this palazzo stone by stone, after we'd painted the Mediterranean red. And you walked away. From our lair, our home. You walked away from Venice, from me, from everything we'd barely begun to create. Her voice carried fathomless hurt. Because you couldn't separate me from her in your mind, because every time you looked at me, you saw my dead twin, the one who'd stolen your blood and paid the price. That's not why I left, Eric said quietly. Then why? Vittoria demanded. Tell me why. After 1,000 years, I think I deserve the truth. Eric was silent for a long moment, and Vittoria could see the war playing out behind his ice-blue eyes. Finally, he said, I was afraid you'd make the same mistake. Take my blood without consent. Risk the same fate as Bianca. And I couldn't. His voice caught. I couldn't watch you die too. Couldn't watch the woman I loved burn from the inside out because of my blood. The admission fell like a stone into still water. So you left to keep me safe, Vittoria said slowly. I left because I was a coward, Eric corrected. Because watching Bianca die broke my heart, and I didn't have the strength to risk it again. And I'm still a coward because I won't give Marianne my blood either, no matter how much she might need it, because the thought of watching her die the same way. He stopped, shook his head. I can't do it again, Vittoria. I can't. Silence fell between them, heavy and profound. Vittoria's dark eyes shimmered with tears she refused to let fall. For all the rage, all the bitterness, all the accusations, she finally understood. He hadn't refused her out of cruelty. He'd refused her out of terror, and perhaps that made it hurt even more. Dristan stirred from his position against the wall. Perhaps, he said carefully, this requires a different solution. If the Sati are targeting vampires broadly, then protection isn't about individual power. It's about collective strategy. Giving Marianne your blood, assuming she survives it, might paint an even bigger target on her back. Source blood vampires are already hunted. Do you want to make her into a target the Sati would prioritize above all others? What are you suggesting? Eric asked. I'm suggesting that we focus on eliminating the threat, rather than making individual vampires strong enough to survive it. Dristan moved into the center of the room. The council meeting tomorrow. We need alliances, intelligence, a coordinated response. Cassius returning from the dead is either a blessing or a complication, and we need to determine which. Ivan carries source blood in his veins. Other millenaries sensed his reawakening when he drank from it. He'll understand the danger of being noticed. Ivan? Vittoria said softly, feeling a swell of pride for her fledgling's youngest son in darkness. Yes, he'll be at the council, along with Alexander and Elisa. She paused. Who are sleeping together now, if tonight's tension was any indication? Both men turned to look at her. What? Dristan said in a blurt. You didn't notice? Vittoria raised an eyebrow. The way they looked at each other on that terrace? The way they moved together during the chaos? The way Elisa followed him here afterward? She smiled slightly. Alexander has claimed Ivan's sister, and I suspect Ivan doesn't know it yet. That's... Dristan stopped, running a hand through his hair. That's going to be complicated. Everything's complicated, Eric muttered. But Dristan's right. We need to focus on the Sati, on building alliances before tomorrow's council. He looked at Vittoria. Can we table this discussion, the one about Constantinople and blood and everything we've avoided for a millennium? Can we? Vittoria asked. Or will it keep festering between us, making it impossible to work together? I don't know, Eric admitted. But I'm willing to try if you are. Vittoria studied him, this Viking legend who'd held her heart for 1,000 years, who'd walked away to protect her, who was still too afraid to truly let anyone in. Part of her wanted to push harder, to demand the resolution they'd avoided for centuries. But the larger part, the part that was still Vittoria Visconti, millinery vampire and Lady of Venice, knew that Dristan was right. Personal grievances had to wait. The Sati Mangiatori wouldn't. Fine, she said. We table it. For now. But Eric... She waited until his eyes met hers. This isn't over. We're not over. And eventually you'll have to choose whether you're going to spend another millennium running from what you're afraid of, or finally face it. The past is no more, Vittoria. Let it rest. Nothing rests in Venice, Eirik. The dead merely wait beneath the waters. She turned away, dismissal clear in every line of her body. Give my regards to your little dove. And when she begs for your blood again, think of Bianca, think of me. She moved to the window again, looking out at Venice's dark waters. Dristan sighed. One crisis at a time, Vittoria. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. The Sati attacked tonight. They'll attack again. We need to send word to the others. Everyone should know what we're facing. I'll reach out to the northern covens, Eric said. And I'll alert the Mediterranean powers, Vittoria added. The old families who remember what the Sati truly are. We're gathering every powerful vampire in the world onto one isolated island for a council meeting, Eric murmured pensively. Dristan scoffed. What could possibly go wrong? Vittoria smiled despite herself. Absolutely everything. Tomorrow, there would be consequences for everyone. But tonight, they stood united in the ruins of her destroyed salon, 3 ancient vampires who'd survived blood and betrayal and prepared for whatever came next, even if none of them quite knew what that meant. Chapter 25. Ivan. The Spiral. The blood tasted like ashes in my mouth. I stood in a darkened sottoportego, one of Venice's countless covered passages, wiping crimson from my lips with the back of my hand. My prey lay at my feet, lifeless. A tourist who'd wandered too far from the safety of the crowds. German, I thought, or maybe Austrian. It didn't matter anymore. I hadn't meant to kill him. The glamour had slipped, the control had fractured, and now he was dead, his blood cooling on Venetian stones while I stood there, trying to remember why I'd once cared about collateral damage. But the hunt brought no satisfaction tonight. No pleasure, just the mechanical necessity of sustaining this cursed existence. Because hours ago, I'd watched vampires burn alive. The image seared itself behind my eyelids every time I blinked. Sati Mangiatori in their plague doctor masks, blue flames erupting from their hands like judgment from a vengeful god. The screams. Oh God, the screams. Vampires centuries older than me reduced to ash and agony in seconds, their final moments echoing through Vittoria's destroyed salon. And all I could think was, what if it had been Alexander? What if those flames had found Elisa? What if Dristan, my maker, miraculously returned from the dead, had burned before I'd even gotten him back? My hands shook as I adjusted my jacket. 3 centuries of existence, and I was shaking like a fledgling. Get it together, Lockhart. But I couldn't, because the reality that had been hammering at my skull all night finally broke through. I could lose them. Any of them. All of them. These people I'd spent centuries pretending not to need. They could be taken from me as easily as Giacomo. My first kill had been taken. As easily as Dristan had been. As easily as everyone I'd ever dared to care about. The horror of it crushed down on my chest, suffocating. I needed to move. Needed to walk. Needed to do something other than stand there spiraling into panic. My feet carried me through Venice's labyrinthine streets without conscious direction, past shuttered shops and ancient bridges, through squares where tourists lingered over late dinners, their laughter jarring against my raw nerves. The city pulsed with life, mortal, oblivious, temporary life, while I carried death in my veins and terror in my heart. I turned down a narrow calle, then another, following some internal compass I didn't quite understand. The crowds thinned. The music faded. and suddenly I stood before a building I hadn't seen in decades. The Scala Contarini del Bovolo. The name meant snail shell in Venetian, Bovolo, and looking up at the external spiral staircase, I understood why. It rose like a stone ribbon curling around itself, each arch and column catching moonlight, in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. Gothic met Renaissance in perfect architectural harmony, hidden away in this forgotten corner where tourists rarely ventured. Beautiful, secret, haunting, just like it had been 300 years ago. The memory struck without warning. 1671. 3 nights after my making, blood still singing in my veins. The dark gift so new I barely understood what I'd become. Tristan's voice echoing through the palazzo greenhouse. Fire and daylight are as lethal to us as your fangs were to poor old Giacomo. Poor old Giacomo. As if the man's death had been merely unfortunate. As if I hadn't torn out his throat in a frenzy of newborn hunger and horror. His blood hot and sweet and so very, very wrong. As if his glazed eyes wouldn't haunt me for centuries. I closed my eyes, but that only made the memories sharper. Tristan, so casual about death, so elegant in his cruelty, showing me the secret room with its treasure, giving me his signet ring, heavy gold pressing into my palm, explaining that I was now Baron Lockhart, nobility by his decree. The palazzo was mine, the fortune was mine, all of it, handed over with aristocratic grace. Now you're provided for, he'd said, fastening his travelling cloak. Everything you need to survive. You're leaving? The words had come out broken, desperate. But I don't know how to. You'll learn. A small smile, neither kind nor cruel. You're clever, Ivan. I have every confidence you'll exceed even my expectations. And then he was gone. Out the window and into Venetian darkness, leaving me alone in a palazzo full of riches, with blood still drying under my fingernails, and absolutely no idea how to be the monster I'd become. I'd wandered Venice for nights after that, learning to hunt by trial and error, terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. And one night, fleeing the scene of a messy kill, I'd found this place. The Scala Contarini del Bovolo, rising like a promise toward the sky. I'd climbed it then, newly made and desperate for perspective, had stood at the top looking out over the city that had become my hunting ground, my prison, my kingdom. Now, 3 centuries later, my feet carried me up those same stone steps. Each footfall echoed in the silence. The spiral wound upward, enclosed by delicate arches that framed glimpses of Venice below. Terracotta rooftops, distant bell towers, the shimmer of canal water catching starlight. The architecture felt both protective and claustrophobic, like ascending through the chambers of some great stone heart. My hand trailed along the cool balustrade, and sense memory flooded through me, the weight of Tristan's ring in my hold that first night, its engraved crest pressing into my palm as I'd gripped this same stone, trying not to scream. He'd given me everything except what I needed most, himself. And now he was back. After 3 centuries of believing him dead, of mourning him, of building a life without him, he was back. Walking through Venice like he'd never left, working with Vittoria, making plans, wielding that same aristocratic authority that made ancient vampires defer to him. And I still didn't know how to feel about it. Relief, rage, joy, betrayal. All of it, none of it. A tangled knot I couldn't begin to unravel. I reached the top of the Scala breathless, my chest tight with emotions I'd spent centuries learning to suppress. The view spread out before me, Venice in all her decaying glory. Domes and spires pierced the night sky. Music drifted up from distant squares. Somewhere out there, vampires plotted and schemed. The Sarti Mangiatori sharpened their blades, and war gathered like storm clouds on the horizon. And tomorrow, we faced the council. Every powerful vampire in the world, gathering on an isolated island to decide our fate. I should have been strategizing, planning, preparing. Instead, I stood on a Renaissance staircase, reliving memories of my making and trying not to think about blue flames consuming everyone I loved. You always did prefer the scenic route when you're brooding. I spun around, fangs already descending, power coiling in my limbs. Rohan stood 3 steps below me, hands raised in a gesture of peace, a wry smile on his handsome face. "Easy, Tiger," he said, his British accent smooth as aged whiskey. "It's just me." My fangs retracted, my heartbeat slowed. "Christ, Rohan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "After the incident? I'm rather hoping to avoid that, actually." He climbed the remaining steps to join me at the top, moving with easy grace. He looked good, completely healed from the Sati attack, no trace of the burns that had been eating through him days ago. My blood had saved him. My source-enhanced blood, given freely to save a friend. What if it hadn't worked? What if Rohan had burned anyway? Another person lost, another connection severed. "You followed me here?" I forced the words past the tightness in my throat, aiming for annoyed but landing somewhere closer to grateful. "What is this? The ultimate vampire therapy? You're that committed to my mental health?" Rohan laughed, the sound genuine and warm. "Well, someone has to be. You're about as good at self-care as a lemming is at cliff safety." His expression softened. "I saw you leave Alexander's palazzo. You had that look." "What look?" "The one that says you're about to do something dramatically self-destructive." He leaned against the balustrade, positioning himself so we were shoulder to shoulder, both looking out over Venice rather than at each other. The therapist's trick. Sometimes it was easier to talk when you weren't making eye contact. "Want to tell me what's really bothering you? And don't say nothing." We both know that's rubbish after what happened tonight. So he'd heard about that too, had he? I should have deflected, made a joke, changed the subject, but I was so tired of pretending. "I could have lost you," I said quietly. The admission felt like tearing a vital organ out of my chest. When those flames hit you, when you started burning. I thought you were gone. I thought I was going to watch a person I care about turn to ash right in front of me. The silence that followed was heavy, profound. Rohan didn't interrupt, didn't try to fix it, just waited, giving me space to find the words. "And it wasn't just you," I continued, the words spilling out now like blood from a wound. "Tonight it was everyone. Elisa, Alexander, Dristan." I stopped, swallowing hard. Even people who weren't there. Juliet, Elizabeth. I kept thinking, what if they'd been at that masquerade? What if the Sati go after them next? What if they're hunting anyone connected to us? "Ah," Rohan said softly, "so that's what this is about. Don't psychoanalyze me right now. Wouldn't dream of it." But his voice held understanding, sympathy. "Though I will point out that you just admitted you care about people, out loud, without immediately making a sarcastic joke to deflect from the emotional vulnerability. That's progress, Ivan." Despite everything, I felt my lips twitch. Fuck off. There's the Ivan I know and tolerate. He bumped my shoulder with his. For what it's worth, Elizabeth is fine. I spoke to her last evening, before everything went to hell. She's safe in London, nowhere near Venice, completely unaware that vampires are spontaneously combusting in Italian palazzos. Some of the tension in my chest eased. "You're sure?" "Positive." Rohan paused. "Though I have to ask, when exactly did you start caring so much about my friend's well-being? Last I checked, you two had a complicated relationship." Complicated. That was one word for it. Elizabeth, beautiful, fierce Elizabeth, who'd been dying when I found her, who I'd given my blood to save, creating a bond between us that was deeper, stranger, more intimate than I'd ever intended. She wasn't a vampire. Not fully. A mid-blood, human with vampire abilities, caught between two worlds. She'd been Philip's conquest first, but what she and I shared, I didn't have words for it, didn't want to examine it too closely. "She's important," I said inadequately. "To you. To people I care about." Liar. But Rohan's tone was gentle. "She's important to you, and that terrifies you, because caring about people means they can be taken away. Like Dristan was. Like Elisa was, though you never talk about it. Like everyone you've ever let yourself love." I gripped the balustrade hard enough that the stone groaned under my fingers. I said, Don't psychoanalyze me. Can't help it. Occupational hazard. Rohan turned to face me properly, serious now. Ivan, listen to me. What happened tonight was horrific, traumatic. Watching people burn like that, it's going to mess with your head for a while. That's normal. That's human, even for creatures like us. I'm not human anymore. You're human enough. He squeezed my shoulder. Human enough to be terrified of losing people. Human enough to care. That's not weakness, Ivan. That's what keeps us from becoming the monsters we pretend to be. I wanted to argue. Wanted to push him away, retreat back into the safety of sarcasm and emotional distance. But standing there on top of the Scala Contarini del Bovolo, in the city where I'd been made and abandoned and remade 1,000 times over, I was just so damn tired of being alone. I don't know how to do this, I admitted. How to care about people when I know they can be taken away. How to face tomorrow's council when I'm terrified the Sati will attack again. How to look at Dristan and not feel like that abandoned fledgling all over again. How to... I stopped, throat tight. How to be what everyone needs me to be when I can barely hold myself together. You don't have to hold yourself together, Rohan said. That's what friends are for. What family is for. He smiled slightly. And whether you like it or not, you've got both now. Me, Alexander, Dristan, Juliet, even Elisa in her terrifying, complicated way. We're your people, Ivan. Your coven. Your... family, I finished. The word foreign on my tongue, but not entirely unwelcome. Exactly. Rohan pulled me into a brief, firm hug. Too British to be properly emotional, but conveying affection anyway. And families don't let each other face apocalypses alone. So tomorrow, when we go to that council meeting, when we face down the Sati and whatever else Venice throws at us, you won't be doing it solo. Got it? I returned the hug awkwardly, unused to physical affection that wasn't sexual or violent. Got it. We stood there for a moment longer, two vampires on a Renaissance staircase, finding comfort in companionship that defied all the rules of our solitary existence. Then Rohan pulled back, his therapist mask sliding into place. Though I am billing you for this session, midnight house calls are double my usual rate. You're an ass. And you're catastrophically bad at emotional regulation. He grinned. We make a good pair. Despite everything, the fear, the trauma, the looming threat of tomorrow, I found myself laughing. Real laughter, not the bitter, cynical kind I'd perfected over centuries. Come on, Rohan said, gesturing toward the stairs. Let's get you back before Alexander sends out a search party. Your fledgling is probably pacing holes in those antique floors. He does tend to worry. Wonder where he learned that from. Rohan started down the spiral staircase, and I followed, my steps lighter than they'd been in hours. As we descended through the winding architecture, past the Gothic arches and Renaissance columns, I kept thinking about what Rohan had said. Family, coven, people who wouldn't let me face the darkness alone. It was a strange concept for someone who'd spent 3 centuries cultivating independence, who'd learned early that relying on others only led to abandonment and pain. But maybe it was time for a change. Rohan, I said as we reached the bottom of the Scala. Yes, thank you. For following me. For the therapy session. For... I gestured vaguely. For giving a damn. He smiled, warm and genuine. Always, Ivan. That's what friends do. We walked back through Venice together, navigating the city's labyrinth in comfortable silence. Evening life continued around us, tourists dining in open-air restaurants, street musicians playing for coins, music and laughter, and life pulsing through ancient streets. Tomorrow would bring the council, the Sati, war and politics, and all the complications of immortal existence. But tonight, I wasn't alone. Strange, what passed for comfort when you stopped expecting it. Chapter 26. Ivan. Because you're here. The following evening found me exactly where I deserved to be, standing in a Venetian courtyard, unrested and thoroughly unhinged, waiting for my fledgling to return from the hunt. Alexander moved through the palazzo's water gate, with the grace of a well-fed predator, his vintage bomber jacket catching the golden light that slanted through the Gothic arches. To any mortal observer, he would have appeared perfectly human, a handsome young man in his late 20s, confident and vital with an easy swagger. A man who turned heads without trying, whose smile could disarm, and whose presence commanded attention in the most natural way. No one would suspect the lethal killer lurking beneath that carefully constructed mortal appeal. No one would guess that those hands, currently adjusting his collar with such casual elegance, had the strength to snap bone. That those ocean blue eyes, warm and inviting, could track prey with supernatural accuracy. That the heart beating in his chest, slow, measured, perfectly mimicking life, had been still for nearly a century. Alexander wore humanity like a second skin, seamless and practiced. It was one of the things that made him so perfectly dangerous. He hadn't fed last night. I realized that now, watching him. While we'd been dealing with the aftermath of the Sarti attack, while I'd been spiraling on the Scala Contarini del Bovolo, Alexander had gone without. Too focused on making sure everyone else was safe, too concerned with checking on me, too wrapped up in the chaos to take care of his own needs. Typical Alexander. Always the soldier. Always putting others first. Just like that night in Los Angeles almost a century ago, wine-flushed and earnest across a candlelit table, refusing to let me leave until he was sure I'd eaten, even though he was the mortal and I was the monster who didn't need food at all. I cut the memory off before it could fully form, before I could remember what had happened after dinner, what I'd taken from him. Ivan. He smiled when he spotted me waiting in the courtyard, that open, genuine expression that never failed to unsettle me. You're up early. Or is it late for you? I can never tell with your schedule. Early, I said, studying him. The ashen blonde hair catching afternoon light, the way he moved, careful but confident, controlled but relaxed. You look better. Fresh blood will do that. He shrugged out of the bomber jacket, draping it over one arm. Venice has excellent hunting, I'll give her that. Tourists everywhere, half of them drunk, none of them paying attention to their surroundings. A slight pause. Very accommodating city for our kind. I watched him move past me toward the palazzo's interior, noticing how he avoided my eyes just slightly, the casual tone that was perhaps too casual. Alexander was many things, but he'd never been a good liar. Where had he been all night? Not hunting, clearly. He'd only just fed. So where? Not your business, Lockhart. He's a grown vampire. He doesn't need you monitoring his every move. But the curiosity gnawed at me anyway. 3 centuries of paranoia didn't disappear just because your fledgling smiled at you. The council meeting is tonight, I said, following him inside. The palazzo's cool shadows wrapped around us like a familiar shroud. San Giorgio Maggiore. Sunset. I know. Alexander hung his jacket on an ornate coat stand that had probably been there since the Renaissance. Driston sent word this morning. Very formal invitation. Wax seal and everything. He turned to face me, leaning against the wall with that easy confidence that made him look both entirely modern and perfectly at home in this ancient building. You don't have to come, I said quietly. To the council. This isn't your fight. He didn't answer immediately, just looked at me with those eyes that had seen too much, survived too much, understood too much. Isn't it? He stood exactly as he had that night in Los Angeles, shoulders back, chin slightly raised, vulnerable and certain at once. The posture of someone about to lay their cards on the table, consequences be damned. My chest tightened. Alexander... I wanted to ask him about Marianne, about hearing her name on Eric's lips at the masquerade, about the fact that she was with the skull splitter now, about whether that ancient wound still ached after all these years. But the words died in my throat. Some subjects were too tender to touch, even between maker and fledgling, especially between us, with our complicated history of distance and devotion, of carefully maintained boundaries that both of us pretended were enough. You're planning to send me away, he said, reading me as only he could. Not a question, a statement. You'll insist I leave Venice, go back to San Francisco where it's safe. You should, I said, more forcefully than I'd intended. We'd moved into the palazzo's interior now, into one of Vittoria's smaller receiving rooms where afternoon light streamed through tall windows overlooking the Grand Canal. Alexander settled into a velvet armchair with that unconscious grace he'd always possessed, even as a mortal. Listen, if you're here to play the hero, then... That's not why I'm here, he cut me off. Then why are you here, Alexander? I challenged him, frustration bleeding into my voice. I remained standing, too restless to sit, too agitated by his presence and his calm certainty. Why come all this way, risking your neck in a city full of ancient vampires and Sati Mangiatori? What makes you so confident you'll survive this? He shifted in the chair, that casual elegance belying the intensity in his eyes. A hint of a smile played at the corners of his mouth, not smug, not arrogant, just certain, as if he knew something I didn't, as if the answer was so obvious he couldn't understand why I was even asking. You still don't get it, do you? The question hung between us like a dare, like an invitation to understand a truth I'd been deliberately avoiding for decades. Before I could respond, Alexander rose from the velvet armchair with feline elegance, crossing the space between us until he stood directly before me. Close. Too close. Twilight caught in his ash-blonde hair, turned his pale skin almost luminous. The scent of him, leather and rain and fresh blood, and an essence uniquely his, filled my senses, overwhelming everything else. His hand landed on my shoulder, the same hand that had reached for me across a campus library table almost a century ago, across a restaurant booth over wine and confessions, across the chasm between mortal and monster. The touch was both comfort and challenge, grounding and terrifying in equal measure. I came here because I care for you. Each word deliberate, measured, as if he'd rehearsed this speech 1,000 times, but was only now finding the courage to deliver it. His ocean eyes held mine, unwavering. I came here to offer you my endless support, because you have it now, and you always will. No matter what dangers we face, no matter what the Sati do, no matter how many ancient vampires gather on that island tonight. I'm here because you're here, Ivan. It's that simple. The words sailed through his lips like smooth velvet, wrapping around me, piercing through 3 centuries of carefully constructed walls. My heart, my treacherous, supposedly dead heart, responded with a quickening I hadn't felt in decades, perhaps longer. I think about you more than I should. Dorian's face across that candlelit table, wine-flushed and beautiful and damned. Those same words in a different configuration. That same devastating honesty that had broken every vow I'd made to spare him from my greedy fangs. I shoved the memory down, but not before my hands started trembling. I froze at his nearness, all too aware of every detail. His breath ghosting across my skin. His neck right there, pale and perfect. The faint pulse of stolen blood visible beneath translucent skin. Some tourist's life now sustaining him, warming him from within. My fangs ached with want, but not for blood. For something far more dangerous. Something I had no right to take. The afternoon light streaming through the windows painted us both in gold, turning this moment into a scene out of a Renaissance painting. Maker and fledgling, creator and creation. 2 immortal creatures caught in the space between what was and what could never be. When Alexander finally pulled back, creating distance between us, it took me a full minute to recover my composure, to remember how to think, how to speak, how to be the ancient vampire who'd survived 300 years through cunning and control rather than this, whatever this was. Well, in that case, I managed, my voice rougher than I'd intended. Heat crept up my neck, spreading across my face in a way that vampires weren't supposed to experience. I cleared my throat, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. I'll see you there. The corner of his mouth quirked up. He'd noticed my discomfort and was gentleman enough not to comment on it directly. But that smile said everything. Amusement and affection and a deeper emotion I refused to name. I slipped my hands into my trouser pockets, a deliberate gesture to keep them occupied, to resist the urge to reach for him, to pull him close or push him away. I wasn't sure which. Taking one long look around the receiving room, the gilded mirrors reflecting the dying light, the antique tapestries depicting Venetian naval victories, the Murano glass chandeliers that had witnessed countless secrets. I tried to ground myself in the familiar weight of history and protocol. These walls had seen everything. Betrayals and alliances, seductions and murders, the rise and fall of empires. Surely they'd seen complicated feelings between maker and fledgling before. Surely this wasn't new, but it felt new. It felt like standing on the edge of a precipice that could either save me or destroy me, and not knowing which outcome I wanted more. Get some rest, Alexander. I turned toward the doorway, each step controlled, distant, everything I needed to be and nothing I wanted to be. We have a council meeting tonight. I paused at the threshold, not quite looking back at him. And possibly, legendary vampires to kill over the weekend. The casual way I delivered that last line, as if scheduling ancient vampire executions was no different than planning a dinner party, would have been amusing under other circumstances. But nothing about this was amusing. Not my hands, trembling in my pockets. Not the phantom touch of his hand on my shoulder, burning through fabric and skin like a brand. Not 300 years of experience, rendered utterly useless in the face of my fledgling's unwavering loyalty. I stepped into the corridor, putting stone and shadow between us, but I could still feel him watching me, could still hear his steady heartbeat, that stolen, borrowed rhythm that shouldn't comfort me as much as it did. Alexander! I stopped, turned halfway back, the words catching in my throat. He waited, patient as usual, giving me space to find whatever I needed to say. But I couldn't, because what I needed to say was too dangerous, too true, too close to admitting things I'd spent decades burying. I wanted you then. I want you now. I had no right to take you the first time, and I have even less right to want you still. Instead, I said, I appreciate it. Coming, it means... I gestured vaguely, unable to articulate the tangle of gratitude and guilt and longing. Everything. His smile softened, genuine, warm. Always Ivan. The same thing Rohan had said on the Scala. That's what friends do. That's what family does. But the way Alexander said it, the stern conviction behind those two simple words, held an entirely different meaning. I fled before I could do something stupid, like cross back into that room, like pull him close and damn the consequences, like admit that 97 years hadn't been nearly enough time to stop wanting what I'd destroyed. The corridor stretched before me, cool and dark and safe. I walked it blindly, my mind still caught in that receiving room, in that moment, in the space between Alexander's hand on my shoulder and the place where I'd pulled away. Behind me, I heard him move, heard the rustle of fabric as he picked up his jacket, heard his confident footsteps as he headed toward whatever rooms Vittoria had assigned him. He'd sleep through the afternoon, rest before tonight's council, prepare for whatever political nightmare awaited us on San Giorgio Maggiore. And I would, pace, brood, try not to think about his eyes, his hands, every cell in my body screaming to close the distance between us. 3.5 centuries of cultivated distance, and one hand on my shoulder had dismantled all of it. How thoroughly inconvenient. Chapter 27. Ivan. We are ravens. Alexander had done it again, rattled me, unsettled me, stripped away centuries of cultivated composure with no more than a few well-chosen words and that damned earnest stare of his. I came here because I care for you. I'd fled his lodgings like a coward, muttering about legendary vampires and rest, when what I'd really needed was distance. Distance from that voice, smooth as velvet and far too sincere. Distance from those eyes that saw straight through every wall I'd built since the day I'd made him. So I'd done what I always did when my fledglings made me feel too much. I went hunting. Venice's narrow calle welcomed me like an old lover, familiar, dangerous, intoxicating. I moved through the labyrinth of shadows and stone, letting the predator in me rise to the surface. It was easier than thinking. Easier than examining why Alexander's declaration of loyalty had felt like both a gift and a wound. The maritime air filled my lungs, salt and secrets and the perfume of a city slowly sinking into the sea. In the distance, a violin played a mournful melody. The city hummed with tourists and late dinners, laughter spilling from restaurants onto cobblestone streets. Venice never needed an excuse for theatre. The crumbling palazzos and Gothic arches performed their own eternal drama, beauty and decay locked in an endless waltz, masks and mystery, deception and desire. Venice understood what I was, had always understood. I'd avoided this city for over 3 centuries, and now that I'd returned, it wrapped around me like a shroud. Every bridge I crossed, I'd crossed before. Every canal reflected memories I'd tried to drown. This was the city of my damnation, the place where Tristan Breck had opened my veins and remade me into a creature that would never die. And yet, here I was, drawn back by fire and death and the threat of extinction. The irony of it all, running from Alexander's devotion straight into Venice's embrace, from one complicated attachment into the arms of another. I turned down a side street, following the scent of warm blood and warmer wine. A tavern, probably. Mortals laughing and drinking, unaware that a monster prowled just outside their door. But I wasn't hungry, not for blood anyway. I was restless, agitated in a way that hunting usually soothed. I came here to offer you my endless support, because you have it now, and you always will. Damn him. Damn Alexander, and his soldiers' honor, and his unwavering loyalty. Damn him for making me remember what it felt like to be trusted completely, to be seen and chosen, and... I stopped mid-stride. There, across the canal, a speedboat was approaching. Even from this distance I could make out the silhouette of the driver, pitch-dark hair whipping in the wind like a banner of night itself, one hand on the windshield, standing like some ancient goddess carved from shadow. My chest tightened with a different kind of recognition. I bit my lower lip and slid both hands into my trouser pockets. Within minutes, the boat reached the small dock. A swift and delicate hand gesture removed the sunglasses from her flawless face. Elisa's eyes and mine locked for a moment that seemed to last an eternity, in the best sense. The world narrowed to that gaze. Blue eyes that had seen me transform from mortal merchant to fledgling vampire to whatever I'd become in the centuries since. Eyes that had looked at me with love once, before everything shattered. Before she killed Tristan. Before she walked out of my life without so much as a goodbye, leaving me with nothing but a bloodied necklace clutched in my maker's dead fist. 300 years, and still those eyes could stop my breath. We've crossed paths frequently as of late, I said in a murmur, offering my hand as she stepped off the speedboat. My tone might have sounded nonchalant or blasé, despite my shortness of breath, my quivering limbs. Despite the fact that seeing Elisa in Venice, my first love, in the city that sealed our fate, felt like time folding back on itself, past and present bleeding into one impossible moment. "Will you grow tired of seeing me, darling?" Elisa replied with a sensual smile, her fingers cool and familiar in mine as she accepted my hand. "I can say with all certainty that will never happen." I smirked, though my chest constricted with truths I'd never speak aloud. "I could never tire of you. That's the problem. That's always been the problem. Just like Alexander, just like everyone I'd ever made, I created these bonds and then spent eternity not knowing what to do with them." We walked toward the courtyard in silence, and I was grateful for it. Venice bore down on me with every step, memory upon memory. The maritime air smelled exactly as it had 300 years ago, salt and stone and secrets. The rhythm of water against foundations played the same ancient song. Even the quality of moonlight seemed unaltered, as if time herself had paused in this city, waiting for me to return, waiting for me to remember. I glanced at Elisa from the corner of my eye. The way the silver light caught in her pitch-black hair, the aristocratic tilt of her chin, the precise way she moved through space, controlled, elegant, dangerous. Like looking in a mirror, a beautiful, deadly mirror that reflected everything I'd been and everything I'd tried to forget. We stopped a few feet from reaching the old entrance, Tristan's palazzo, the one he'd given me along with his signet ring and a title of nobility. The place where he, Elisa, and I had lived together for those brief, precious years, maker, fledgling, and the sister I'd turned, before everything shattered the night she killed him. Elisa finally broke the silence. "It's terrible," she said, a grimace of seriousness spreading across her face. "I'm perfectly horrified by their methods of extermination." "They cannot hurt you," I said with more urgency than I'd intended. My hand moved as if to touch her arm, then dropped back to my side. "You and I, the source flows in our veins." It had saved Rohan. God help me, it had stopped the flames from consuming him entirely. The source, that cursed beautiful power that set me apart from other vampires, had proved itself more than vanity. It could save lives. It could protect the ones I stopped that thought. Of course, I imagined as much. Elisa pursed her lips, her gaze drifting away toward the palazzo's weathered facade. I was thinking about the thousands of Primbloods, the youngest of our kith and kin, the most vulnerable of our brethren. I was taken aback by her selfless words. "Since when do you care about the fate of anyone but yourself?" I wanted to say, but held my tongue. Perhaps 300 years had changed her too, or perhaps I no longer knew her well enough to make such judgments. We'd spent more time apart than together after all, strangers wearing the faces of people we used to know. "Alexander is one of them," I said before I could stop myself. "Vulnerable, young, if the Sati—" I cut myself off, but not before Elisa's eyes sharpened with interest. "Alexander," she repeated, tasting his name. "You worry about him. I worry about all my fledglings." "It takes a liar to recognize another," she said, but her tone was gentle, almost understanding. "You worry about him specifically. I've seen the way you look at him, Ivan, the way you flee from rooms when he gets too close." My jaw tightened. "I don't flee." "You're fleeing right now, from whatever happened between you two before you came hunting." She tilted her head, studying me with those two perceptive eyes. "What did he say to make you run?" "I am not discussing this with you." "Why not? We're family, aren't we? Maker and fledgling, first and oldest." She stepped closer, and I caught that scent of roses and bergamot that always clung to her. "Or are you afraid I'll tell you truths you're not ready to hear?" "Come inside," I said, my voice rougher, desperate to change the subject. Elisa's silence stretched long enough that I dared to hope she'd let it go. Then her eyes found mine, sharp, knowing, relentless. "Is it true?" she asked, and my blood chilled that very instant. "True? I have no idea what you mean," I said with the most indolent tone possible, though my spine had gone rigid. What does she know? What has she heard? "You've moved into Devereux Manor." Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by irritation. Of course, Juliet, always Juliet. My silence betrayed me. Elisa uttered a mirthless laugh. "So it's true, you've become the witch's pet." "Don't you dare speak to me like that," I all but hissed. Oh, she knew how to press my buttons. Fury did not begin to describe the level of my vexation toward her. "I'm sorry if it offends you," she mumbled with feigned concern. "You've chosen to become their pet. This has nothing to do with me." "Oh, do shut up, Elisa," I muttered, turning my back to her. But the harm was already done, and she had triumphed. "Because she's right," whispered a voice in the darkest corner of my mind. "You're playing house with a mortal witch while your kind burns across Europe." We stopped at the Watergate, where the canal lapped softly against moss-covered steps. The speedboat bobbed gently behind us, secured to an iron ring green with age. Moonlight painted silver streaks across the dark water, and for a moment, we simply stood there. Two vampires at the threshold of the past. Elisa turned to face me fully, her voice dropping to a calmer, more intimate tone. She stepped closer, narrowing the space between us. "You have no business living there, Ivan. You know it as well as I do." Her cool hands rose to cut my face, fingers gentle against my jaw. The gesture was so familiar it hurt, an echo of the time we'd spent together before everything fell apart. "We are ravens, you and I, my love," she whispered, her blue eyes holding mine with unsettling intensity. "Born to haunt graveyards and feast on carrion, not to sing in gilded cages. She will never be like us, and you will never be like them. You are so much more, so different. Ultimately, you'll drive her away, just as you've done to everyone who's ever tried to hold you." The words settled into my chest, like stones dropped in deep water, heavy, inescapable. True. Just like Alexander could never truly be mine, not the way I wanted, not without destroying what made him choose me in the first place, not without becoming the very thing he'd sworn his loyalty to, a monster who took and never knew how to give back. The parallel struck me like a blow, fleeing one impossible bond only to confront another, always wanting what I couldn't have, always afraid of what I'd already taken. Elisa moved closer. "The minute she tires of trying to tame what cannot be tamed, she will cast you away." That was the final nail that sealed the coffin. "Like you did all those years ago," I whispered, hurt and angry as hell. I stepped back, breaking contact. Her hands fell away, and the space between us seemed suddenly vast, despite being mere inches. "That was another time," she said softly, and for once no triumph stained her voice. Only something that might have been regret, if I allowed myself to believe she was capable of it. I turned toward the water lapping against the moss-covered steps, breaking eye contact, refusing to let her see how deeply her words had cut. Because if I did, if I let myself truly consider what she was saying, I'd have to examine the careful house of cards I'd built around my life with Juliet. And I wasn't ready for that. Not now. Not in Venice, where the burdens of my past pressed down on me with every breath. We climbed the worn stone steps in silence, passing through the arched doorway into the palazzo's entrance hall. Dust motes danced in the moonlight that filtered through broken shutters. Our footsteps echoed against marble floors I'd once known intimately, floors where I'd taken my first steps as a vampire, where I'd learned to move with preternatural grace under Dristan's watchful eye before he abandoned me to figure out the rest on my own. The air inside was thick with the scent of decay and salt water. Centuries of dampness had left their mark, water stains blooming across frescoed walls like dark flowers, plaster crumbling to reveal ancient brick beneath. We moved deeper into the palazzo, through corridors I navigated by memory more than sight, past rooms that had once blazed with candlelight and now stood empty as tombs, past the grand staircase, past doorways that opened onto darkness. "Why did you tell him?" I muttered, breaking the oppressive silence. Elisa's voice carried that infuriating note of innocence. "Why did you tell Alexander to come?" I said, stopping mid-stride to face her, using his current name deliberately, not Philip. "Don't you know how dangerous this is?" My voice dropped lower, edged with old fear. "But you did know. Perhaps you wanted him dead." The accusation hung between us in the dusty air. "He was most persuasive," she said, and her tone made me pause. Hesitant, almost vulnerable, emotions I rarely picked up from her. "He asked me what was going on and you couldn't think of a lie," I said through clenched teeth. "Ivan, he cares about you." She stopped walking, turning to face me fully in the shadowed corridor. Yes. I crossed my arms, jaw clenched. Everyone cares so very much about me. The bitterness in my voice surprised even me. Everyone cared. No one stayed. Or if they stayed, I drove them away. Elisa's words lingered. "Just as you've done to everyone who's ever tried to hold you." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" she asked, following me as I resumed walking towards the piano nobile, my steps faster now, almost fleeing. "Listen, I don't want to fight, dearest." The endearment slipped out unbidden, a ghost of what we'd once been to each other. We continued in renewed silence, but the tension between us had shifted. Less adversarial now, more weighted with unspoken truths and centuries of complicated history. Until we reached the piano nobile. The main floor stretched before us, grand despite its decay. And there, silhouetted against the far wall, stood the quadrifora, that magnificent four-arched window that opened onto the Grand Canal. Moonlight streamed through the Gothic arches, painting the floor in bands of silver and shadow. And standing before it, his back to us, was Dristan. Chapter 28. Ivan. Family. He stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the canal below. The posture was achingly familiar. I'd seen him stand exactly this way centuries ago, in this very spot, contemplating the eternal flow of Venetian waters. The sight struck me with the force of memory. How many times had I found him here, lost in thought? How many conversations had we shared in this exact space, maker and fledgling, learning the delicate dance of eternity? Cool Venetian breeze tousled his hair, longer now, pulled back in a low coil. He'd forgone his usual waistcoat and tie for simple dark trousers and a shirt, elegant in their restraint, and he seemed at peace, content in a way that felt almost wrong, given what we faced. "This is it," Elisa said, her voice cutting through the evening air. "The room where it happened." "The room where you killed my maker," I wanted to clarify. I tensed, every muscle coiling. Dristan turned slowly, deliberately, his movements as controlled as always. When his hazel eyes found us in the shadows, I braced for rage, for accusation, for the violence that surely must come when a millionary faced the vampire who'd slain him. But his expression was not enraged, not preparing to attack, amused. He swept her with a glance, the look one might give an old sparring partner, assessing but not hostile. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth. "Elisa," he said, his voice smooth as aged wine, carrying that warmth I'd only ever heard him use with those he genuinely cared for. "Once more we meet in Venice." He paused. "Will you try to kill me again for old time's sake?" I waited for the explosion, for Elisa to bare her fangs, for Dristan to move with that terrifying millenary speed, for the piano nobile to erupt into violence that would force me to choose. But then, Elisa smiled. She actually smiled. "Not unless you deserve it, old man," she said, her tone almost teasing. "What in the name of all that's unholy?" Dristan laughed. It was the most genuine and spontaneous laughter I had ever heard from him, true mirth that transformed his austere features, making him look almost boyish. Delighted, he approached her with open arms. And Elisa, walked into his embrace. I stood frozen, my mind unable to process what my eyes were witnessing. The woman who'd killed my maker, the maker she'd supposedly murdered, embracing like old friends reunited after a pleasant holiday apart. "How have you been?" Elisa asked as they parted, and her voice held actual warmth. "Not as good as you," Dristan replied, that strange lightness still in his tone. "I heard of your involvement with Rashid al-Said." Rashid al-Said? The name meant nothing to me, but clearly it did to them. There was an entire conversation, an entire history, happening that I wasn't privy to. Had the world gone absolutely insane? "I met him after the Tivoli incident," Elisa said, as if discussing the weather. "Tivoli, that's right. You were astonishing." Dristan's eyes actually gleamed with pride. "Oh, I was glad to see you there." "Tivoli? When? How?" He paused, and the levity drained from his expression like water through a sieve. "Ivan tells me you were in London, that you witnessed the attacks in Westminster." "I did." Elisa's smile faded, replaced by the grimace of seriousness I'd seen earlier. "I can't believe the Sati Mangiatori have risen. I wish I could say it wasn't true." Dristan's voice dropped to that register that meant bad news. "But we've seen them now, and there's no pretending otherwise. We cannot deny the extent of their power, their ability to destroy vampires and mid-bloods on a world scale." Mid-bloods? The word burst from my throat before I could stop it. He'd never mentioned mid-bloods before, never said they were in danger too. "Elizabeth." "No," I pushed the thought away violently. "Not now." "Well, I do not know for certain, of course," Dristan continued, but his tone suggested he knew more than he was saying. But I assume— You shouldn't make assumptions, I stammered, my heart racing with sudden, irrational apprehension. Both Dristan and Elisa turned to me with identical expressions, slightly raised eyebrows, faint surprise, the look of adults interrupted by a child's outburst. I felt my face flush, but inside my mind was spinning. If mid-bloods were targets too, if the Sati Mangiatori were hunting them along with full vampires, then everyone was at risk. Everyone vulnerable. Everyone Stop. Just stop. Are you all right, love? Elisa asked, her voice softening with what might have been genuine concern. I'm fine, I snapped, too quickly, too sharply. The silence that followed was excruciating. I could feel their eyes on me, assessing, questioning. Dristan's gaze in particular seemed to pierce straight through me. Ivan, my maker's voice gentled, as it used to when I was newly made and overwhelmed. Who are you worried about? No one, I lied. Elizabeth, Elisa said, understanding dawning in her eyes. You're worried about Elizabeth. How would you know about Elizabeth? I snapped. She didn't answer. Didn't need to. Her silence was confirmation enough. Alexander had brought her up to speed on things. Apparently, my fledgling had not only shed his old name, but he'd also shed his usual reticence. Dristan's expression softened. Ivan, if she carries your blood— She does! The admission came out rough. I gave her my blood years ago, to save her life. Then mid-blood or no, she's protected, Dristan said with certainty. The source will shield her as it shielded Rohan, as it will shield anyone who carries it. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful. Wait, when exactly did I give her the blood? But before I could respond, footsteps echoed from the entrance hall. Ivan, you here? Alexander's voice carried up from below. Upstairs, I called back, seizing the reprieve. Within seconds, Alexander appeared, ocean eyes taking in the scene with sharp scrutiny. And behind him— Rohan, I said surprised, you came. Good. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Rohan said with a slight smile. Alexander's gaze moved from me to Elisa to Dristan, and I watched the recognition dawn. Dristan Breck, he said, extending his hand with that soldier's courtesy he'd never quite lost. I got your message with the address. Pleasure to see you again, Dristan. He paused, his gaze cutting to my sister. Elisa. He nodded, then looked away fast. Too fast. And you are? Dristan turned to Rohan. Everyone, meet Dr. Rohan Khan, I said proudly. My friend and therapist. A therapist at a vampire council, Elisa murmured, amusement dancing in her eyes. This should be entertaining. Ivan saved my life in Paris, Rohan said simply. The Sati attacked a cafe. I should have burned to ash. His blood stopped the flames. Dristan's gaze returned to me, and there was a glimpse of pride there. You've built quite a family, Ivan. Fledglings, friends, mid-bloods under your protection. A pause. Your first maker would have been pleased. My first maker, Dristan, the one from the 1600s. The words hit harder than I expected, because I'd spent centuries believing I'd failed him, that I hadn't been enough, not strong enough to save him, not vigilant enough to see Elisa's betrayal coming, not worthy of the gift he'd given me. And now here he stood, resurrected and proud, calling the scraps I'd built a family. It hurt almost as much as it healed. We should go, Elisa said, breaking the moment. San Giorgio Maggiore, Dristan confirmed. Eric has arranged everything. The monastery will host us, isolated, defensible, sacred ground that might offer some protection from the Sati if they dare to strike during the gathering. Superstitious creatures that they are. Every ancient vampire in the world on one island, Alexander said. Either the safest place we could be or a trap waiting to spring. Both, probably, I muttered. Optimistic as always, Ivan, Elisa teased. Realistic, I corrected. There's a difference. We moved toward the stairs, this strange collection of immortals, ancient and young, maker and fledglings, allies and former enemies. Dristan led the way with Elisa at his side, their easy companionship still bewildering to witness. Alexander fell into step beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. You all right? he asked, for my ears only. Define all right, I said. Fair point. His lips quirked. For what it's worth, I'm glad I came, even if it terrifies you. It doesn't terrify me. Keep telling that to yourself, he teased. You might start believing it. He was right, of course, but I wasn't about to admit it. Rohan brought up the rear, his psychotherapist's eyes taking in every dynamic, every glance, every unspoken tension. I could practically see him filing away observations for later analysis. Try not to psychoanalyze everyone at the council, I told him as we descended the stairs. Where's the fun in that? He replied. We emerged into the cool Venetian night. The speedboat still waited at the watergate, but Dristan gestured toward the canal where a larger vessel had appeared, a sleek motorboat that could accommodate all of us. Eric's hospitality, Dristan explained. We boarded in silence, the boat rocking gently beneath our feet. As the engine roared to life and we pulled away from the palazzo, I looked back at Dristan's gift, my inheritance, my prison, my past. Venice stretched around us, eternal and beautiful and deadly. The same city where I'd been made, where everything had begun and ended and begun again. And now we were heading to San Giorgio Maggiore, to an island monastery where the fate of our kind might be decided. Here we go, Alexander murmured beside me. Here we go, I echoed. The boat cut through dark water, carrying us toward whatever waited on that isolated island. Toward ancient vampires and politics and the looming threat of the Sarti Mangiatori. Toward answers, perhaps, or toward our doom. In Venice, it was always hard to tell the difference. Chapter 29. Vittoria, 1505. The boats arrived in waves. From the windows of her waterfront palazzo on the Riva degli Schiavoni, Vittoria watched Venice transform into what it hadn't been in centuries. A gathering place for predators, a convergence of immortal power that would have sent mortal Venice screaming into the lagoon if they'd known what sailed into their waters tonight. Sleek motorboats, ancient gondolas, modern yachts, all carrying passengers who moved with preternatural grace, whose eyes reflected lamplight like cats, whose beauty was too perfect to be human. The ancient were arriving. Another boat, Cassius said from behind her, his warm baritone laden with weariness. Mediterranean coven, judging by the flags. Vittoria didn't turn from the window. Marseille or Barcelona? Barcelona. I recognized the witch marks on the hull. Of course he did. Cassius noticed everything. Patterns, symbols, the small details others missed. His centurion's training had never left him, only sharpened across 2,000 years of immortal existence. Some habits truly never died. His presence warmed the air at her back, despite the cool Venetian night filtering through the partially open window. Golden, people called him. Not just for the unusual honey-amber eyes or the blonde hair that had marked him as different even in ancient Rome, but for a warmth that most vampires near his age had long since lost. You're tense, he observed. I'm hosting the most renowned blood drinkers in Europe on an island monastery while fire-wielding fanatics hunt our kind across the continent. She allowed herself a bitter smile. Forgive me if I'm not perfectly relaxed. His hand settled on her shoulder, affectionate, without demanding more. They'd been friends for nearly 1,000 years, long enough to know each other's thoughts, each other's moods. He'd been her mentor when she was newly turned. She'd given him purpose centuries after Rome fell, when he was still adrift from that ancient loss. They'd saved each other, in their own ways. But she'd never loved him, not the way she loved. I gather Eric sent word to the Northern Territories, Cassius said, interrupting that dangerous thought. They should arrive by dawn. Her heart did a foolish thing at the mention of his name, a feeling she'd spent 1,000 years trying to kill and failing miserably. He did, she managed, her voice level. The more who answer the call, the better our chances of surviving, Cassius supplied, or just appearing united enough that the Sarti think twice about attacking during the council. Both. She turned to face him. Cassius stood in the lamplight wearing an impeccably tailored suit in cream and gold, always the lighter colours, a sun in their world of darkness. His golden blonde hair was swept back, those unusual amber eyes studying her with the patience of someone who'd learned to think in campaigns, not battles. He'd been beautiful when she'd met him. He was beautiful still, a face that could have been carved by Bernini, all classical beauty and sharp angles. But he wasn't Eric. "We're expecting a significant gathering," she said, pushing the thought away violently. "One for the ages, perhaps." Cassius moved to the ornate desk, running his finger down a list written in elegant script. His ancient Roman signet ring caught the lamplight, the only possession he'd kept from his human life, worn on his right hand like a vow he'd never broken, not even when everything else had turned to ash. "The last time we saw numbers like this," he said, "was Prague, the Council of Shadows." Prague, where they'd debated whether to reveal themselves to the mortal world, where ancient rivalries had nearly erupted into civil war, where Eric had stood before them all and spoken with such authority that even the eldest had fallen silent, where she'd realized, watching him command that room, that she would love him forever and it would never matter. "Let's hope this ends better than Prague," she muttered. "Spes est ultimum quod peditur," Cassius murmured. "Hope is the last thing to be lost." He still slipped into Latin when philosophical or troubled. A knock at the door interrupted them. "Enter," Vittoria called. The door opened to reveal one of her household staff, a mid-blood named Luca, whose family had served her for 3 generations. He bowed. "My lady, the Asian delegation has reached the island." Vittoria's eyebrows rose. This was significant. The Asian territories rarely involved themselves in European politics. The threat was even more widespread than they'd feared. "Have rooms been prepared?" she asked. "Master Eirik has arranged accommodations. Several palazzos have been secured for our guests." "Good. Send word that I'll greet them personally within the hour." Luca bowed again and withdrew, closing the door with a soft click. Cassius returned to the window, watching another boat glide through dark water toward San Giorgio. "Seems like the whole world is converging on Venice." "Because they're terrified," Vittoria said. "The Sati Mangiatori aren't just attacking random vampires. They're systematically destroying our kin. Exactly like it was 500 years ago when we thought we'd eliminated them." "But you didn't." Cassius turned to face her, and darkness flickered in those golden eyes. Someone kept them alive. Hidden. Waiting. She moved to the desk, pouring herself a glass of wine she wouldn't drink, but would keep her hands busy. "The question is, who, and why now?" "Theories? Plenty, none good." She swirled the wine, watching it catch the lamplight. "A rival coven seeking power, a rogue ancient with a grudge, a millenary who's gone mad after too many centuries. Take your pick. Or someone who wants to reshape our world entirely," Cassius suggested, his voice careful. "Someone who sees the current order as obsolete." His tone made her look at him sharply. "You sound like you've already solved this puzzle." Cassius's jaw tightened, just a fraction, but she caught it. He moved to the window again, eyes fixed on the dark water. When he spoke, his voice carried weight, ancient weight. "I've been thinking about 1505. Vittoria's blood ran cold. "Cassius. When Dristan destroyed that young vampire, Salvatore. The name hung between them like a guillotine. I begged you to intervene. You refused." Vittoria's grip on the wineglass tightened. Old wounds, old choices. It wasn't that simple. Wasn't it? Cassius's stare pinned her with Roman directness. "Dristan told you Salvatore was dangerous, that he was dealing in dark magic, trafficking mortal children, consorting with witch covens, plotting against vampire law. And you believed him." "He was my fledgling." "Exactly." Cassius's voice went soft, deadly. "He was your fledgling, your responsibility. The vampire you'd made, who'd stood by you when Eric left, who'd given you loyalty when the skull splitter chose his wandering over." He paused, searching for the right word. "Over you." The truth of it carved through her. "Dristan wouldn't lie to me," she said, but even she heard the weakness in her voice. "Wouldn't he?" Cassius moved closer, and there was centuries of suppressed anger in his controlled movements. I was there, Vittoria. I saw Salvatore. I saw a young vampire trying to survive in Venice, trying to create beauty with his art, his poetry. He paused. I saw no dark magic, no witch conspiracies, no plots. His voice dropped. What I saw was Dristan's jealousy. Stop. You loved Salvatore. Not a question, a statement. Maybe not as you love Eric, but you cared for him. Enough that Dristan noticed, enough that your fledgling, who'd had your complete attention for 400 years, suddenly had to share. That's not. And when Dristan came to you with accusations, you chose him. Cassius's hands clenched. Your fledgling over your... What had Salvatore been? Lover? Protégé? Friend? You chose Dristan, because he'd stayed when Eric left, because you owed him that loyalty, because standing against your own fledgling would have meant admitting you'd made a monster. Vittoria turned away, unable to face those golden eyes that saw too much. I asked you to investigate, Cassius continued relentlessly, to at least question Dristan's claims, to give Salvatore a chance to defend himself. And you... I said it would mean choosing between them, Vittoria whispered. And I'd already lost Eric. I couldn't lose Dristan too. So, you let Dristan destroy an innocent vampire, Cassius said. Let him burn Salvatore's household, murder his fledglings, erase everything he'd built. I didn't know... You didn't want to know. No anger now, just profound disappointment. Because if you'd questioned Dristan, you might have discovered the truth, that your fledgling was jealous, possessive, willing to destroy someone blameless just to have your undivided attention again. Vittoria's hands shook. If her grip tightened any more, the glass would splinter beneath her fingers. Dristan was all I had left. And that's supposed to justify it? Cassius's tone gentled slightly. Vittoria, I understand. I do. Loneliness makes us do terrible things. Eric's abandonment hurt you. Having Dristan's loyalty after that, it meant everything. I know. He paused. But Salvatore paid the price for your heartbreak, for Dristan's jealousy, for all of us who stood by and did nothing. I thought... She couldn't finish. You thought if you stayed out of it, the guilt would be Dristan's alone, Cassius said. But we both know that's not how it works. You made Dristan. His actions are your responsibility, and choosing to believe his lies because the truth was too painful, that's on you. We don't know that Salvatore is behind this, she protested, though weakly. No, Cassius agreed. We don't, but if he is... His earnest eyes held hers. If he's the one who raised the Sarti Mangiatori, who's orchestrating these attacks, who's brought us all here to Venice, to your city where it all happened. He didn't finish, didn't need to. The implication was clear. Revenge. If I see him at this council, Cassius said, and there was such conviction in his voice it made her chest ache. If he's here, I owe him an apology, at minimum. For standing by, for not fighting when I could have, for letting Roman honor bow to vampire politics. His jaw set. Facrectit niltime. Do right and fear nothing, even if it's 5 centuries too late. An apology won't bring back what he lost, Vittoria said, her vision blurring with the threat of tears. No, but it's what honor demands, he countered gently. What will you offer him, Vittoria? What words could possibly... Another knock, this time urgent, almost frantic. What now? Vittoria snapped, her patience wearing thin. The door burst open, not Luca this time, but one of the younger vampires from her household. His face was pale even for their kind, his eyes wide between awe and terror. My lady! The young vampire's voice was tight with barely controlled tension. He's here! Who's here? But even as she asked, she knew. There was only one vampire whose arrival would cause this reaction. The Skull Splitter, my lady. Master Eirik Bjorn. He's on the water now, heading for San Giorgio with his... companion. Marianne. The name crushed her heart, the part that had never quite finished breaking. She'd spent centuries loving a man who would never love her back. had chosen her jealous fledgling over an innocent vampire because she couldn't bear to lose anyone else after Eric left, had stood by while Dristan destroyed Salvatore's world because her own heartbreak mattered more than justice. And now Eric was here, with another woman. Inform the household, she managed, despite the pandemonium brewing inside her. The young vampire fled, leaving her alone with Cassius once more. You should go, Cassius said, his voice so gentle it almost broke her. The same gentleness he'd offered 5 centuries ago when she'd chosen wrong and he'd let her. Meet him at the island. As co-host, it's expected. I know what's expected. Vittoria, I said I know. She set down the wine glass with more force than necessary. I've known Eirik Bjorn for 1,000 years, Cassius. I've fought beside him, negotiated with him, watched him build and destroy empires. I'm perfectly capable of greeting him. That's not what concerns me. She turned on him, fury rising, fury at herself, at Dristan, at Eirik, at the choices that had led her here. Then what does concern you? Watching you love someone who will never love you back, he said simply, and the compassion in those amber eyes was worse than any anger. Watching you break yourself against that wall over and over, century after century. Watching you make choices that compromise everything you believe in because you can't bear the thought of being alone. The words slammed into her like she'd been struck. Don't lie to me. Cassius crossed to her, and when his hands cupped her face, they were warm despite their vampire nature. Everything about him was warm. The golden hair, the amber eyes, the Roman honor that refused to let him grow cold even after 2,000 years. I've known you for centuries, Vittoria. His voice dropped. I know whose name you don't say. I know who you're thinking of when you close your eyes. And I know that loving him has cost you more than you'll ever admit. Shame and anger warred in her chest. If you knew, why stay? Because I hoped, he laughed, bitter and self-deprecating. Because even a stoic can be a fool. Because I thought maybe, eventually, you'd look at me the way you look at him. That maybe time would heal what heartbreak wounded. That maybe... He released her, stepping back. That maybe I could be enough. Cassius... It's all right. The soldier's discipline reasserted itself. Shoulders squared. Expression controlled. Love conquers all, he quoted. Even when it shouldn't. Even when it destroys everything in its path. I care for you, she whispered. You know I do. You're one of my oldest friends, my most trusted... I know, a sad smile. But you love him. And you'll keep loving him. Keep making choices that compromise your honor, your judgment, your happiness. It's difficult to suddenly give up a long love. Especially, Vittoria said, when you've built your entire existence around it. Cassius nodded. The question is, will you choose what is right this time? Her lips parted to speak, but before she could answer, before she could figure out how to answer, bells began to toll across the water. San Giorgio's campanile, announcing the arrival of Venice's most powerful guests. I should go, she said, forcing steel into her voice. Prepare for the formal greetings. Of course. He moved toward the door, then paused without turning. For what it's worth, you deserve to be chosen first. Not as consolation, not as second best, first. And if no one ever will? The question escaped before she could stop it. Vulnerable. Raw. Cassius turned back, and there was such sadness in those eyes. Then perhaps it's time to choose yourself. To stop compromising everything you believe in for people who will never give you what you need. To stop being the woman who stands by while innocent vampires burn because you can't bear to be alone. And then he left. Vittoria stood alone in her majestic palazzo, surrounded by centuries of accumulated beauty, art, furniture, tapestries worth fortunes, all of it meaningless. Outside, boats continued to arrive, ancient vampires converging on Venice like a storm, the largest gathering in 500 years, perhaps the last gathering if the Sati had their way. She should feel powerful, vindicated. She'd helped organize this, had convinced Eric it was necessary, had opened Venice to vampires from across the world. Instead, she felt hollow and guilty, and terrified that Cassius was right, that Salvatore was behind this, that he was coming for her, that she'd have to face what she'd done 5 centuries ago. There had been someone once, before Dristan's accusations, before the choice she'd made without looking closely enough at what she was choosing. Someone who had written poetry about her in 3 languages and burned it before she could read it. She'd found the ash in the grate and never said a word. Someone who had looked at her not as the Lady of Venice, not as an ancient vampire to be feared or courted, but simply as a woman he could not stop returning to. She shut it down before it could go further. 500 years of practice made it almost effortless. Almost. Will you choose what is right this time? She didn't have an answer. Chapter 30. Ivan. A fool's bargain. The monastery's cloisters wrapped around a central courtyard like stone arms offering uncertain sanctuary. Moonlight filtered through Gothic arches, painting geometric shadows across ancient flagstones worn smooth by centuries of monks' footsteps. Sacred ground, Dristan had said, as if holiness could protect us from what hunted in the dark. We'd scattered across the island for safety, small groups spread through the monastery's various chambers and courtyards, never more than a handful together. Strategic separation, making sure the Sati couldn't destroy us all at once if they dared attack upon our arrival. I'd been wandering the perimeter when I found her. Marianne stood in one of the upper galleries overlooking the Venetian lagoon, framed by a 4-arched window, a quadrifora similar to the one in Dristan's palazzo, though this one opened to water and distant lights rather than the Grand Canal. Cool breeze tousled her long auburn hair, sending copper strands dancing around her shoulders. She kept a distant demeanor, her gaze lost in the rippling waters stretching toward Venice's glittering skyline. Beautiful, in that exquisite way of young vampires who hadn't yet lost the warmth of what they'd been. "Marianne," I said, approaching carefully. "Shouldn't you be with the others? We're supposed to stay in groups." She turned, and those violet eyes, luminous in the moonlight, met mine with weary recognition. "Ivan Lockhart. Still worrying about everyone's safety, I see." "Someone has to." I moved to stand beside her at the window, close enough to be companionable but not threatening. Especially with the Sati Mangiatori burning vampires across Europe. "Aren't you afraid of being turned to ash?" "Constantly," she admitted with a slight smile. "But I'm told this sacred ground wards against fire." "Or it might just make holier kindling," I muttered. Always the optimist. Pragmatist. She laughed softly, a sound like distant bells, melancholic and sweet. "No wonder Philip always spoke so highly of you." "Alexander," I wanted to correct her. "He goes by Alexander now." But I didn't. To her he'd always be Philip, the man she'd loved, the man she'd left. "Did he?" "He did." Her expression gentled. "You saved him, you know. That night in the hospital. The Great War would have claimed him if you hadn't intervened." "I damned him," I corrected. "There's a difference." "Is there?" She tilted her head, studying me with the same intensity I imagined she'd once used on Alexander. "He doesn't see it that way. He sees it as a gift. Forever with you." The words met their mark. Forever with you. Except he wasn't with me. He was here, yes, but the distance between us felt vast as centuries. "I asked her to stay here," a voice said behind us, deep, resonant with the gravitas of 1,000 years. I turned to find Eirik Bjorn, emerging from the shadows of the gallery, like a creature conjured from Norse legend. The Skull Splitter, Eirik the Red, the Viking who'd conquered death itself and come back wearing immortality like armor. He moved with the grace only the truly ancient possessed, every gesture controlled, deadly. His ice-blue eyes assessed me with the same analytic focus I'd seen at the masquerade when he'd stood beside Marianne, and I'd watched Alexander's careful mask crack just slightly. "Ah, so we're all here," I said, unable to resist the sarcasm that rose like a defense mechanism. "I'd treat you both to Café Florian for the view, but there's a legion of fire-wielding fanatics trying to destroy us. Puts a damper on tourism." Eric's lips quirked, not quite a smile, but close. "Your irreverence is noted, Lockhart." One of my better qualities. You two are basically the same person, Marianne said, glancing between us. We are nothing alike, Eric and I said simultaneously. She laughed. My point exactly. I watched Eirik move to Marianne's side. His hand settled on her waist with casual possession, and she leaned into him with unconscious trust. They fit together in a way that spoke of intimacy and time. Not centuries, of course, but long enough to build something real. And I thought of Alexander watching them at the masquerade, the guarded control that had slipped for a moment. I never imagined being so close to dying again, Marianne murmured, her gaze returning to the dark water beyond the window. Again? I asked. The making, Eric said quietly. It nearly killed her. She was so close to death that even the blood barely pulled her back. Understanding dawned. Alexander had turned her on the edge of death. Too close, perhaps. Close enough that she'd touched that darkness, that final threshold. Has he given you his blood? I asked before I could stop myself. Mind you, it was none of my business, but I actually cared to know. Eric's source blood, I mean. Marianne shook her head, an emotion shadowing her features. Frustration. Resignation. He refuses to harm me with it. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I said in a blurt. Heat rose in my chest, genuine anger on her behalf. I'm sorry to say it, but there it is. You're in danger, Marianne. We all are. The Sati are systematically exterminating our kind. If Eirik's blood could protect you... It would change her, Eirik interrupted, his voice carrying that edge of Norse steel. Make her something other than what she chose to be. It would keep her alive, I shot back. That's not your decision to make, Marianne said softly, but there was steel in her voice too. Either of you. It's mine. I stared at her. So you agree with potentially burning to death? A smile stretched across her lips, wry, self-aware, tinged with dark humor. Okay, when you say it like that, hard pass. She turned to face me fully. But Philip gave me this whole second shot at life. I want to stay close to that feeling. Does that make sense? It did, actually. In a perverse way, it made perfect sense. She wanted to stay true to what Alexander had made her, not corrupted by ancient power, not transformed beyond recognition by millenary blood. Just Marianne, Philip's fledgling. Nothing more, nothing less. Romantic bullshit. Marianne, I stammered, you and I share a history of not seeing eye to eye on many things. But is this truly what you want? What I truly want, she echoed, a mischievous glint entering her eyes. Honestly, I don't give a damn about the whole source thing. It's just so frustrating not being able to bite Eirik when we're... Whoa! I raised my hand, looking away fast. TMI, Marianne, TMI. She giggled like a schoolgirl, a sound utterly at odds with the ancient vampire standing beside her and the mortal danger surrounding us. Sorry. Must you discuss our affairs with him? Eric whispered in her ear, though my preternatural hearing caught every word. You cannot be serious, Bjorn. I had no regard for my safety whatsoever, by the looks of it, as I couldn't manage the simple task of shutting the hell up. If there ever was a time to spare a bit of your ancestral blood, this is it. I paused, meeting those ice-blue eyes and refusing to look away. Sheer stubbornness had kept me alive for 3 centuries. It would see me through this too. You know she's in danger otherwise. We all saw what the Sati did at the masquerade. Vampires burning alive. If your blood could spare her... The skull splitter pierced me with a fierce stare that had probably sent lesser men running for their lives. They will not dare to touch her as long as she's by my side, he said, precise and cold. As long as she's by my side. As if he could be everywhere at once. As if the Sati cared about his protection. Eric turned to the quadriphora, showing me his back, a deliberate gesture of dismissal. He had no intention of pursuing this discussion. I could only imagine what it must be like living with someone so ancient, so certain of their own immortality and power. So you'd rather risk it, I mumbled. Apparently part of me truly wanted out. Shut up, Ivan, shut the hell up. That is not what I said. he muttered without turning. It is, Marianne added, moving toward me with a conspiratorial smile. Eric's shoulders tightened, barely, but I saw it, the tension between them. Not new, judging by Marianne's easy defiance. I assume your presence has a purpose beyond the domestic, Eric said, facing me again. Am I wrong, Ivan? Just as we agreed, I confirmed. Dristan, Alexander, and Elisa are here. Rohan as well. He carries the source in my blood, survived a Sati attack because of it. Eric's expression sharpened with interest. A vampire spared from the flames with source blood. He paused. Is he here to prove your point, I wonder? I swallowed hard. He's a friend, I said, more defensively than I'd intended. And a brilliant psychiatrist. God knows we'll need one after tonight. What about your other fledgling? Eric asked. The youngest of your line. Antoine. Will he not answer the call? A subtle threat loomed in those words. I hated each one. Antoine is off the vampire radar, I'm afraid. I sighed, thinking of my youngest fledgling safely ensconced in Paris, blissfully unaware of the danger we faced. If he's wise, he'll stay that way for the time being. No matter, Eric said, dismissing Antoine with a wave of his hand. Others will come. Every ancient vampire who can make the journey will be here tonight. He moved away from the window, toward the gallery's arched doorway. Moonlight caught in his blonde hair, almost white in this light, like ice and snow. Tell everyone to gather in the refectory, he commanded, every inch the Viking warlord who'd once carved his legend in blood and conquest. We shall meet at midnight, and then we shall speak of what must be done. About the Sati, I said. About survival, he corrected. About whether our kind has a future, or whether this is the beginning of our extinction. The sentence hung heavy in the salt air. Marianne moved to his side, her hand finding his with that unconscious intimacy I'd noticed before. We'll survive this, I said. We always do. Do we? Eric's glacial eyes found mine. How many of us burned at the masquerade, Lockhart? How many in London, in Paris, in cities across Europe? How many more before we stop them? I had no answer. Because he was right. We were dying, systematically, efficiently, and we had no idea how to stop it. That's what tonight is for, I said, to figure out how to fight back. Or to decide if fighting back is even possible, Eric said grimly. He turned without another word, and Marianne went with him, her hand still in his, her auburn hair catching the last of the moonlight as they disappeared through the archway. I stood there alone. Venice glittered in the distance. The city of my damnation, the city where everything had begun, and possibly the city where everything would end. Chapter 31. Ivan. What the Dark Knows. People will reveal the most interesting truths about themselves if one simply remains silent. I'd spent years of my mortal life learning this precious skill. Tonight, in a house full of vampires too shrewd for their own good, this trick came in handy. From my perch on the gallery's stone ledge, I had a perfect view of the courtyard below. An old habit from my early years, crouching like a gargoyle on the monastery's ancient architecture, hidden in shadow deep enough to escape even vampire eyes. The high vantage point had served me well in those first decades. Hunting, watching, witnessing evil from higher ground. Strategy, nothing more. I told myself I wasn't waiting for anyone. I told myself I was simply observing, assessing, making sure everyone arrived safely for the meeting. But when Alexander stepped into the courtyard, moonlight mirrored in his ash-blonde hair, my dead heart did a foolish thing. He carried himself with a grace he'd developed over nearly a century, not a vampire's usual preternatural smoothness, but movement uniquely his. Military bearing softened by aristocratic flair. The soldier and the gentleman, forever at war in the same immortal body. He paused at the entrance to the lower gallery, looking around with the tactical guardedness I'd taught him. Always scanning, always aware, my beautiful paranoid fledgling. And then Marianne appeared. She emerged from one of the side corridors, her auburn hair catching the lamplight like a living flame. Alexander's entire body went still. Vampire stillness, that preceded either violence or profound emotion. "Philip," she whispered. Even from my vantage point, I saw him flinch. That name, the one he'd buried along with his faith in our brethren. "I no longer go by that name," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the stone-walled space. Quick, defensive. He pulled a loose strand of hair behind his ear, a nervous gesture I'd witnessed 1,000 times. "Oh, I see." A subtle shade of pink tinged Marianne's cheeks, visible even in the lamplight. "It's Alexander now," he added, trying to soften the sharpness of his previous reply. "Ah, your middle name." Marianne's lips stretched in a bitter smile. Was the entire world aware of Philip Blackwell's middle name except for me? Apparently so. "How is everything?" they said in unison. Then both laughed. Short, awkward, painful to watch. Honestly, could this moment be any more uncomfortable? And why was I witnessing it? "Because you're a masochist, Ivan. That's why. I should have left. Given them privacy. This wasn't my business. Whatever history they shared, whatever wounds they were reopening. But I stayed. Hidden in the shadows like some gothic villain, watching my fledgling navigate the minefield of his past. "Listen," she said, her voice dropping lower. "I know things were not—" "Are you happy?" Alexander interrupted, touching her arm for a brief second before pulling back. Second-guessing himself. Always second-guessing. The question hung in the air between them, weighted with years of hurt. "I think I am," she said bashfully. Alexander pursed his lips and gave her a gentle nod. His throat worked as he swallowed whatever words longed to escape. The restraint, the control, the absolute agony of wanting to say more and forcing himself to silence. My fledgling. Almost 100 years of his making, and still so good at suffering. "Are we ready for this meeting?" Dristan's voice boomed as he entered the courtyard, shattering the moment with all the subtlety of a hammer to glass. "I would very much like to hunt in a little while." Fucking hell. Time to make an appearance. I leapt from the ledge, landing in the courtyard below with barely a sound. By the time I slipped into the lamplight, it was as if I'd been there all along. "Yes, please," I said, keeping my tone casual. "Let's get this over with." Alexander's eyes found mine across the courtyard, ocean blue, laden with an emotion I couldn't quite read. Relief, accusation, awareness that I'd been watching. "I'm here." Elisa's voice drew everyone's attention to the doorway. She stood there like she'd stepped out of a fashion magazine. Skin-tight leopard print bodysuit, tall leather boots, long black hair cascading free down her back. She was leaning against the door jamb with devastating elegance. "Are we done catching up, or shall I come back later?" How long had she been standing there? Long enough to watch Alexander and Marianne's reunion. Long enough to see what I'd seen. The skull splitter appeared next, trudging through the hallway with imposing warrior bearing. When he entered the courtyard, the temperature dropped several degrees. "You look ready for battle," Dristan said, his eyes widening when they landed properly on Alexander. "Try to relax, Philip." "He no longer goes by that name, remember?" I said, unable to resist the opportunity to mock him. "It's Alexander now," Marianne intervened, her voice gentle but clear. That's right," Dristan said thoughtfully. "A fresh start deserves a fresh name." "I like it." Elisa winked at him. She actually winked. Alexander's confidence evaporated, cheeks burning instantly. "Yeah, well, I believe there are more important matters at hand other than discussing my middle name." "This way," Eric said, already moving. We headed toward the refectory, the monastery's ancient dining hall where monks had once gathered for meals and prayers. Now it would host vampires discussing genocide. I appreciated the irony. The refectory's vaulted ceiling soared above us, Veronese's wedding at Cana dominating the far wall, a replica, naturally. Napoleon had plundered the original for the Louvre. Even the dead couldn't keep their treasures safe from the French. But we weren't alone when we arrived. Vampires I didn't recognize filled the space, some standing in small clusters, others sitting at the long wooden tables, all of them radiating that tension that came from predators forced into close quarters. Except there weren't that many of them. I did a quick count as we entered. 20 vampires maybe, 25 if I was being generous and counted the ones I could sense lurking in the shadows. Out of all of Europe. The entire world that should have been scrambling to respond to systematic genocide. This was it? Vittoria stood near the massive mural, deceptively young, resplendent in deep burgundy silk that made her look like the inspiration behind a Renaissance painting. Beside her, Cassius, the so-called Lion of Rome, watched the room with those feline golden eyes that missed nothing. He wore cream and gold, a sun among shadows. Others I recognized from the masquerade, the Barcelona coven with their witch marks, a pair of ancient-looking vampires with olive skin and dark eyes, a handful of others whose age I could feel pressing against my senses like a pile of stones. And standing alone near one of the arched windows, a vampire I'd never seen before. Early 20s at most, porcelain skin, sharp cheekbones and jawline, dark hair falling in carefully styled waves across his forehead, artfully casual in a way that required genuine effort. Tall, easily over 6 feet, dressed in all black that managed to look both minimalist and expensive. Immense power radiated from him, controlled, deliberate, dangerous. The contrast between that beautiful, boyish face and the glint of ages behind his dark eyes was deeply unsettling, like watching a choir boy clean a loaded gun. "Ivan Lockhart," Vittoria's musical Venetian accent sailed across the room. "How lovely of you to grace us with your presence." "Lady Vittoria," I managed a bow that was respectfully mocking. "Your hospitality is, as always, impeccable." "Is it?" Her gaze swept the room with what might have been disappointment. I had hoped for a more substantial turnout. Silence followed. Several vampires shifted uncomfortably. "Those brave enough to answer a call during times of war," Cassius said, his warm baritone rich with ancient authority, "are worth 10 times those in hiding." "Brave or desperate," muttered one of the Barcelona coven. "Sometimes they're the same thing," the dark-haired vampire in black said, his English perfect but accented. "Seo Jin-ho," Vittoria began, "from the Asian delegation." "What delegation?" The words escaped before my brain could stop them. "Seo Jin-ho is the delegation." Dead silence, tough crowd. Seo Jin-ho's lips curved, not quite a smile. "The young one is not wrong. The Asian covens send their regards and their apologies. Most are too frightened to leave their territories undefended. I represent Seoul, Tokyo, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Alone." "Bloody hell," someone whispered. "Well, this is cozy," I carried on, unable to stop now that I'd started. "We could have held this meeting in a broom closet." "Ivan," Tristan warned. "I'm just saying, at least when the Sati attack, we won't have to worry about crowd control." "That's enough," Eric said, his voice resonating through the vaulted stone, summoning silence as it always did. He entered the refectory with Marianne at his side, a Norse god and his chosen queen. His ice-blue eyes swept the assembly with fierce coolness, but I saw the grievance behind that glacial gaze, his jaw tightening by a fraction as he took in the gaps where bodies should have been. "Is this everyone?" he asked Vittoria quietly, though in the stone-walled refectory everyone could hear. "So far?" she replied, tension evident in her soft voice. "A few more may come before dawn, but—" She trailed off, the implication clear. This was probably it. "Well," Tristan said with forced brightness that fooled no one, "a cozy gathering then. Intimate even." "I already made that joke," I muttered. "It bears repeating," my maker shot back. Elisa took position near one of the long tables. Alexander followed. Our gazes locked for an instant, and his told me everything I needed to know about our odds. "We should begin," Vittoria said, moving to stand beside Eric near the mural. A united front, the Lady of Venice and the Skull Splitter, presenting leadership whether the rest of us wanted it or not. I dragged an armchair to the entrance corner and curled into it, letting the shadows embrace me. From here, I could watch everyone, study their faces, listen to what they said, and more importantly, what they didn't say. Eric Bjorn folded his arms across his chest, like a warlord surveying his domain. His tigerish eyes swept every face, waiting for absolute silence. "We have gathered here because our brethren's safe houses have fallen across the globe," he began. "Paris, London, Barcelona, Seoul. Now here, in Venice, our enemy's target is clear, the easiest prey, the youngest of our kin." "This is nothing new," Dristan intervened. "There was a time when the order was considered formidable, when being chosen by the Sati meant great honor to one's lineage." His hazel eyes rested on Vittoria for an instant. But somewhere along the line they lost their way. The Sati Mangiatori vowed to destroy any vampire who was not puro sangue. He shook his head in disapproval. "Emarginati," Seo Jinho added. "Outcasts, that's what they call us. Any vampire not of pure ancient lineage. Any who've mixed blood with mortals, created fledglings from lesser stock, diluted the sacred gift." His tone carried controlled anger. "They burned a safe house in Seoul that sheltered 15 young vampires, children by our standards. None survived." The room went very still. "They've returned to finish what they started centuries ago," Eric said knowingly. "There is but one sure way to destroy a shroud eater: sever its head and throw the body into a burning pyre." His fierce eyes glanced at the room. "We will find them in their lair, the place of their banishment, the island of Poveglia." "Poveglia!" One of the Barcelona vampires paled visibly. "That cursed place?" "When do we leave?" Dristan asked Eric. "The sooner the better." "Dristan, are you mad?" I straightened in the chair, unable to contain myself. "We cannot simply show up on their doorstep, torches ablaze, and demand they surrender." All eyes turned to me. Marianne's expression held quiet amusement, Alexander's concern, Elisa's interest, Eric's calculation. The rest of the gathering glared at me with varying degrees of shock. A fledgling openly defying Dristan Breck, the millinery fiend whose relentless persecution of the Sati Mangiatori had carved his name into living legend. A magnificent endeavor, either brave or suicidal. I gasped, realizing what I'd done, but I wouldn't back down now. "Can't you destroy them with your millinery powers?" I demanded, pointing at Eric with perhaps more dramatics than necessary. "You're the bloody skull splitter, the warrior who drank from the well of power." My patience ran perilously thin. "Surely that counts for something." "Don't you think I would have crushed them into dust if it were in my power?" Eric's voice went cold, Norse ice that preceded violence. "The way your tongue rolls, I might actually consider crushing you instead." "That's fine by me." I kicked back the chair, so hard it shattered against the wall in a spray of splintered wood. "I'll be at peace in the great beyond, and you'll be stuck here dealing with the lousy shroud eaters." "Then maybe I should," he said, dispassionate and detached. He took a step closer. The temperature dropped further. "Eric," Marianne whispered, pressing his arm gently. Vittoria moved between us with the grace of shadows. "Gentlemen, perhaps save the posturing for when we're not facing extinction." "This is not going to work," Dristan said, his gentle voice cutting through the tension. "Well, aren't you a beacon of hope?" I added with a cynical smile. "We are all apex predators, too headstrong to recognize any leadership amid us," Dristan continued, gesturing to the assembly, ancient and young, powerful and desperate. "Although Eirik Bjorn clearly has precedence." He paused, hazel eyes moving to Cassius. "With the exception of a Roman centurion, 2,000 years deep in the blood." Cassius inclined his head, not modesty, but acknowledgement. "The blood of the ancient commands the room," he replied. "It grants precedence to the Viking lord." "The Viking lord?" Eric muttered with a frown, disgusted by the title. "Dristan is right," Cassius continued, his impassive stare assessing the room. "We need leadership, a unified front. Otherwise—" He gestured vaguely at the sparse gathering. "We're as good as dead." The declaration unleashed a cacophony of murmurs. Alexander stood, a hand pressed on the table as if it were a strategy board. "Consider this." His voice cut through the noise with military calm. Gathered in this room are some of the most powerful vampires in the world, loyal millenary and rebel blood drinkers who've drunk from the source. He flashed me a stare. Intimate, knowing, loaded with meaning I wasn't ready to examine. Surely, we can devise a plan, a strategy to eliminate the threat of the Shroud Eaters without falling into nonsensical quarreling. He paused, letting his words sink in. I, for one, am eager to know how this branch of our kin has risen from its grave after centuries of slumber. He's right. Elisa gracefully rose from her chair, commanding the room's attention. These vampires, they could not have risen by themselves. Someone must have stirred them back to life. Who did it? Who cares? The words burst out of me before I could stop them. What does it matter? It matters because Dristan's gaze found mine with the expression he got when he was ready to teach me a crucial lesson. Whoever offered their blood to awaken the Sati Mangiatori is now able to control them. Great. Just fucking great. Control them. Seo Jin-ho leaned forward, interest sharpening his features. You're certain of this? I've hunted them for centuries, Dristan said. The Sati are not free agents. They serve. Always have. The question is, who are they serving now? No, Dristan, that's impossible, I protested. Bianchi rebelled against them. He wasn't under anyone's control. Several vampires exchanged glances. They knew the name. Knew what had happened on Pavelia. Oh, wasn't he? Dristan gave me a knowing look that made my stomach drop. What the devil are you saying? Think back, Ivan. A challenge in his tone. Why didn't he reunite himself with his wife and child? If he was free from the Sati's hold, as you say, what stopped him? Dristan stepped closer, eyes sharpening like blades. What bound Rinaldo Bianchi to that wretched island? What anchored him to Pavelia when he could have fled anywhere in the world? The realization struck me full force. But you... I stammered like a fool. You destroyed him. I saw it with my own eyes. Of course I did. Dristan shrugged. I thought I had killed them all before. He stopped, a flash of regret tensing his features. Before your sister sent him to his grave, Eric said. The most uncomfortable silence descended on the refectory. Even the lamplight seemed to dim. The assembly stirred, clearly confused. This was Lockhart drama they hadn't signed up for. And yet... It is no secret that your fledgling Elisa raised her immortal hand against her own kin. Eric's severe tone carried judgment, firm and absolute. His ice-blue eyes examined each face in the room, making sure they understood the gravity of his words. And were these different circumstances, trial and punishment would follow. My jaw tensed. The fucking dark veil and its useless rules. Kinslaying was the ultimate vampire taboo, the most heinous crime in our world. I've asked for neither of those, Dristan intervened fast, moving toward Eric. What Elisa did. I had my reasons. Dristan, you know I did. Elisa's fists clenched as she stared between my maker and the skull splitter, and for the first time I could say that true dread glinted in my sister's eyes. Can we focus on the task at hand? Alexander stepped between them, placing himself in the line of fire. Whatever happened between you two, it was 3 centuries ago. Ancient history, compared with what we're facing now. Elisa's hand settled on his lower back. Brief, steadying, proprietary. The touch that came from knowing exactly how someone's body moved, where to press to ground them. I watched from my place near the hearth, every muscle going taut. That wasn't a casual touch. It was familiarity. It was intimacy earned through time and proximity and... No. My fledgling, my sister. When had this happened? How long had they been? No. Stop. Not now. Not here, in front of all these ancient vampires who've already labelled me the wild fledgling who cannot control his tongue. I forced myself to keep my expression neutral, to not leap across the room and demand explanations. Ancient history is all some of us have, Vittoria murmured, but approval loomed in her expression as she looked at Alexander. But the young one is right. Internal conflicts can wait. Survival cannot. Agreed, Cassius added. The question remains: who raised the Sati Mangiatori? Who has the power, the knowledge, and the motivation to unleash them on our kind? Someone with a grudge, one of the Barcelona vampires suggested. And resources, Seo Jinho added. Raising the dead requires significant blood sacrifice. Ancient knowledge. This isn't the work of some young vampire with a vendetta. An ancient, then, Vittoria said. One who remembers the Sati from before, who knows how to control them. The room went still. Meaningless speculation, I said, though weakly. We're no closer to answers. You make it sound so easy, Driston muttered. Easy? That would spoil the fun. I slipped my hands into my pants pockets, leaning against the doorway with studied casualness. We are hunters by supremacy, my friends. We will track this son of a bitch. Rest assured, we will find him. Or her, Marianne added. Before or after we're all ash, one of the Barcelona vampires asked bitterly. Preferably before, Alexander said dryly. I'm suddenly quite ravenous. Driston heaved a sigh, clearly done with vampire politics for the evening. We should all feed, Vittoria agreed. Then rest. We reconvene to plan our approach to Poveglia. Tomorrow. And tomorrow. And tomorrow. And tomorrow. I quoted the English bard, unable to resist. Macbeth, Seo Jinho said with a slight smile. Appropriate given the circumstances, though I'd prefer avoiding the tragic ending. Wouldn't we all? Cassius muttered. One quick turn and I finally left that ghastly room, the burden of too many eyes following me into the darkness. I could all but feel their judging stares stabbing my back. The insolent fledgling, the capricious vampire, the whining brat who couldn't keep his mouth shut in front of ancient powers. Well, I didn't give a damn. They could all go fuck themselves. Behind me, I heard Alexander's voice, quiet, concerned. Is he always like this? And Driston's reply, warm with affection, only when he's terrified, which lately is most of the time. I didn't slow down, didn't look back, because my maker, damn him, was absolutely right. End of part 1 of Blood of the Ancient. And there we are. You've made it to the end of part 1, and I suspect you're sitting with more questions than answers. That's intentional, Darkling. That is the point. We've watched Venice reveal itself, not the Venice of postcards and gondolas, but the Venice beneath, the city where ancient vampires gather in monasteries and decide the fate of our kind, where a council convenes to discuss survival strategies against an enemy that's been hunting us for centuries, where the past doesn't stay buried, and the dead have a way of clawing their way back into the present with bloody fingernails. You've learned things about Driston, my maker, the man I've trusted my entire existence to, rushing to Venice with secrets I'm still not equipped to understand. Things about the Sati Mangiatori, those ancient hunters who've spent centuries perfecting the art of burning us alive. You've met Eirik Bjorn, Vittoria Visconti, Salvatore Valenti, a man whose vendetta against Driston has poisoned everything it touches, reaching across 5 centuries to destroy what we love. And you've watched me stand in a monastery refectory and discover that the 2 people I love most, my fledgling Alexander and my sister Elisa, are bound to each other in ways I never saw coming. That everything I thought was solid has fractures running through it that I can't see the bottom of. Here's what you need to understand before we part ways for a few weeks. This is only the beginning. The fires are still burning. Cassandra is waiting in Paris, pregnant and afraid. Driston is in Venice, gathering ancient powers, preparing for something I don't yet understand. And I'm about to make a choice that will fracture everything I've built. Driston is still hunting for answers in Venice. I'm about to discover that some truths are too heavy to carry alone. And somewhere in the darkness, forces are moving that I won't understand until it's far too late. Don't you dare leave me, Darkling. Not now. Wait for me in part 2, and we'll pick up right where we left off, on a motorboat cutting across dark water, in the moment before everything breaks. And you will ride through Venice again with me, your beloved Ivan Lockhart, sardonic, terrified, desperately trying to hold on to people I love while the world burns around us. When we meet again, bring your patience. Bring your willingness to sit with messy outcomes and complicated stories. Bring yourself, Darkling. Because I cannot do the rest of this story without you. Until then, my wretched heart remains yours. Ivan Lockhart.